Good morning. The Committee on Housing, Transportation and Telecommunication is now called to order. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, staff, central staff. Before I go into the roll call and read the agenda on the record, I would just like to speak specifically to this month of March, which is Women's History Month. And I would like to honor the special contributions, recognized and unrecognized, that women have made in every endeavor and every aspect of human life. Finally, we are in an era where the contributions of women are being recognized. And I wish to recognize women that are ascending to positions of power to match the level of their contributions. So certainly, this is a fitting time to celebrate that the United States, for the first time, has a woman in the White House. This change is also taking place in legislative institutions across the land. In addition to a woman heading up the U.S. House of Representatives, we now have 87 women in state legislatures across the country who either lead a House of Legislature or serves as majority or minority leaders. As such, we applaud our dynamic Senate President, Donna Fred-Gregory, who certainly represents the territory well as part of this trend. We also have, of course, our delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett, and all the women in the legislature who enrich this institution with their contributions and leadership. Of course, I have next to me my co-chair of this committee, the secretary of the 34th legislature, Senator Whitaker. And you are symbols of inspiration to women and young girls in everywhere, and especially in our beloved Virgin Islands. Lastly, I must take a moment to address the tidal wave of senseless violence that has engulfed our big island of St. Croix. We have had many killings, to include this weekend. And the year began peacefully, but it has turned into a bloodbath. This is not just a police problem, but it is a community-wide problem. And as a community, we must do this together in order to bring this crime to some type of normalcy. I must say that if you see something, you must say something, because if you don't, you're not part of the you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. That is just my opinion. And I want to thank those that have come forward in terms of witnesses to provide information to the police department and Crime Stoppers, etc., to assist in bringing these criminals to justice. But I must go a little further, because as I said, it's not just for the law enforcement officers to do this on their own. As a people, we must take a serious look of how we are dealing with crime and our youngsters. And it is not enough to say that the parents must do more with the kids alone. You know, although of course they can do more, but we must take a stand and work together as a community. We need more neighborhood associations, after-school programs, weekend programs, and more engagement with our young people on the whole. You know, in short, we must have a comprehensive approach. And on the government side, I call again, like I usually have in the past, on the administration to implement the legislation that this body have passed from years ago to reestablish the Youth Commission. And it has worked before, and I'm sure it's going to work again. Of course, it's going to cost money, but if we recognize that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And it can be said that we need to put our money where our mouth is. We simply cannot afford to lose any more of our young people in this community to senseless violence and crime. And certainly, we cannot continue to live in fear. So, of course, something must give. And as legislators, we are all concerned with what's going on in the community, and I'm sure we're going to push hard and push forward when it comes to assisting the police department and assuring that those who commit these heinous crimes are put where they belong, and we can start trying to have some type of normalcy when it comes to a safe and a vibrant community where folks can go out and don't have to worry about these type of activities occurring. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call and read the agenda?
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Here.
Senator Whitaker present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Present.
Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Stephen Payne Sr.
Present.
Senator Payne Sr. present. Senator Janelle K. Sorrow. Senator Sorrow absent. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Violet absent. Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Always present.
Senator Blyden present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Very well. Before I ask you to, if there are any correspondence, I'd like to recognize the president of non-committee member, Senator Alma Francis Halligat. Good morning, Senator. Thanks for being here. You may proceed with any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Clerk.
Dear Senator Blyden, due to travel issues, I will be tardy for today's Committee on Housing, Transportation. I will be tardy for today's Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications hearing. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating virtually. Thank you for your kind consideration in this matter. Respectfully, Kurt A. Violet, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Any other correspondence in terms of the senators?
No.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please mark Senator Violet as tardy and also mark Senator Saru as tardy? Okay? Again, I want to welcome everyone to the first meeting on housing, transportation, and telecommunication for the first term in this 34th legislature. The responsibilities and scope of this committee are significant. For this committee have legislative oversight and investigative responsibilities concerning all housing issues in the Virgin Islands, all matters concerning transportation, roads, and highways, and all matters concerning telecommunication services in the Virgin Islands. That scope is limited only by the jurisdiction on the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, which has specific responsibility for all matters relating to our continuing recovery from the ravages of Hurricane Irma and Maria. As such, I have advised our testifiers, and I am requesting of committee members and all other members of this institution that's going to be attending that you avoid lines of questioning related to hurricane recovery and disaster rehabilitation projects. Those matters will be amply dealt with in a Committee of Disaster Recovery by the able chairwoman, Senator Saru, and her committee members, in which I am one of those. Today we will be receiving updates regarding housing matters, as well as matters impacting transportation in our territory. In future hearings, we will have hearings related to examine the telecommunication issues and critically important developments which is taking place in our community at this time. And that will be later on this month, we'll have that hearing. Without further ado, let me ask Madam Clerk, are there any, before I go to the testifiers and do a mic check, are there any other correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
We gotta read the agenda, and there's one testimony that has to be written.
Speak in the mic, please. Speak into the mic.
We have one testimony that needs to be read into the record.
Oh, okay, very well. Before I do that, let me say good morning to the testifiers. Good morning, testifiers, and I want to do a quick mic check. We will start with Ms. Pell. can you introduce yourself and just please introduce your team that's there with you?
Hi, good morning, Senator Blyden. My name is Lydia Pell. I'm the Acting Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. I have with me online Mr. Jimmy Farmer, our Director of Asset Management.
And Ms. Pearl, don't go too fast. Once you announce them, let them just say the name, repeat the name so we can make sure the mic is working, okay? And then you can go back on mute and go to the next person. Thank you.
Good morning, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management.
Morning.
Ms. Akela Anthony.
Good morning, Akela Anthony, Director of Housing Choice Voucher Program.
Good morning. So those are your two individual team members. Ms. Pell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Director Griffith. Can you please do a mic check and identify your team that's there with you?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. With me today is Mr. Darren Richardson, our Chief Operating Officer.
Good morning, Darren Richardson, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
And Valdez Shelford, our Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good morning, and thank you.
Completes it for us.
Okay, thank you, Director Griffith. I believe I'm seeing Attorney Brady. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator Blyden. How are you?
I'm blessed. Okay, you're good to go. You're loud and clear. Also, we have next the President of the Bankers Association. Okay, that's what the other one's going to be running to the record. Okay, sure. And also we have do we have Attorney Bonnet? Attorney? Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Senator Richard Bourne-Vanek.
Thank you. Good morning, Attorney Richard Bourne-Vanek. And I know you have to leave early, so I will revise the agenda and have you testify first, okay? Next we have Ms. Shillingford, Catholic Charities Director.
Good morning, Andrea Shillingford, Executive Director, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning. Good morning. And last but not least, Methodist Training Outreach Center. Ms. Derima.
Good
morning.
Good morning. Irma Derima, Executive Director of Methodist Training and Outreach Center.
Okay.
And today I have with me our CRC Board Chair, Mr. Dan Derima.
Okay, good morning. We're going to have to work on your communication. You're pretty sketchy. Can you try again, please? You're not clear. Can you try again?
Irma Derima, Methodist Training and Outreach Center. Is that better?
A little better, but hopefully by the time we get to you, we will be good to go. Okay, so thank you so much. Everyone is good to go. Madam Clerk, can you please read the one correspondence into the record? And read the agenda. So read the agenda first and then read the correspondence. Thank you.
9 a.m. Call to order. Roll call. Reading of the agenda. And as for Block 1, we will receive an update on housing issues in the Virgin Islands. The invited testifiers are Mr. Robert A. Graham, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Mr. Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Ms. Gwendolyn Brady, Director of the Division of Banks, Insurance, and Financial Regulation for the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. We have Attorney Richard Bourne-Vanek, Board Chairman of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Andrea Shillingford, Executive Director of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, and Ms. Del Reese Roberts, Secretary of Methodist Training and Outreach Center, Inc. From noon to 1, we'll go on a lunch break. For Block 2, from 1 to 4, we will receive an update from the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works on roads and public transportation. The invited testifiers are Mr. Derek Gabriel, Commissioner nominee of the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. My name is James Kreitz, and I have been asked to appear before the committee in my role as the President of the Virgin Islands Bankers Association. On behalf of the 5 banks comprising the association, I am pleased to advise that all members of the association provided Virgin Island borrowers with key benefits included within the CARES Act. These included both payment moratoriums on existing loans, as well as the extension of new loans under the Small Business Administration's PPP loan program. The availability of the PPP loan program enabled employers to meet payrolls even if their business operation was constricted by COVID restrictions. As the president and CEO of Merchants Commercial Bank, I can provide certain specific details of the payment relief programs we provided. We granted over 93-month payment moratoriums under which both principal and interest payments were deferred to the final maturity of the loan, which was extended for the corresponding moratorium period. In a few select cases, the moratorium period was extended further for an additional 3 or 6 months. All of the borrowers to which we extended moratoriums, with the exception of one, have resumed their regular payments and are performing in accordance with their loan agreement. Merchants Commercial Bank extended over 300 PPP loans aggregating to over $17 million. Nearly all of these loans were under $150,000. With all members of the association participating in the PPP loan program, every small business in the territory that qualified for the program had the opportunity to avail themselves of this benefit if they were willing to complete the relatively simple application process. Currently, PPP loan borrowers are applying for forgiveness and in some cases applying for a second draw PPP loan. I cannot provide details regarding the moratorium programs offered by the other members of the association. However, I believe they were structured in a similar fashion as MCBs. The housing market in the Virgin Islands is served by all members of the Bankers Association, as well as several mortgage brokers. Both conventional as well as non-conforming mortgages are offered by multiple lenders. Consequently, credit-worthy borrowers are able to have a choice when financing the purchase of real estate. Further competition in the market could be generated if non-judicial foreclosure provisions were adopted. As a typical foreclosure proceeding today can exceed 5 years, even if non-contested, the costs associated with this process are distributed through the market. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this brief update on the banking industry as it relates to housing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will begin with our testimonies. I will begin with Attorney Bourne Vanek because he has to appear in court this morning. So you may proceed, Attorney Vanek.
Thank you, Senator, and good morning again, Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, staff, testifiers, and friends. On behalf of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands and its Board of Directors, it is a privilege to come today at your invitation to share with the committee the story and perspective of Catholic Charities VI as a faith-based nonprofit agency dedicated to alleviate the conditions of poverty in our community, namely hunger, clothing, medical care, and most of all, homelessness. For over 50 years, the mission statement of our agency has been the enhancement of human dignity. Our client population are the least fortunate in our community, whom we endeavor to serve without regard to race, religion, national origin, or citizenship status. In your invitation, you asked for an update on housing issues that impact or are impacted by Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. In a few minutes, our Executive Director, Mrs. Andrea Schillingford, will report to you on the current and projected level of services delivered in the Virgin Islands by Catholic Charities in terms of the 3 long-standing areas. 1, individual meals at our soup kitchens and mobile outreach program. 2, nights of shelter and 3 direct financial assistance, as well as a new area begun last year, the distribution of large 40-pound multi-item food boxes. Mrs. Shillingford will detail for you some of the issues that impact the work of Catholic Charities in the Virgin Islands in those areas, as well as the impact of Catholic Charities VI in those areas through our programs and services. However, before Mrs. Shillingford's testimony, as in previous occasions before this committee, I would like to give a brief overview of the spectrum of homelessness as it relates to human dignity and not merely material assistance. Beginning with our emergency shelters, the starting point of the spectrum for addressing homelessness is the need for emergency shelter, often referred to as homeless shelter. By definition, emergency shelter is a crisis situation. We are talking of someone who has nowhere to go, nowhere to sleep. The person may be old, young, male, female. This apartment unit but however, these are the people who would be seen on the street or in an abandoned vehicle or squatting in an abandoned building. They are in an emergency situation right then and there. As you know, Catholic Charities, through its Bethlehem House shelter, operated emergency shelters in St. Thomas and St. Croix until the impact of the hurricanes in 2017. Our St. Thomas shelter in Hospital Ground was damaged but remained suitable for occupancy. That shelter has been restored to full operational status. However, our St. Croix shelter, located in a portion of the Herbert Grid complex, was destroyed. We are pleased to report to this committee that development is now underway for the Light of Christ Shelter for the Homeless, a new 40-bed facility in Frederiksted, St. Croix. We have received a notice to proceed with survey work from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, administering community development block grant funding in the territory to determine the specific boundaries for the land and existing buildings that were donated to Catholic Charities VI by the Roman Catholic Diocese under former Bishop Herbert Bavard. We are currently developing the architectural design that will reconfigure and refurbish the existing buildings on the site, and expect to issue an RFP for construction in the near future. CDBG funding has already been approved for $230,000 of the total project construction budget of $871,000. God willing, we hope to have this new shelter in operation by the beginning of 2023. We are also pleased to report to this committee that Catholic Charities, with the assistance and support of the Catholic Diocese, is now in the process of developing a new emergency shelter on St. John at Coral Bay. We have secured the land and are now preparing an application for CDBG funding for construct this much-needed facility. Finally, we are well underway in the process of relocating the Bethlehem House shelter facility to our nearby property in Hospital Ground. Catholic Charities has received a notice to proceed with architectural drawings to construct a new 12-unit emergency shelter facility in the Hospital Ground area. This facility is being designed with separate rooms that will provide a total of 40 beds over 3 facility wings, along with kitchen, common area, and administration offices. The final architectural drawings are due April 20th, 2021. 2 points should be noted. 1, emergency shelter by definition is temporary. And 2, our client population includes vulnerable persons and children, making it an inappropriate shelter for persons with severe mental health and or substance abuse issues. As a result, we are unable to provide homeless shelter assistance to many of the unsheltered people you and I see every day on our streets and park benches. Next on the spectrum of homelessness is the need for transitional housing. Think of a person who came first needing emergency shelter, but who after 3 to 4 months has been assisted to find some employment and begun to establish stability in their life. This individual has made it past the need for emergency shelter assistance and wants greater privacy and responsibility beyond dormitory type accommodations. Transitional housing shelter services provide this. The individual can begin to make some modest financial contribution to their shelter, to the shelter, while enhancing self-worth and promoting human dignity. In this regard, we are pleased to report that since the last time we had the privilege of coming before this committee, we have commenced operations at St. Teresa of Calcutta House of Hope in Christiansted, St. Croix. This transitional housing facility comprises 11 efficiency apartments, including a specially designed ADA unit for male and female residents. The relocation of our St. Thomas Emergency Shelter to a facility nearby an hospital ground does not mean abandonment of the existing Bethlehem House site. Although the existing structures are close to the end of their useful life, Catholic Charities plans to replace them with a new 12-unit transitional housing facility on the current site, similar to the new St. Teresa of Calcutta House of Hope in Christiansted. The third point on the spectrum of addressing homelessness is permanent supportive housing. So the person who has been in transitional housing has now got sufficient employment income stability to get to the next level and access housing in the affordable housing program in the private market. In a permanent supportive housing program, Catholic Charities or similar agency interacts with private landlords and gives them assurances as to rent and security issues. This addresses legitimate landlord concerns and enables the individual to overcome the fact that they do not have references from where they last rented. It solves the circular problem of getting that first apartment in much the same way that Catholic Charities employment assistance programs help the individual to get that first job by interacting with the potential employer. Catholic Charities VI previously administered a permanent supportive housing program in the Virgin Islands underway by a prior administration. Last on the spectrum is, of course, the affordable housing program itself, which is largely the work of local and federal program assistance. This is the success point, if you will, at which an individual would be no longer on a case client at Catholic Charities. The individual can resume full participation in the housing market either through income eligibility leases or a subsidized mortgage. In conclusion, the mission of Catholic Charities is not merely to provide food and shelter, although those are certainly the most visible and tangible elements of the work that we do. Our goal, consistent with a faith-based mission, is to provide material assistance and counseling to further the full restoration of human dignity. I'm here today to tell you that we at Catholic Charities have seen individuals here in the Virgin Islands come into our emergency shelter unemployed and homeless, sometimes alone, sometimes with children. We have seen these same individuals go on to get jobs, move into transitional housing and permanent supportive housing, and be fully independent today in affordable housing communities. That is the story we want to tell. That is the impact we want to have. That is about restoring a sense of self-worth. That is about the enhancement of human dignity for all God's children. That is the mission statement of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. With that, I thank you again for the opportunity to come before the committee this morning and for your courtesy in allowing me to speak early in the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Vanek, for your testimony. Ms. Pell, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, Vice Chair Genevieve Whitaker, and Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Samuel Carrion, Franklin D. Johnson, Kurt Viale, and Janelle K. Saro. Good morning to all other distinguished senators here today, legislative staff, the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, our dedicated staff, and the listening public. My name is Lydia Pell, Acting Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The following executive staff members are online with me today: Mr. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management, and Mrs. Akela Anthony, our Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Today, we will present testimony on behalf of our Executive Director, Mr. Robert Graham, regarding the outlook of public and affordable housing in the territory, our efforts to minimize evictions, including rent adjustments and abatements, repayment agreements, and VIHA's strategic plan to transition public housing. Public and affordable housing outlook. There is renewed hope at the Department of Housing and Urban Development with President Biden's appointment of Marcia L. Fudge to serve as secretary. She has dedicated her entire life to public service and has worked to help low-income families, seniors, and communities expand economic development and affordable housing opportunities. Contrary to the previous administration, she believes that HUD exists to serve the most vulnerable people in America. She values policies and programs that can adapt to meet unique housing challenges in the nation and our territory. According to a 2017 study, only 1 out of 5 eligible households receive housing assistance. Secretary Fudge intends to address this unmet need by delivering on the administration's commitments on improving the quality, safety, and accessibility of affordable housing through increased funding. Secretary Fudge's values are the same as ours in the territory. We need to address everything from bringing capital back to our disinvested communities, to increasing energy efficiency in housing, to dealing with family self-sufficiency, to taking on the crisis of homelessness with compassion and resolve. We expect HUD to provide funding to build 1.5 million new affordable homes, increase housing choice vouchers by 500,000, and expand the rental assistance program. Moreover, we expect that the Biden administration will support an increase in the low-income housing tax credit program to help build more affordable housing. We now want to share how the changes at HUD are reflected in the transformation of our public housing inventory in the territory. Transition in public housing in the territory. In 2015, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority commissioned a housing demand study which determined that there was a 5,000 unit shortage of affordable housing in the territory before the dual hurricane disasters in 2017. Also during 2015, VIHA's 2015 physical needs assessment was more than $200 million for 3,000 units of public housing. While we are going through a transition, almost 1/3 of the public housing units are obsolete and vacant. Accordingly, there is an unmet housing need in the territory of approximately 6,000 units. In 2018, to address damages, mitigation, and resiliency of VIHA's public housing properties, its Board of Commissioners required a master plan to address the deteriorated public housing inventory to mitigate the risk of future disasters. VIHA's redevelopment plan aligns with the governor's vision for resiliency and commitment to invest in the long-term sustainability of the territory's affordable housing sector. To ensure our redevelopment plan continues to focus on the unmet housing needs, we invite input from the Housing Committee and relevant stakeholders. VIHA's comprehensive redevelopment strategy will address unmet housing needs in the territory and meet all three components of a national objective, which will benefit low and moderate income persons, aid in the prevention or elimination of slums or blight, in other words, obsolete public housing, and meet a need of particular urgency, that is, the prevention of further damage to hurricane-impacted public housing. VIA is coordinating with the Housing Finance Authority to increase the supply of affordable housing by developing new funding sources for multifamily rental housing, acquiring land, demolishing obsolete public housing, and increasing our home ownership opportunities. To ensure that we achieve inclusive and resilient communities, we are engaging collaboration between local stakeholders and experts that bring best practices to our planning efforts to transform our housing sector. Our redevelopment plan is easily understood as a 5-phase implementation plan based on funding. Accordingly, the 5-phase plan is predicated on the priority of its funding sources. To build approximately 1,500 new units and 1,500 hardened units, it is projected to cost $1 billion. That is low-income housing tax credits in the amount of $392 million, FEMA in the amount of $205 million, CDBGDR in the amount of $292 million, and VIHA and other sources in the amount of $137 million. VIHA is building a world-class diversified portfolio of desired housing complexes in both districts. Our goal is to mitigate the risk of damages to the housing developments by creating hurricane-resistant, sustainable housing with energy-efficient systems to maintain energy independence from the grid. In this process, VIHA will enhance its new construction with energy-producing microgrids, water conservation systems, and hardened solar arrays through smaller developments integrated with the surrounding communities. With our 3 developer partners, VIHA expects to deliver approximately 300 new or renovated units each year for the next 10 years. On average, nationally, for 100-unit construction projects, there are approximately 100 jobs created. For example, our Duno redevelopment project expects to have 120 individuals working on that site. Inclusive of the 120 workers, we expect the Department of Labor to contribute 12 individuals through their programs, and the contractor will also employ at least 6 Section 3 program workers. VIHA's governance. We will turn our attention to the governing structure of the Housing Authority. For over a decade, the Board of Commissioners has consistently and faithfully executed their fiduciary responsibilities, guiding management to achieve significant improvements in the overall operations of VIHA. The agency submits to HUD clean financial audits, visionary housing transformation plan, and progressive supported plans for our residents. To stay on the cutting edge, the board is proposing another change to its composition for proper representation for both public housing residents and voucher leaseholders. Accordingly, this change requires an amendment to Title 29 of the VI Code. Title 29 VI Code Subchapter 31, amended in 2014, provides that the Board of Commissioners is comprised of 7 members. 2, by virtue of their positions, the Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services. 3 are nominated by the Governor of the Virgin Islands and confirmed by the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The other 2 commissioners shall be residents of public rental housing projects. Further, the statute required the 2 resident commissioners to be elected by residents of public housing. The Board of Commissioners' vision to transform our obsolete 3,000 unit public housing inventory requires a shift from HUD's traditional housing subsidy to a housing choice voucher funding platform. What this means ultimately is that VHA will convert 3,000 public housing units of affordable housing units supported by vouchers. Currently, we have 2,100 public housing households and 1,500 housing choice voucher households. Thus, we are recommending the voucher holders have representation on the Board of Commissioners. To adequately reflect representation for both groups of households on the Board of Commissioners, VIA has requested that Chairman Blyden submit an amendment to Title 29 to have one of the 2 resident commissioners be elected by voucher leaseholders. The process to alternate a public housing resident commissioner and a voucher leaseholder commissioner between the 2 districts would remain. Towards this end, VIA respectfully requests this Housing Committee to support this change in the statute. I will now focus our attention on VIA's response to the present pandemic. COVID-19 response and ongoing efforts. In March 2020, HUD awarded the Housing Authority with approximately $3.2 million in CARES Act relief funds to develop strategies to reduce the risk of exposure to the virus in the workplace and provide relief to residents. To date, we have invested half, or $1.6 million of those funds, in protective measures. In our planning, we prioritize the protection of our workers and our residents. To date, thanks to these efforts, only 1 VIHA employee has contracted the virus, a case quickly identified and contained, and 1 resident case has been reported. Our success in preventing the spread of the virus can be attributed to our effective partnerships with our sister agencies, the Department of Human Services and the Department of Health, along with the cooperation and dedication of our employees. In August, we participated in the Department of Human Services Infection Prevention and Control Assessment and adopted its recommendations to prevent the spread of the virus. Surgical masks were distributed to residents, masks were required of all staff and visitors, and tighter monitoring of entrances and screening of visitors was implemented. VIA also joined with DOH and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention to give free COVID tests to our most vulnerable residents at the Celestino A. White Senior Citizens Residence and at the Lucinda Milling Home on St. Thomas. Testing was also conducted at the following communities on St. Croix, the Wilfred Pedro Home, the Joseph E. James Terrace, and the residents of Louis E. Brown II. Thankfully, the sites had 0 positive cases. We are now working with the Department of Health to provide the COVID vaccines to our homebound seniors and disabled residents in their homes. We want to commend Senator Blyden for his participation with VIHA in the distribution of the CARES packages to over 2,100 families on St. Thomas and St. Croix. The packages will continue to be distributed to new residents upon move-in. The packages included items that will prevent the spread of the virus, such as face masks, household cleaning products, hand sanitizers, bottled water, paper goods, hygiene products, and a Red Cross AM/FM radio for emergent news during and after the pandemic and any other disaster. With these funds, VIA is also planning sustainable activities that can serve to support residents if the pandemic is prolonged. We are partnering with the Department of Human Services to provide on-site meals, in which case VIHA will be renovating the kitchens at 2 senior sites, and the Department of Human Services would provide food and preparation for those residents. Further, mobile vans are being contemplated to be purchased to assist in delivering hot meals to seniors in other public housing communities. Lastly, VI is partnering with VINGN to expand internet access to the community centers in our public housing communities. Our housing update to this committee will now focus on operations of both the Housing Choice Voucher Program and our low-income public housing program. Operations. Housing Choice Voucher Program. Our Housing Choice Voucher Program has a budget of approximately $15 million that supports approximately 2,047 families. Currently, there are approximately 1,580 families receiving housing assistance for a 77% utilization rate. However, by the end of the fiscal year, we will have utilized approximately 99% of the budget availability. The Housing Choice Voucher Program consists of 2 primary voucher programs. It's the tenant-based and the project-based voucher. As of January 31, 2021, there are approximately 4,000 applicants, split almost evenly between both programs. In 2021, we expect that approximately 5% of the waiting list, or 200 individuals, will have vouchers looking for units to lease. The primary challenge the program faces is the lack of available units to lease in the territory. To address this issue, VIHA has been and will continue to assist families in their search for units by negotiating with developers and landlords to set aside units in new or renovated developments, and also by extending the allowable time for a family to find a unit on a case-by-case basis. Thus far, our leaseholders are fortunate with regards to rent adjustment, evictions, and the time needed to find a unit to lease, as further explained below. As far as rent adjustments, there has been a significant financial impact on our participants within the Housing Choice Voucher Program. As a result, we have 400 households out of approximately 1,500 who have requested rent changes due to loss of income. To address this issue, we are working with our families to reduce the burden and help them through this financial crisis. Currently, there are approximately 44 outstanding requests to be processed. Eviction moratorium. With respect to evictions, we have not had any voucher leaseholders evicted for non-payment of rent or any other lease violations. I'll now discuss the low-income public housing program. VIA's public housing inventory contains 26 developments grouped into 12 asset management properties, or AMPs, currently totaling 2,954 units. Included within the 26 public housing communities, 4 are non-viable developments and will be demolished or redeveloped. They are the Estate Tutu Apartments, Ludwig Harrigan Court, Williams Delight partial demolition, and the Walter I.M. Hodge Pavilion revitalization. In this section of the testimony, we will provide an update on several areas of concern, which include curb appeal, exterior lighting and outdoor space, maintenance and service requests, tenant accounts receivable, resident support services, and hurricane damage repairs. Curb appeal, abandoned vehicles. VIA continuously works with the administrators of both districts to limit and timely remove abandoned vehicles from our public housing communities. However, we would like this committee to enjoin the VI Housing Authority to change the perception that it is okay to dump vehicles at our public housing communities. We are proposing that the committee submit a requirement that the Bureau of Motor Vehicle increases the penalty for vehicles which are not properly disposed of by imposing a significant penalty for the last recorded owner of an abandoned vehicle. This strategy will ensure that all vehicles are properly disposed of in the territory. External lighting and outdoor space. VIA has inventoried all exterior lights owned by the Housing Authority and those by the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. To ensure all lights are replaced timely, we have requested that the Water and Power Authority schedule monthly meetings with us to establish time frame and timely repairs of their own exterior lights. With regards to recreations areas, the Housing Authority has collaborated with the Department of Sports, Park and Recreation to develop community park concept master plan at several redevelopment locations. We are also in the process of preparing a solicitation for the replacement of all playground equipment and basketball court resurfacing at our existing community. These improvements will be realized later this year. Tenant accounts. Our tenants account receivable in 2019, VIHA initiated a process of adjusting a household rent arrearage, due in part to deferred maintenance. That process took on additional meaning for residents that may have lost income due to COVID-19 pandemic. So throughout 2020, VIA has increased its communication with residents to assist them to reduce rent arrears. Currently, our residents in both districts owe a balance of approximately $700,000. By district, St. Thomas has 268 households with a TARS balance of approximately $450,000, and St. Croix has 202 households with a TARS balance of approximately $250,000. Rent adjustments. VIA continues to encourage residents of public housing to report decreases in wages, job hours, and family income due to the COVID-19 pandemic so that the appropriate rent adjustments can be made timely. To date, approximately 90 VIHA households have reported lost income. Over 80 households are currently vulnerable to evictions when the national eviction moratorium ends. Repayment agreements. During 2020, VIHA implemented a new program to assist residents called Helping Hands. The objective of the program is to help residents to pay down delinquent rents gradually and remain in good standing. As the residents continue to feel the economic impact of COVID, VIHA has extended the Helping Hands programs 3 times since the pandemic began. The program remains in place through March 31, 2021. Maintenance and service requests, work orders. Monthly, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority reports on the status of maintenance, particularly its work orders. On average, VIHA has approximately 3,000 open work orders for approximately 2,000 public housing units. Currently, we can complete approximately 500 work orders per month. However, approximately 500 new work orders are created each month. Thus, VIHA must work harder to manage and balance the number of work orders. The pandemic has also complicated this challenge, wherein only emergency and health and safety work orders were completed to minimize any possible exposure to our maintenance staff. One contributing factor is active workers. We have approximately 100 maintenance workers within the 24 public housing communities. During 2020, VHA was short approximately 25 maintenance workers. However, so far in 2021, we have just recruited 15 full-time maintenance workers. Thus, we expect significant improvements in work order reduction as we continue to increase the workforce. Hurricane repairs. As of February 2021, FEMA has written over $90 million of project worksheets in categories A, B, E, and Z for the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. With the additional scope of work items being added and final cost adjustments being made, the total amount should increase our projected total to be received from FEMA to $227 million. Currently, VHA has expended $8.3 million, $6.1 million for Hurricane Irma, and $2.2 million for Hurricane Maria. VHA has 4 significant recovery projects underway: the demolition of 5 buildings at Estate Tutu, and roof repairs at Corwin Terrace, Knowles at Cantant, and Paul and Pearson Gardens. We also have completed one project, the hurricane repairs at the community center at George Simmons Terrace on St. John. With the change to the Biden administration, we expect that FEMA will accelerate its PW approvals. Thus, we expect more hurricane repair projects to begin over the next several months. Our resident support services. Through the Resident Services Division, VHA provides a variety of resources geared towards increasing opportunities for residents to achieve self-sufficiency through the implementation of programs and partnerships that focus on education and training that promote self-reliance and self-sufficiency. Educational enrichment for students. VHA recognizes that children need support to succeed in school and life. Thus, we offer a place to go when their parents are at work, help with their homework, anti-bullying education, leadership classes, sports activities, and much more. VHA continues to implement programs aimed to help our adult residents as well to improve the level of education and training needed to obtain jobs that pay well, provide benefits for their families, and offer opportunities for advancement. Unfortunately, the pandemic has forced our community centers to remain closed, but we continue to work towards safely reopening our facilities and restart programming. VIA has partnered with the Virgin Islands Next Generation Network to implement the free community Wi-Fi signal project at all our community centers. VINGN is in the process of completing the procurement of equipment for delivery on island by the end of March. We are optimistic that we will be able to complete the activation of the Wi-Fi signals at all our VHA community centers within 60 days after the delivery of the equipment. This phase of the project will offer residents internet connectivity at the community centers and the immediate area outside of the community center buildings. The next phase of the implementation is to outfit the centers with hardware. VIA has already started working to assess the cost, the purchase, and install the computers and other necessary equipment at each center. Residents will soon be able to access the computer labs at their community centers for connectivity to further their education, prepare for the workforce, conduct job searches, and of course, to do homework. Funding will be utilized from the CARES Act to facilitate this phase of the project. Resident referrals. Again, VHA is committed to providing support to its residents. especially those in the most vulnerable households who face chronic mental and physical health problems, low literacy levels, substance abuse, and family members with criminal records. Assistance to residents in the above-mentioned category is handled through referrals that will link them to community-based services. Statistics show that when crises are addressed, residents become stable and more willing to participate in positive programs and activities. Economic opportunities for our residents. Through the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, VHA's staffs function as a case manager to assist residents to identify their goals and other resources and support, thereby leading to economic independence and self-sufficiency. There are approximately 25 head of households in the program, which allows individuals to establish a 5-year improvement plan for their household. Any salary increase during that time allows a resident to offset the rent into a savings plan to be used for economic advancement. In addition, our Section 3 program allows VHA and its contractors to hire residents for construction and other jobs in our developments and offices. That completes the testimony from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Thank you, Senator Marvin Blyden, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Pell. Before I go to the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Ms. Director Griffiths, I would like to recognize the presence of Senator Nobel E. Francis on Isle of St. Croix, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Carla Joseph, and Senator Janelle Kisaru. Thank you all for being here. And also I would like to mention, again, I did mention that March is Women's History Month, and I did mention our president and secretary of the body, but I failed to mention the other women in leadership positions, which I'm going to do now, starting with our executive director,
You can see me?
Corel Hodge, Ms. Senator Carla Joseph, Senator
When I start.
Janelle Kisaru, and Senator Alma Heiliger Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, I need to get it right. So I just want to put it on the record and thank you all for your service to our community. Director Griffith, you're recognized to move forward with your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Infrastructure, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, other senators present, and the listening and viewing audience. I'm Darrell Griffith, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today I appear before you accompanied by Ms. Valdez Shelford, the Chief Financial Officer, and Mr. Darren Richardson, the Chief Operating Officer, to provide you an update on housing issues in the Virgin Islands.
Director Griffith.
I'll give a brief overview.
Director
Yes,
Griffith.
sir?
Better take your time, please. You usually get excited and go fast. Take your time. Thank you.
All right. I'll give you a brief overview of the authority's core mission projects. I'm going to start on the island of St. Croix with the meadows at Bon Esperance. Bon Esperance continues to be a very popular community with its locations in Mid-Island St. Croix. The authority is currently constructing homes in the second phase of the meadows at Bon Esperance, with plans to start a development process for phase 3 later in the fiscal year. The 66 home sites within the first 2 phases is where over 40 families now call home. Phase 2 consisted of 34 home sites of approximately a quarter acre, each comprising of turnkey homes for sale, lots for sales, and the Buy a Lot Build a Home program. Phase 3 of this much sought after community will utilize CDBG DR funding and yield an additional 32 home sites. Estate Mount Pleasant. The authority is proud to announce that the final 4 closings for turnkey homes built by North Shore Partners within Phase 4 in Morning Glory Ridge at Estate Mount Pleasant West on St. Croix is scheduled to be completed by May 1st, 2021. These homes were part of a 10-home turnkey contract awarded to North Shore Partners. This is one of the many successful partnerships that the VIHFA has fostered in providing homeownership opportunities to residents within our community. The authority is also delighted to be in the evaluation stage of an IFB to construct 7 homes from the remaining 13 lots. This community, which consists of 40 quarter-acre home sites, will have all the remaining available lots constructed upon and sold as turnkey homes. The procurement process for the construction of the final 6 homes to be constructed by the authority will begin in April. Estate Solitude. The community on the far eastern side of St. Croix will consist of infrastructure development and home construction of 20 turnkey homes on this 7.3-acre site. The VIHFA procured engineer is developing the subdivision plan for DPNR's approval within the 3rd quarter of this year. The authority expects approval of the subdivision plan by the mid-4th quarter of 2021, this year as well. Procurement will commence shortly thereafter for a developer to construct both the infrastructure and the homes within the community. Whispering Hills, this is St. Thomas now. The authority has completed siting for 8 of the next 16 homes to be built at Whispering Hills subdivision in Estate Dunu. The invitation for bids for the construction of these homes in phase 2 is scheduled to be out by mid-March 2021, this month. This procurement is expected to be followed by a relatively similar procurement for the remaining 8 homes in this phase within the next few weeks. This would allow for the construction and delivery of all 16 homes within 16 months with a staggering of the start dates for each home. The authority will also be embarking on the final stage of the Whispering Hill community, which will consist of approximately 38 homes with supporting roads and infrastructure. Estate Nazareth. The VIHFA is continuing to develop home sites in the Estate Nazareth on the eastern end of St. Thomas. 3 home sites that were developed last year are scheduled to be closed this month. The VIHFA also intends to issue a procurement for the development of a 30 home site subdivision plan for submission to DPNR in October 2021. The authority had expected to complete the subdivision plan process by November of this year, but has pushed this date back to January of 2022 due to a realignment in our development schedule. Estate Fortuna, Wild Pineapple. Estate Fortuna on the western end of St. Thomas across from the Blue Water Bible College has commenced construction on the phase 1 infrastructure. Contractor Grade All Construction is scheduled to complete this work by June 2021. The VIHFA expects the first homes to commence construction in November of this year for this 57-home community. It is the authority's intent to offer only turnkey homes for sale within this community. Final prices will be based on appraised value of the units. The project is expected to be completed in May of 2025. The authority's 3-story mixed-use building, Ross Tannenberg, has completed architectural plans, have been completed, and will incorporate moderate income rentals on the 3rd floor, as well as serving as the VIHFA's newest office on St. Thomas. The project is currently awaiting approval of its phase 1 environmental assessment. The mixed-use building concept will afford the authority the ability to provide much-needed affordable rentals in St. Thomas and contribute to the revitalization of this area. The authority expects to begin the procurement process to select a general contractor to construct the mixed-use building in June of this year. This was delayed due to a request from HUD for another noise assessment test with additional parameters to be conducted. The noise assessment test is required for environmental approval. Groundbreaking on the estimated 18,000 square foot building is now expected to be held in October 2021. The project will be funded by the VIHFA's infrastructure funding and CDBG-DR. Fritz Louette's complex, Lagoon Complex in St. Croix. The VIHFA has commenced its redevelopment plan for the repair and enhancement of the Fritz Louette's buildings. The authority has commenced on the repair phase of the project. The first work includes repairs to hurricane damaged units, with phase 2 being the redesign of the facade and rear porches. Additionally, the community will see an enlargement to the bathroom in each unit. The first phase will also see the addition of 2 handicapped accessible units. Cronagata Inn. The emergency home project at the entrance of Christiansted Town will be entering its application phase for CDBG-DR funding within the next few weeks after securing an engineering assessment and estimate for reconstruction to provide 18 units for emergency housing. The project is vital in providing much needed units for VIHFA's emergency home stock on the island of St. Croix. I'll briefly go over some of the low-income housing tax credits projects that we have with our partners such as Housing Authority. Dunu redevelopment done by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. This project will be an 84-unit low-income housing tax credit rental community to be located at 3B and 3B1 Estate Dunu, New Quarter, St. Thomas. Closing occurred on the tax credit portion in November of 2020 for approximately $26 million. Disbursements to date total 4.9 out of the 29 million. This project is funded by tax credits and also CDBG-DR. The Megan's Junction 2, the development team consists of Jackson Development, general contractor GEC in collaboration with Hunt Capital. This project is a 60-unit, 8-story multifamily complex with basement, 3 cisterns, and 106 parking spaces. This is phase 2 of the master plan of the Megan's Junction unit. It is also funded by both CDBG-DR and low-income housing tax credit by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program. On February 1st, 2021, Governor Albert Bryan requested that the VIHFA administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The territory received $21 million of ERAP funds with an expenditure deadline of December 31st, 2021. The funds are to be used to provide rental assistance and utility assistance for tenants. Eligibility criteria are as follows. They qualifies for unemployment or has experienced a reduction in household income, incurred significant costs or experienced a financial hardship due to COVID-19, demonstrates a risk of experiencing homelessness or housing instability, and has a household income at or below 80% of the area median income. In light of the anticipated volume of applications, the VIHFA recognizes that it will be necessary to make available multiple locations where individuals will be able to apply for the program. Thus, we have adopted a program model whereby we will utilize partner agencies to conduct intake. We have reached out to the Continuum of Care, a nonprofit organization composed of social service agency, predominantly nonprofits, who work to assist individuals facing or experiencing homelessness. A number of COC members organizations, to include Methodist Training and Outreach, who's with us today, Catholic Charities as well, and who are with us today as well, and St. Croix Mission Outreach and St. John Community Foundation, along with others, have already expressed interest in serving as intake locations. We are hopeful that several additional agencies will agree to participate as intake locations. The Department of Human Services is also being considered to conduct intake for the program. The VIHFA is currently assessing the capacity of each agency. Understanding available resources will assist our planning efforts and ensure a smooth rollout of the program. The authority is currently developing an online application that prospective applicants will be able to complete ahead of their visit to the intake location. Later this week, we'll embark on a public information campaign geared towards informing potential applicants of the program, eligibility criteria, and the documents that they will be required to provide for the eligibility determination process. A key component of the program will be data management. The Homeless Management Information System, HMIS, will be utilized to store the client intake information, which will enable real-time tracking of application status. Another key capability of the system is the ability to flag possible duplication by various means. HMIS is also able to create numerous reports, which will be useful for program management as well as for the required federal reporting. Methodist Outreach, which manages the territory's HMIS, has been coordinating with the HMIS software vendor to customize the platform to ensure that all necessary data points are covered. Within the next 3 weeks, intake agency employees will be trained on the use of the software. The goal is to be able to begin accepting client applications on March 29, 2021. The authority understands the urgency of families who need this assistance. COVID-19 has been a dramatic impact on every aspect of our lives, for those who have suffered loss or reduction of employment income and have been unable to pay their rent. The resulting housing insecurity is now an added anxiety. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program will bring relief to hurting families. Help is definitely on the way. The program is very new with a lot of moving parts. We are working feverishly to ensure that there is a smooth rollout. We appreciate the community's continued patience. Help is definitely on the way. I'll go a brief overview of some of the CDBG projects that deal with just housing. Villa Morales Transitional Supportive Housing on St. Croix. The authority acquired this property in December 2019 and leased it to Liberty Place nonprofit to manage and provide the much needed homeless support services. The interim agreement was signed on May 20th, 2020. Catholic Charities of St. Teresa Transitional Housing. The facility includes a total of 11 units, and Catholic Charities spoke about that. Catholic Charities also Bethlehem House Shelter, which is funded by the authority. The project entails development of a new shelter at 2425 Hospital Ground. And we're also working with Catholic Charities on the Light of Christ shelter too as well, which will be funded in part by CDBG. St. John Rescue, the project has achieved completion of the original contracted scope and also an additional scope of the various additional items for the resiliency and hardening of the facility, which include provisions of hurricane shutters, enclosure for generator, and a full solar system. Women's Coalition, East Street Crisis Center. The first phase of the project is 100% completed. The second phase continues on the way and is progressing well, and of course is funded in part by CDBG. The authority remains steadfast in accomplishing its core mission while simultaneously working to help the territory recover from the devastating effects of the 2 Category 5 hurricanes that occurred in September 2017 and the far-reaching impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Senator Blyden, thank you for allowing the VIHFA to testify in front of this body. My team and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Griffith, for your testimony. Director Brady, Gwen Brady, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good day to the Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, and honorable members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other senators present today, as well as the listening and viewing audience. I am Gwendolyn Hall Brady, Director of the Division of Banking, Insurance, and Financial Regulation within the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, the Honorable Trugenza A. Roach, Esquire. Accompanying me today is Attorney Glendina Matthew, the Division's Assistant Director and Legal Counsel. On behalf of Chairman Roach and the members of the Virgin Islands Banking Board, I most respectfully appear before you today to provide testimony on housing issues in the Virgin Islands relative to the territory's locally based banks and the impact COVID-19 has had on each bank's mortgage operations. First, allow me, please, the opportunity to inform you of actions taken by the board to protect the housing interests of Virgin Islanders during the pandemic. On April 8, 2020, Chairman Roach, on behalf of the board, issued order number 4-2020, a copy of which was attached to our testimony. The order was issued at the beginning of the pandemic for the purpose of A, requiring all banks and mortgage loan servicers licensed and doing business in the territory to comply with applicable provisions of the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, better known as the CARES Act, and B, the Consumer Protection Programs and purposes. Now, Attorney Matthew will read into the record the CARES Act and Order number 4-2020 provisions that were requirements for compliance She will read those into the record. Thank you.
Good morning. Glendina Matthew, Assistant Director, Legal Counsel for the division. The CARES Act signed into law on March 27, 2020 was a $2.2 million stimulus package designed to mitigate the financial effects of COVID-19. The intent of the CARES Act was to help meet the basic needs of America's individuals, families, and small businesses by mandating financial resources for housing, employment, and the continued operation of small businesses. Therefore, in accordance with the CARES Act, Order number 4/20 mandated that the territory's banks and servicers doing business in the Virgin Islands follow certain requirements as consumer protection measurements. They were required to comply with Title IV, the Economic Stabilization and Assistance to Severely Distressed Sectors of the United States Economy of the Act, which provides Section 4022 to 4024. Foreclosures, moratorium, and consumer right to request forbearance, and forbearance of residential mortgage loan payments on federally owned and backed mortgage loans. This includes mortgage loans backed by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, U.S. Department of Agriculture, USDA Direct, USDA Guaranteed, Federal Housing Administration, FHA, which includes reverse mortgages, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, VA, Federal National Mortgage Association, Fannie Mae, and Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation, Freddie Mac. The order extended, however, to both federally backed and non-federally backed mortgages. The order also made available to their interested qualified borrowers a forbearance for up to 180 days on a residential mortgage loan. An additional 180 days could be requested if the request is submitted before the expiration of an initial 180 days. The request is subject to the approval of the mortgage lender. The order stipulated that no borrower shall be required to pay in full immediately after the termination of the forbearance period expires the total amount due during the time of the forbearance period. The amount included in a moratorium or forbearance is to be paid at the end of the loan. The order also complied with the initial actions of the CARE Act, which imposed a 60-day moratorium on foreclosures of federally backed mortgages beginning March 18, 2020 through June 30th, 2020. The act also, the order also, we also participated in section 1102 and 1106 of the CARES Act, the Paycheck Protection Program, as approved by SBA lenders on loans designed to help small businesses keep their employees on their payroll. We also implemented the bank's pandemic response plan and business continuity plan as protection against COVID-19 for the safety of bank employees, bank customers, and customers' assets.
I will now inform you in my capacity as Director of the Division Our accomplishments under the Virgin Islands Banking Board's Order Number 4/2020, as cited in each bank's 2021 State of the Bank report. On February 17, 2021, the Virgin Islands Banking Board convened a special meeting to receive from each local bank a State of the Bank report, the impact of COVID-19 on the bank's operations. In summary, each bank reported full compliance with Order Number 4/2020. Each of our local banks initiated COVID-19 precautionary measures to protect their customers and employees. In particular, each bank activated its pandemic response plan and its business continuity plan. Each bank continued to provide quality service, protected their customers and their customers' financial assets and the customer's ability to access these assets. They protected employees. They advertised their operating hours and changes thereto. They conducted online educational programs. They encouraged customers to increase usage of online banking services and online loan originations. I will repeat that because we want the bank's customers to continue doing that today, which is to increase usage of online banking services and online loan originations. The banks encourage use of ATM, direct deposit, and other digital banking services, all in an effort to reduce foot traffic at banks and thereby help reduce the spread of COVID-19. Again, the use of electronic banking by Virgin Islands consumers will help to reduce the number of customers coming into the banks, which is known as foot traffic, and thereby help reduce the spread of COVID-19. The banks also offered loan moratoriums or forbearances. Very few mortgage borrowers requested loan moratoriums during the pandemic, but the majority of those that did so are now current on their payments. Few requests for extensions on loan moratoriums were made. There were few mortgage defaults, few active foreclosures. Very low interest rates are now being offered by our local banks. This has resulted in an increase in mortgage loan applications. The low interest rates right now in the territory are starting near 3% on a 15-year mortgage. We encourage Virgin Islands consumers that are considering home ownership to shop around for the best interest rate that's available to them. As you are aware, the division also regulates the territory's insurance industry. Homeowners insurance sales are very crucial to the preservation of the territory's housing market. Home sales are increasing now after some slowness at the beginning and the early phases of the pandemic. Homeowners must maintain insurance during the life of a mortgage loan and are encouraged to maintain homeowners insurance even when the mortgage is paid off. Again, homeowners must maintain insurance during the life of a mortgage loan, whether it's 15-year, 30-year, and are encouraged to maintain homeowners insurance when the mortgage is paid off. Senators, listening and viewing audience, it is not only important to buy a home, but it is equally important to keep it. It is not only important to buy a home, but equally important to keep it. Keep to maintaining home ownership is timely payment of the mortgage, maintaining a homeowner's insurance policy instead of being forced placed by the bank or mortgage lender. And forced placement means only the outstanding portion of the mortgage loan is covered, and paying property taxes timely. Thus, the division during the pandemic is sponsoring public education activities on the radio and TV to inform Virgin Islands consumers about the CARES Act, particularly how loan moratoriums and forbearances work, and the fact that you must still pay the amounts deferred at the end of the loan amortization or loan period. Again, be advised that if you request a loan moratorium, you must still pay the amounts deferred at the end of the amortization period. That's different from paying at the end of the moratorium, as Attorney Matthews stressed. The order states payment due at the end of the loan period. We also did educational programs on how to maintain a good credit score during the pandemic and encouraging small businesses to apply for the Paycheck Protection Program. And yes, the Paycheck Protection Program is important to housing issues. And how so? Because many small business owners use their homes as collateral for a business loan, which is not advised to do, because if the loan defaults, the businessman loses his or her business as well as the home. Again, it is encouraged that there be consideration of the Paycheck Protection Program as opposed to using the home as collateral for a loan to support the business. Order number 4/2020 also required all local banks regulated by the Virgin Islands Banking Board to actively participate in the acceptance, review, and approval of Paycheck Protection Program loans. And I'm pleased to report that all banks complied, including the Economic Development Bank within the VI Economic Development Authority. As a result of our bank's participation in the Paycheck Protection Program, I am very proud to report today that during year 2020, the U.S. Virgin Islands received 2,057 Paycheck Protection loans. Again, 2,057. The total dollar amount of those loans was $126,446,683. Again, during 2020, the U.S. Virgin Islands received and there were approved 2,057 Paycheck Protection loans to our small business owners, totaling $126,446,683. Now, during year 2021, as of February 21st, 2021, 231 Paycheck Protection loans have been approved for a total of $27,160,355. The grand total of the number of loans and the dollar amount under those loans for the Paycheck Protection Program in the U.S. Virgin Islands to date as of February 21st is 2,288 loans. Again, 2,288 Paycheck Protection loans have been awarded to Virgin Islands small businesses for a total of $153,607,038. To any U.S. Virgin Islands small business owner who has not yet applied for a Paycheck Protection Program loan, please be advised that this program ends on March 31st, 2021. Again, the Paycheck Protection Program ends March 31st, 2021. We ask small business owners who have not yet applied to please do not go to SBA's website to apply for a year 2021 Paycheck Protection Program loan. Where do you go to apply? You are to go directly to either of the 5 SBA approved lenders in the territory. That includes Banco Popular, Bank of St. Croix, First Bank, Merchants Commercial Bank, or Oriental Bank. Again, to those small business owners listening who have not yet applied, the deadline is March 1st, 2021. Please go to any of our local banks, Banco Popular, Bank of St. Croix, First Bank, Merchants Bank, or Oriental to submit an application. Do so early because it takes processing time, and those loans must be posted by March 31st. For further information on the Paycheck Protection Program, please contact Wayne Huddleston, the U.S. Small Business Administration Senior Area Manager, U.S. Virgin Islands, and you may reach him at 340-473-7945. Again, 340-473-7945. Wayne Huddleston, SBA's Senior Regional Manager for the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thus, the State of the Bank reports presented to the Virgin Islands Banking Board by the territory's local banks confirmed that the territory's housing sector for homeownership was not in decline and is in good standing. The Federal Reserve conveyed similar welcoming news from a national perspective. On February 21st, 2021, the Honorable James H. Power, Chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, presented to the United States Senate's Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. During his presentation, Chairman Powers stated, and I quote, "The housing sector has more than fully recovered from the downturn." Again, the housing sector has more than fully recovered from the downturn, while business investment and manufacturing production have also picked up. The overall recovery in economic activity since last spring is due in part to unprecedented fiscal and monetary actions, which have provided essential support to many households, businesses, and communities, end of quote. A second order, a copy of which was attached to our testimony also, was issued on March 2nd, 2021 by Banking Board Chairman Roach in response to President Joseph R. Biden Jr.'s press briefing on February 16, 2021, whereby the President recommended the mortgage forbearance period be extended until June 30th, 2021 because of COVID-19's continued economic plight on individuals and families' housing needs. In concert with President Biden's recommendation, be advised that all local banks and mortgage servicers will be and have been ordered by the order issued by Board Chairman Roach and the Banking Board to offer mortgage loan forbearances to interested and qualified borrowers until June 30th, 2021. Again, mortgage loan moratoriums, also known as forbearances, are available to Virgin Islanders until June 30th, 2021, those who have mortgages with our local banks and mortgage servicers. Except for Fannie Mae and Freddie Mae backed loans, the deadline for those under a loan moratorium is March 31st, 2021. In closing, Chairman Blyden, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other senators present today, and the listening and viewing audience. This concludes the division's testimony. The division's hardworking staff members are unequivocally dedicated to regulating the banking, insurance, and financial services sectors in the territory and protecting the financial interests of Virgin Islands residents. Thank you very much for the opportunity granted to the division to appear before you today on behalf of the Virgin Islands Banking Board. May God bless you and the Virgin Islands. We are prepared to respond to your related questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Brady, for your testimony. Edie Shillingford, you recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and the Telecommunications, members of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, staff, testifiers, and friends. Earlier, you heard from Attorney Bon Vanek, the chairman of the Board of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, on the perspective of Catholic Charities on homelessness in the Virgin Islands. I will now testify on a more personal and on-the-ground perspective of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. The fundamental needs of any person begin with food and shelter. Can you imagine the challenges that come with not having either of these? Homelessness in the Virgin Islands is no different from homelessness worldwide, except that the temperature is warm year-round. The challenges are the same. Mental health and substance abuse issues, or rather, the lack of adequate mental health and substance abuse treatment services, contribute to the level of homelessness and the number of new cases seen daily. Because of our work on the ground, we are able to convey to you a true picture, the reality of what is happening on the ground with the most vulnerable people in the Virgin Islands. Throughout the pandemic, our doors have remained open, and we see firsthand the suffering of the Virgin Islands due to the unavailability of adequate housing. Prior to the 2017 storms, and most recently, the COVID-19 pandemic, the situation was bad. But now there is a dire need for housing. The pandemic has created serious challenges to food security and threatened evictions. Our numbers have drastically increased over the past year. Our meal count, 2019, St. Thomas, 150, St. Croix, 100, St. John, 35. 2020, St. Thomas, 230, St. Croix 120, and St. John 75. Projected for 2021, St. Thomas 275, St. Croix 200, and St. John 90. Total meal count for 2019, 58,800. Total meal count for 2020, 66,294. And our projected meal count for 2021 is 75,000 plus. Nights of shelter territory-wide, 2020, 8,395. Projected for 2021, 12,000. Direct assistance to individuals territory-wide, a total of $436,419.28 was distributed to 477 individuals with an average of $915 per individual. Projected for 2021, $640,500 to 700 individuals with an average of $915 per individual. Large food boxes, territory-wide, 2020, 27,000, and 2021 to date, 18,000. We need to keep in mind that homelessness is not a choice. Homeless individuals are victims of circumstance, and it is our moral duty to assist them by providing them with the services necessary to integrate them back into mainstream society. Even our homeless shelters should be designed to provide homeless individuals with a key which would allow them to lock their doors and afford them some privacy and dignity. Let me tell you a little about the programs and services provided by Catholic Charities in the Virgin Islands. Food. Individual meals served daily at our soup kitchens on St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, and delivered by vans through our mobile outreach program. Shelter. Emergency homeless shelter provided at Bethlehem House on St. Thomas and formerly on St. Croix and Herbert Green Complex, and soon to be reinstituted at the Light of Christ Center for the Homeless in Frederiksted, St. Croix. Direct financial assistance, a program of modest financial assistance grants that was initiated through the support of Catholic Charities USA in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Maria in 2027. Direct food assistance, a program of large 40-pound food boxes initiated last year through the Department of Agriculture, in which Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands does periodic distribution of the food boxes on St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. In the aftermath of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, the homelessness of the homeless population was further compounded. The Virgin Islands housing stock has not been fully restored, and COVID-19 concerns have put additional pressure on shared living situations. Catholic Charities continues to provide almost 500 meals daily territory-wide. We also provide primary medical care through a monthly medical clinic for the homeless. Our shelter has a capacity of 40 beds. The hospital ground building, which formerly was used as transitional housing, is to be demolished and will be replaced by an emergency shelter transitional facility. There are several new emergent factors affecting homelessness in the territory. Those persons who were doubled up or couch surfing and can no longer continue to reside with friends or family because they are not on the lease. The COVID-19 pandemic has made this problem much worse. People whose rent was being paid by FEMA and their contract agreement with FEMA has come to an end. Calls for direct financial assistance continue to come in from persons, especially young mothers, who are being faced with unreasonable reasons for eviction because the landlords now want to raise the rents. Problems with WAPA costs affect all of us, but the impact on those in marginal housing situations is much worse. Several families have been left in the dark because of the WAPA billing issues, and people who either were unemployed or have become unemployed because of COVID-19 have had to pay both the arranged and current amounts. This ends my testimony. Thank you, Senator Blyden, for the opportunity to once again provide a testimony on homelessness in the Virgin Islands from the perspective of Catholic Charities, an issue which affects each and every one of us, either directly or indirectly on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Shilling Ford, for your testimony. And before I go to Edie Derima, on behalf of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication and the 34th Legislature, I want to give big congratulations to Father Jerome for being appointed by Pope Francis as the next bishop of the Diocese of St. Thomas. I think he is an excellent choice. He's up to the task, and I want to say congratulations again, along with many other Virgin Islanders who are Catholic in the territory. Edie Derima, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, and all members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications of the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and all other present senators, guests, and listening audience. I am Irma Chase Derima, Executive Director of Methodist Training and Outreach Center. The Methodist Training and Outreach Center is the lead agency for the homeless management information systems for the continuum of care led by the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Our testimony today will be twofold. One, the information processed and collected during the 2019 and 2021 tentative data. Secondly, the day-to-day groundwork, challenges, and issues we address daily within the community. The continuum of care of homelessness is designed to address the critical problems of homelessness within the territory through a coordinated community-based process of identifying needs and building a system of housing and services to address those needs. The approach is predicated on understanding the homelessness is not caused merely by a lack of shelter, but involves a variety of underlying unmet needs, physical, social, and economic. The group is composed of representatives of organizations, including nonprofits, homelessness providers, victim service providers, faith-based organizations, public housing agencies, social service providers, mental health agencies, veteran affairs, and formerly homeless government agencies that provide homelessness services. The purpose and scope of the Continuum of Care program is to design to promote community-wide goals to end homelessness, provide funding to quickly rehouse those individuals and families while minimizing trauma and dislocations to those persons, promote access to and effective utilization of mainstream programs, and optimize self-sufficiency among individuals and families experiencing homelessness. The program is composed of transitional housing, permanent housing, supportive services, and the homeless management information system. The Virgin Islands Continuum of Care conducted the required 2019 point-in-time survey on Saturday, January 26, 2019. This survey was done on the unsheltered homeless in the territory. The unduplicated numbers of unsheltered persons were 314 individuals and 73 sheltered individuals that were counted. In 2017, the unduplicated numbers that were reported unsheltered were 307 individuals and 66 sheltered individuals. Based on comparison, there's an increase of 1% between 2017 and 2019 point in time that was conducted by the COC. In this current year, the week of January 29th, 2021 through February 5th, 2021, the COC conducted a required 2021 point in time count in the territory. However, that information is still being processed and uncertified at this time. The numbers that I have tentatively is showing 200 for the territory. Again, this is uncertified at this time. All information and data should be available by March 31st. In our testimony, we've provided a few charts documenting the unsheltered homeless numbers from 2017 to current 2021. In those charts, it's broken down by race, age, and ethnicity. Through the eyes of the agency, throughout the years of service, Methodist Training and Outreach has recognized the growing change and face of our homelessness within the territory. We have been present in the front line, providing service and assisting to meeting a mandate of providing service to a population that struggles with mental illness, substance abuse, and physical challenges, just to name a few. In our quest to help end homelessness, Methodist Training and Outreach Center provides services to several specific populations along with the chronic homeless. Allow me to share with you those areas and services. Veterans. The Methodist Training and Outreach Center provides services to veterans and families through the Support Services for Veteran Families program. We have provided service to over 200 veterans and families during the previous grant year, and 32 veterans and families since the COVID pandemic with emergency housing assistance, rental assistance, utility assistance, transportation, and emergency food supplies with the additional COVID dollars received dedicated to veterans enrolled in the SSVF program. MTOC continues to exceed our yearly goals set by our grant agreement. We continue to provide services to qualified families and will continue to do so as funding provides. HAPWA, our housing opportunities for persons and families living with HIV/AIDS. Our program provides services to these families yearly. This program is designed to meet the needs of persons living with HIV/AIDS and require housing to gain stability. As we all know, stable housing means improved health. We provide rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, and rental assistance through a short-term mortgage and utility portion of the grant. We have assisted over 90 families within the past 3 years and continue to do so. This program is a referral-based program. Transitional housing, Methodist currently house 3 transitional clients in scattered sites. Our food pantry, Methodist has a food pantry that provides hot meals every 3rd Thursday of the month from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. This pantry is funded by the staff of the agency. MTSD started providing 25 meals, and now the number has grown to feed 75 to 100 families within the community monthly. Our single room occupancy to help clients regain ability to self-sustain and enter permanent housing. We provide housing to 8 individuals through the single room occupancy program. We currently have 5 females and 3 males. With this program, there's a waiting list as of currently with our COVID situation. Methodist provides rental assistance and security deposit through other funding obtained through the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands. All of our grants are HUD funded and are earmarked to specific programs. The Methodist Training and Outreach Center has been able to assist over 300 families through partnership outside of territorial federal grants that we have between December 2018 and January 1st, 2021. We continue to work with all supporting agencies in assisting qualified clients to access the necessary service needed. During the COVID pandemic, we have recognized an uptake of 30% of families seeking rental assistance, food, and financial assistance. We were granted funded through the Community Foundation, VI, Supportive Services for Veteran Families, and HAPWA, and were able to meet some of the needs of families who came seeking assistance. It is the heart of Methodist Training and Outreach Center to be able to continue meeting the needs of our community through service and commitment. We see the need for additional funding to be allocated to our agency, along with other organizations that provide services to the homeless community. Our heart and pulse of the homeless population keep us striving to help end homelessness within the territory. As we look outside our doors, we see the need for housing dollars to provide housing to those persons that need some place to call home, along with persons navigating them back to sustainability and community. As a service provider, I'm here to seek local funding to assist MTOC in providing transitional housing to work in tandem with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority Emergency Housing Program. MTOC has already identified property and will be seeking funding through application with CDBG. MTOC works hand in hand with the Department of Human Services, Virgin Islands Housing Authority, Department of Justice, and many agencies seeking housing assistance for families in need. In the process of service from a nonprofit organization, we understand the issues, challenges, and the need to help end homelessness. And we also recognize that no one agency can accomplish this on its own. On this journey to end homelessness, we ask that we are considered a part of the puzzle, in obtaining funding to continue providing service to the less fortunate of our community. This ends my testimony. I thank you, Senator Marvin Biden, for allowing us this opportunity to speak on homelessness within our community.
Thank you, Edie Derema, for your testimony. And I must say, this morning I feel pretty good because all of the testimony was very informative, a lot of good information, and I want to thank you for that. We're going to have our first round of questioning, which will be 7 minutes, colleagues. I'm going to give you the order so you can know where you're at. We're going to start first with Senator Whitaker, then Senator Carrion, Senator Francis Heiliger, Senator Payne, Senator Joseph, Senator Francis, Senator Graff, and then Senator Saru. But before I go to Senator Whitaker, let me go back to Director Griffith's testimony on page 6, Director, at the top of your page, to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And also I'm going to referred to the Housing Authority in their testimony because they said they have 80 individuals because of the moratorium have not been evicted. And they have some $700 plus thousand in arrears. Now, my question to the Housing Authority and Director Griffith, I know you're working with Methodist Outreach Program, Catholic Charity, and other non-for-profit to assist you with the program coming forward. Have the Housing Authority reached out to you, or have your agency spoke in reference to that program in terms of assisting those tenants in the Housing Authority where they can have someone from the agency to be at the table with the training so they can do an in-house application process and streamline it for all of those residents at our housing communities and Section 8 programs? Have that been done thus far? If not, please, I recommend that be done immediately.
Senator Blyden, the funding does not allow for public housing to receive assistance underneath this program.
Question again. Is it a program for tenants not to be homeless?
It is, but the
so you tell me don't apply to public housing residents or
Correct.
Section 8 residents? They don't qualify?
Correct, sir. As it now stands, and both the public housing authorities and the housing finance authorities have brought that up to Congress and asked for that to be changed. But as for now, it's not allowed.
That's a problem. That's a big problem. But nonetheless, this is not a place or time. So I will let Senator Whitaker begin a line of questioning, and I'll chime in as needed. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for 7 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman, and good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to all the testifiers. And thank you, Chairman. Actually, is a great way to segue into my questions. I will start off with you, Director Griffith. And I'm going to really, my questions are going to really for those listening and also to the testifiers. We're going to really focus on structure, at least with my first line of questioning. Director Griffith, we don't have the Commissioner of Human Service here today, so I'm going to really ask you specifically. Are you aware of that we have a Virgin Islands Interagency Council on Homelessness?
Yes,
and
we're part of it.
What is the state of that council? Does it have regular meetings? When's the last time the council has met, the council that is responsible for addressing homelessness in the territory?
We have quarterly meetings.
Quarterly, and are those information in reports that can be sent to this committee?
Definitely.
Okay. The chairman
and the committee is also invited to those meetings too as well.
Thank you. So to the chairman, I would request those reports, at least of the last year, and going forward, certainly to get transparency on those meetings. Let's speak about the selection process that the Housing Finance Authority goes through in terms of the community development block grants. For these disaster recovery funds, are those decisions for allotment of funds made by the board or by a committee within the department?
It depends on all the funds that the organizations here have spoken about is the community development block grant, our traditional community development block grant. And that selection is based on a scoring system.
Well, no, Director, listen to me carefully. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about the selection committee. Is that the board or a selection committee within the authority? I'm not speaking about the process.
It's a selection committee within the authority and is brought to the board of directors for approval.
And those members are employees, correct?
Correct.
And do they serve until for how long, for the duration of their employment, correct?
Correct.
And most of those members have been on there for how many years on average? You would average it 10, 15. How many years have those selection members been on that committee?
Well, it's the employees of the community development block grant, so they serve as long as they're employed there. So it's not a different committee. It's the employees of our federal programs division.
Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on now to Ms. Pell as we address the issues with the Housing Authority. What are the number of housing complexes built in the last 8 years by district, starting with St. Croix? What's the number on St. Croix, and what is the number on St. Thomas and St. John in the last 8 years? I want the St. Croix number and the St. Thomas, St. John number. Or you can actually by island, really, and I should break it down by every island. Let's go St. Croix and then St. Thomas and St. John.
Okay. Lydia Pell, Acting Executive Director. Senator Whitaker, in the last 8 years, we've had 3 low-income tax credit developments. The Lewis C. Brown Phase 1, 2, and 3 on St. Croix.
That's one. Okay, one. And then St. Thomas?
On St. Thomas, it would be the Celestino A. White Senior Complex.
So you just have, so you're saying, so one on St. Croix and one on St. Thomas?
Well, Lewis C. Brown is 3 phases on St. Croix. There's a Phase 1, a Phase 2, and a Phase 3. So yes, you could call it one.
Okay, and St. John?
Lewis C. Brown site.
And St. John?
St. John, there are none.
Okay, thank you. Continuing the line of questioning, the sale, okay, so the Williams Elite Housing Community, there was a sale going on. And was that sale conducted pursuant to Title 29, Section 39? So what I'm speaking to is both the requirement of the involvement by law of the members of that community in the process of the sale. Were residents in the Williams Elite community involved in the process of the sale, of the current sale that's going on in house for the Williams Elite community, public homes in Williams Elite?
So again, in the Williams Elite community, the sales that are going on, the first priority persons that the Housing Authority is selling the homes to are the residents of Williams Elite.
My question, Ms. Pell, specifically is that, listen to my question, right? I said, my question specifically, were the residents of Williams Elite involved, as the law requires, it's mandate, it's not a may, were they involved in the creation of the selection process? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're going to be able to provide to the chair, as another request I'm making, the listing of the residents involved in the selection in the sale plan. Is that correct?
Yes, the residents of Williams Elite were the ones that petitioned HUD for that particular site to become a homeownership site.
The internal police force, as required by law as well, as we deal with this community in distress and crisis. Mm-hmm. What is the status of the internal police forces in our housing communities?
We do not have internal police forces at our housing communities.
1 minute.
When was the last effort made to actually have police presence in the housing communities?
The police presence in a housing community, what used to be called the housing police, that was dismantled when the grant associated with the funding for the force was removed.
So just to
that funding no longer exists.
Okay, so that's going to be the work that has to be done, because funding is one thing and the law is another, and then how we can use resources to best make people feel safe in their communities. Moving on now to Director Brady. Can you please give me some clarification on the marketing strategies used for the PPP loans, the PPP loans, the protection loans, and what efforts were made to engage nonprofits, targeting nonprofits in that process of marketing the program?
Time.
Good morning, good day, Senator Whitaker. Is it still morning? Yes. Good day. Yes, the Paycheck Protection Program is actually a program of the U.S. Small Business Administration. It's not one of the Office of the Lieutenant Governor. We are involved only from the perspective that it is the program is made available to small businesses through SBA-approved lenders. And all of the banks in the U.S. Virgin Islands are SBA-approved lenders. Information on the marketing and all would have to be acquired from the SBA through its senior area manager for the U.S. Virgin Islands, and that would be Wayne Huddleston. at 473-7945. We are not in control of that process. What we did, however, is what we reported today, which was through the Virgin Islands Banking Board and the leadership of Chairman Roach, two orders were issued. And in the first order issued in 2020, there's a requirement of all banks and mortgage services licensed in doing business in the territory to activate their participation, because they are approved SBA lenders, to actively participate in the offering of paycheck protection program loans.
Ms. Brady, my time
so.
was called. My time was called. I just wanted to as I close out, just a last statement, Chairman, if you. Thank you. Ms. Brady, that's, thank you for that clarification. So that brings us to, as another set of stimulus funds come, that I would really encourage that the banking division coordinate with the SBDC, with the SBA, the main, and to actually coordinate marketing efforts, because our government can assist and market to our community so that they get the information they need, especially the nonprofits and the businesses that are not in the multi-million-dollar range. We're talking about more of our grassroots businesses, our new businesses, and those grossing well under $1 million, well, even under $500,000 and lower. Okay.
Yes, Senator, we did that. As I reported, the division launched a public education program. We didn't rely only on the banks and SBA. We have been on the radio, TV, and we have done advertisements. We have actually assisted small businesses in the completion of the application, instructing them on how to go to the SBA website and complete the application. So we have done our work in making sure that our involvement was very active in the securing of those loans. Thank you.
Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Senator Whitaker, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Francis Heiliger, because I know Senator Carrion is on his way, traveling to this district. Oh, he's here? Okay, then he got here. Well, anyway, before I go to the next senator, I just want to remind my colleagues, those that were not here, when I made a statement this morning, that I am again requesting of my committee members and other senators in attendance to avoid line of questioning related to hurricane recovery and disaster rehabilitation projects, because those issues will be dealt with in a committee of disaster recovery by the able chairwoman, Saru, and all committee members. Okay, so Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. I hope, good morning again to the testifiers, to my colleagues, and to the people of the Virgin Islands. First of all, I want to ask a couple of questions. I want to direct my first set of questions to the Division of Banking and Insurance. Can you quantify the amount of moratoriums, the amount of forbearances, the amount of extensions that you have? Do you have any knowledge as to the total amount?
We had that information reported to the banking board. Most of that information was proprietary, given the dollar amounts that were associated with it, but that information was reported to the Virgin Islands Banking Board, which is a regulator of all the banks that are doing business in the territory. As I reported, though, out of those, there were very few that were requested, and out of those that were requested, as the president of the Bankers Association testimony also supported, very few extensions. Virgin Islanders were made aware of the fact, and those who contacted the division, aware of the fact that if we were to get a moratorium, that money still has to be paid, and so many persons opted to continue making their loan payments, which is great.
Excellent. I want to ask you guys a little bit about the PPP program, because I have gotten quite a bit of complaints in regards to this potential upcoming rental program, but in partnership with the PPP program. I'll explain to you a little bit. Some of the individuals that have gotten benefits because, for example, they were landlords and they had businesses where tenants might not have paid, and they got benefits through the PPP program. Because this upcoming rental program is also there, they're now going back to some of these tenants and trying to get them to go and apply, claiming that you still owe me money. And I've gotten this complaint from about 3 different people, even though the program hasn't started yet, where landlords are encouraging them to go forward, apply for these funds, even though they might have gotten assistance under the PPP program. I want to know, are there mechanisms in place for situations like this potentially occurring? Is there checks and balances to make sure those who might have gotten assistance prior might not be sending tenants to go collect this money after the fact?
Right. How we would respond to that, Senator, is that we would have to leave that to the SBA because we don't handle, we're not responsible. Believe me, we don't shy from questions.
Okay.
It's just that that part of the administration of the program is within the guidelines of the small business, the federal guidelines, the Small Business Administration.
Okay, so even with the participations of the bank, they still directly have to deal with that aspect of it?
Yes, they have to deal with that.
Okay, understood. I want to ask a little bit from a couple of questions in regards to Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. You spoke about initiatives in regards to developing new funding on page 3. I want to know, what is your timeline for developing these new fundings?
New funding? Let me go to page 3. You mean new subdivisions?
Yes. Let's see, page 3.
Because on page 3 we speak about Whispering Hills subdivision, in which it is currently reviewing the procurement.
Well,
so
with the funding sources, what's the timeline to get these things done?
The timeline of the funding sources. So it's not a matter of the funding sources. So we have an invitation for bids for the construction of phase 2. It will be out this month. So the contractors will then bid on the work and send it back to us with pricing. And from that, we'll pick the lowest responsive bidder and give it to a contractor to develop their homes.
Okay, do you have a timeline overall? Like, once you go through the bidding process, you get a contractor, do you give the contractor a specific timeline based on, say, the size of the project? What is the average timeline? Because people are more concerned about getting into homes. So we're trying to get to the information of the overall timeline of how long these projects are going to take.
So I have the timeline in each of them, so I can reiterate it. For Whispering Hills, this would allow, and I'll read it out from the testimony, the construction and delivery of all 16 homes within 16 months with a staggering of the start dates for each home. So the timeline for procurement is about 3 to 4 months, and then the timeline for construction is about 9 to 12 months.
Okay, 3 to 4, 9 to 12. Okay, I have another question I want to ask. When it comes to a lot of these areas where it's going to be having group homes, are you planning to allow tenants to create, say, associations, or they're going to be individual?
All of the communities that we create a homeowners association at the start of the community, and then we turn it over to the homeowners after we sell the last home.
So would they have any input after the fact to alter some of the development of how the associations are set up once you turn them over?
Yes, it's in their full control.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the time. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said time was up. I apologize. I wanted to ask another question when it comes to the charities section of our testimony. One of the individuals, Ms. Dermia, are you still here, Ms. Dermia? You mentioned homelessness is not caused merely by the lack of shelters. What are some of the other characteristics? Do you think that dealing with the physical, socioeconomic issues, and especially dealing with mental issues, play a large role? And if so, what are some of the things that you extensively are doing to assist with this?
This is Ms. Derimac, Methodist Training and Outreach Center. One of the main.
You may proceed.
Should I continue?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. One of the main challenges or issues that we face within the homeless population, of course, is one that many people is our mental health issue. One of the things that we try to do here at my agency, the best we can, is to help the homeless or the persons with obtaining counseling and support. Most of them that we encounter that need help through the system, we allow, we walk them through the system. And that's why in part of my testimony, I said to navigate them back to stability and community, because that's one of the things that we're lacking within the community, along with the day-to-day mental health care that they need. I don't think we can speak on that enough. But one of the...
When you speak about navigating them back, could you share some of the steps that you take to get there? Because I am in full agreement with you that mental health is a major issue, as I have had to deal with sometimes friends or even individuals I know personally are homeless because of mental issue. So what does your organization, for example, so I could learn a little bit more step by step that you try to do to navigate them there?
The first thing we do after intake and assessment is go through their needs. We have counselors, we have discussions with them to find out exactly where they're at. At that point, then we come together as a body within the organization. If they need to be reconnected with human services, in that way, we allow them to, we help them with the paperwork to go through human services for medical assistance. We help them with applications for cash assistance, food stamps, the necessary tools that they need. Medicaid being a big part of that, because once they have the medical assistance, then they can go through counseling, they can get the medications that they need. One of the other things that we do, we partner with Michelle and Ford for Catholic Charities to help them get cleaned up. We work with Catholic Charities. Sometimes we're allowed to use the showers where they can make themselves, a little more presentable within the community. The big piece is connecting the dots with the services that they need. And that's where we begin with Department of Human Services.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing the information. Thank you, Chairman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Before I go to a point of inquiry from Senator Whitaker, I want to recognize committee members, Senator VLA. Thanks for being here, Senator VLA. And in addition to the mental health issue with many homeless individuals, which was stated as one of the main reasons, Edie, Derima, the chart you have, it does not have a page number, but the chart is a little troubling because it's showing in terms of the age of those individuals that's homeless. For those between 46 and 62, there's 147 individuals, 18 to 45, 67. And then with the gender, that's also troubling. It's showing a large disparity. For females, it's 73. And for males, it's 236. Have you done an analysis as to why such a large difference between males and females when it comes to homelessness? Just for my inquiry.
We are working on the analysis currently. I must say that these numbers aren't just St. Thomas, this is territory-wide.
Mm-hmm.
So we are still working on the analysis portion of this.
Okay, very well. When you do get it, can you please share it with this committee? It will be appreciated. Senator Whitaker, you recognize your point of inquiry. Senator Whitaker's mic, please.
Testing. Yes, there's a quick point of inquiry to the Catholic Charities as well as Methodist Outreach, specifically as it pertains to subgrants. Have you, since the storms, subgranted, particularly in the area of homelessness, any of the grants you've received to any of the local nonprofits within the network? And subgrant in St. Croix and subgrantees in St. Thomas, are there any? And when I speak of sub-grantees, I specifically speak of any grassroots nonprofits that don't get any assistance from outside the territory.
This is Andrea Schilling for Catholic Charities. We do not subgrant to any other nonprofits. The majority of our grants are program specific, and we have to report as an agency, and none of the grants that we receive allow us to subgrant to any of the other nonprofits. But we always work with all the other nonprofits through the continuum of care, and always let them know that they can make referrals to us. And so far, I think we do have a very good relationship with all the other nonprofits, but we are not allowed to subgrant.
Okay, thank you so much, Edie Shillingford.
Both Ms. Shillingford and Ms. Diamax, both of the nonprofits, do you subgrant to any other nonprofits who are also doing the work of homelessness, not listed and not discussed today?
This is Irma Durima. No, none of our grants are sub-granted. All of our grants are specific. However, we do provide services throughout the territory. We have an office in St. Croix as well, and we do outreach to St. John.
Okay, Edie Durima, one final question before I go to Senator Joseph.
Sure.
Have you reached out or partnered with NAMI and other non-for-profit organizations that deals with our mental health and mental illness?
I have to be honest and say in the past we were very active with NAMI and the meetings. Since the COVID and stuff like that, we have not, no.
Okay, because I think that would be a great assistance to those individuals and your organization. Thank you so much for your responses. Senator Joseph, you recognize for 7 minutes.
A pleasant good morning, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues, members of this committee, as well as a pleasant good morning to our testifiers, the listening audience, our able-bodied central staff here at the legislature. I want to first commend all of you for your testimony and for being here this morning to share with us some of your accomplishments as well as your challenges over the years in providing the services that you do. I would like to start off my level of questioning to the Catholic Charities as well as Methodist Outreach, our NGOs, who are on the ground facing issues relative to homeless situations here in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chairman, I see that we don't have anyone who is testifying from the St. Croix District, Lutheran Social Services, here also to see how they are doing and faring well in the St. Croix District. Let me ask you, when you look at the landscape for homeless issues that we are facing here territorially, do you see that our population is comprised largely of individuals who reside here in the Virgin Islands, or are there times individuals who are transient and come here from off island? Ms. Shillingford or Ms. Durima, kindly be free to answer and be succinct if you can.
This is Durima.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay, Ms. Shillingford. This is Durima from the district. Our homeless population is definitely mixed. We see a large number of transient. Our office is located in the Market Square. As we know, many gather here. We've had, situations where they come from the airport straight to our office with a one-way ticket, which is pressing, which is a challenge for us because it's compounded. A lot of times we reach out to donors or other people within the community to assist us in obtaining plane tickets to send them back. And I'm quite sure
Well,
all our other agents.
Don't go any further, Ms. Doreen. Hold your thought. Ms. Shillingford, would you be so kind to answer the same question and be succinct because we're running on time and I have more questions to ask the other testifiers. Thank you kindly.
Okay, I think for us the situation is very similar, and I think recently, since the COVID pandemic began, we have seen an increase of the clients who come in from the mainland. I think I would say that approximately 20% of our clients now are people who have come in from the mainland, and most of them come with a one-way ticket. And I think one of the things that we have seen happening is that the word goes around. One person comes in and they think it's very good here. They bring their friends. So
okay. I understand that. Thank you so much, Ms. Shillingford. Now, have you done any studies to drill down and see where they're located? Because we are now absorbing costs that we didn't project for based on our population, because now you have to provide services for individuals who are not residents here, and residents meaning they haven't been here 60 days. Based on your testimony, they're coming straight from the airport to receive shelter here. And is it during the winter months you see mostly an increase in the amount of individuals who are transient here? Ladies, it's a yes or no?
No.
Yes.
Well, normally it would be during the winter months, but since the COVID pandemic began, it's throughout the year.
It's throughout the year. Thank you. I'll move on my question.
Sorry.
What was that?
The majority of them that we come from areas as far as Colorado, a lot of them come from Colorado.
Colorado. Okay. Thank you kindly. Also, I wanted to have and ask a question to Mr. Griffith, if you would be so kind to answer how much money do you receive annually in LIHTC funding? Low income housing tax credits. What's the amount the territory receives in tax credits?
The territory receives 3.2 million in low income, about 3.2 million in low income housing tax credit, but it changes every year based on the small state minimum.
Based on could you repeat that, please? I didn't catch it.
The small state minimum, meaning that we receive whatever the smallest state receives. So it's based on a formula allocation for the smallest state.
Okay, thank you. Based on your waiting list, how many persons are on your waiting list currently in the Housing Authority, the Housing Finance Authority specifically?
The low-income housing tax credits, it's applied for by developers, so it's only developers such as Housing Authority and other developers that apply for those tax credits.
And
so there isn't
Okay, but I'm referring to individuals who are on your waiting list for housing, affordable housing. You have a waiting list for low and moderate income housing based on your consolidated state plan?
Correct. We have over 1,000 individuals on our list. Over 1,000.
4,000.
1,000. Over
1,000. Okay, I wanted to go quickly to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. And my question, Ms. Pell, and thank you so kindly for your testimony and your team who is working there with you at the Housing Authority. I wanted to ask you about your economic self-sufficiency programs. How are they looking in the midst of the pandemic? How are you endeavoring to meet your required federal mandate to provide self-sufficiency programs to our residents so that they can transition into moderate income? Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the extended time.
Thank you, Senator Saru, for your line of questioning.
This is Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for your line of questioning.
I know ladies. And this is Ladies Month, Women's Month.
Senator,
I didn't finish. I didn't finish.
Oh, continue. I'm sorry. Wrap up. Thank you.
It was to Ms. Pell. Ms. Pell, could you be so kind to answer the question?
Sure. Senator Joseph, it has been a challenge, the family self-sufficiency program, because of the COVID pandemic. A lot of the participants experience quite a bit of hardship to help them keep up with their plans that they have in place, their economic plans. I'd also ask Ms. Akila Anthony to add anything else to that.
Good morning, Senator Joseph. Ms. Pell, I think Ms. Pell outlined the issues. We are experiencing, or our families are experiencing, some economic hardship. It's been hard, as many of our families has lost employment throughout the territory. It's been difficult for families. We did, however, see a small number of families enroll in the program. It's a very small number, but overall, families are experiencing economic hardship, especially trying to achieve goals and find jobs in the territory.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway, and your indulgence is deeply appreciated.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger. Wait, one minute. Give it 5 seconds. Senator Francis Heiliger's mic, please.
This question is for Ms. Schillenford from Catholic Charities. You spoke a little bit about, you shared the bulk of the individuals that you see coming in is from Colorado. Do you have any separation as to any issues they're coming with, specifically whether mental issues or substance abuse?
The majority of them come with substance abuse.
They're from Colorado?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Point of inquiry, Senator Saru, and then when we finish, we're going to go to Senator Carrion for his line of questioning.
How you going?
Senator Saru?
Hello. Good morning to all. I guess this is to Catholic Charities and the other nonprofit, MTAC Methodist. Oh, I'm a Methodist. So the point of inquiry would be that the both nonprofits indicated that they see a lot of people that come here on one-way tickets. That is technically illegal. So what are the because our infrastructure, we already struggle to support our own. So the question would be, have you made a complaint through the Attorney General's office, through Human Services, to contact those jurisdictions where you notice that they're sending their people here on a one-way ticket? Because that is a crime. And jurisdictions should not be allowed to burden another jurisdiction, sending that type of population to a territory that does lack the resources. So what has been the interfacing or conversations or complaints between Human Services and the Attorney General's office?
This is Dorima from Methodist. I can't speak on the conversation with Department of Human Services or the Attorney General's office because I've never made contact or a complaint to the Attorney General's office. However, we have contacted Department of Human Services in the essence of assisting us with tickets in returning these individuals to where they came from.
Thank you, Senator Saru. Go ahead, Senator.
This is Andrea Schilling for Catholic Charities. Senator Saru, I wasn't even aware that it was illegal. And the states do not send the people. The people purchase their own tickets. They get on the airline and they come to the Virgin Islands. So we always have the conversation. It's an ongoing conversation with the COC and Human Services. We continue to talk about it. But the most that is ever done is that one of the agencies or Human Services will purchase a one-way ticket to send them back where they came from once we have somebody who says, yes, I will receive the person. If there's nobody to receive the person when they get to the other end, then they remain in the Virgin Islands.
Thank you, Director Schilling-Ford. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph, and then we're going to go to Senator Carrion for his line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask a point of inquiry to the Housing Authority relative to your waiting list. How many persons are currently on your waiting list for both Housing Choice Voucher Program as well as the traditional affordable housing program?
Hi, good morning again, Senator Joseph. Let me pull up that chart.
Good morning, Spell. I can answer for low-income public housing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farmer.
Good morning, Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. We recently had a waitlist purge for St. Thomas. We have 342 on the waitlist, St. Croix, 366, total of 708 on the waitlist. That is for the low-income public housing program.
Good morning, Akela Anthony. A combination of our waiting list yields about 5,000 families waiting for assistance.
How much?
Miss Anthony, you said 5,000?
Right. That would be a combination of all the waiting lists for the voucher program.
Wow. And how many vouchers do you have available?
We have a very small number of vouchers available, about 100 vouchers. And while we have a large allocation, we don't have the funding to support the allocation from the department.
Point of
And for Mr. Farmer, in terms of the waiting list of 342 and 366, how many vacancies do you have per island? How many vacancies do you have in St. Thomas, St. Thomas District and in the St. Croix District?
Few seconds to pull that data. Hold for one moment.
That's fine. You can always get back to me after Senator Carrion do his line of questioning. So, Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your line of questioning. 7 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, testifiers, the staff, viewing and listening audience. Before I start my line of questioning, this is Virgin Islands History Month. Let us remember that many of our housing communities are named after our Virgin Islanders. And it's important that these facilities don't fall into despair. And if they do, we're not doing justice to the individuals that it was named after, nor are we honoring their legacy as Virgin Islanders. So just something to think about as we move forward. First, I would like to thank all of you, the testifiers, and everyone who is collaborating and working hard to ensure that we provide decent, safe, and affordable housing to everyone in the territory. One of the first questions I have is a concern I have to ensuring that our young professionals in the territory have more opportunities to home ownership. Many of them don't qualify for affordable housing or do not have an interest in living in a housing community environment. They want to live in their own single-family home. They want, just like everyone else, to have the American dream to have their own house. So my question is, what are we specifically doing to be able to attract these young professionals and provide housing for them, and also for the middle-class housing?
Is that for the VIHFA or for the Housing Authority?
VIFHA, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Okay, what we provide is that we provide the same thing to everyone in terms of that we have a home ownership class in which individuals get training on how to become a homeowner, and then we do the qualifying for a home in which they go through our credit counseling and we pull their credit and we do their debt to income ratio so that they can qualify for a home that we build. Also, we partner with the local banks and USDA, so a lot of our clients come through USDA Rural Development, and they provide a portion of the funding, and we provide usually federal assistance through the home program or other local funding sources to help them with their down payment assistance. So those are the programs we provide both with local banks and with USDA.
And Director, when last there was a class offered?
We offer classes on a continual basis. Classes can be found online right now. If you go to vihfa.gov, you can do an online class. And we're also doing classes every, Mr. Richardson, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 6 weeks. The class, yes. Okay. And the classes are available virtual too as well if someone doesn't want to do it just, it's still online, but it's not, it's with a human person interacting with it.
So when was
the next class is available. The last one we did was January 13th to February 17th, which is just completed.
Okay.
The next class is March 17th to April 21st, and the class is already full for the online, for the virtual version. But the online one is always available, and anyone can take it at any time.
And how many individuals participated?
In the class, I'd have to pull up the exact number. Usually classes, we were limited before COVID to about 30-something individuals per class, but with it being online, I think we've expanded the outreach for the virtual class now.
So do you have a number?
29.
Yeah, I was going to ask you if you
so
have
it was 20.
Mm-hmm. If you also
Actually,
have a number in 2020 of the amount of individuals that participated and obtained their house.
Sure.
Thank you. And since you're looking for that also, do we currently have any housing development in territory that would be considered as mixed income? And do you okay. And do you see it as a do you see mixed income model as beneficial to the territory?
The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority is able to provide housing assistance up to 3.5 times the area median income. So that means someone in St. Thomas can make up to about $180,000 and still qualify for a home from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. So we definitely serve a population from low to moderate to high income based on that statute.
Okay, thank you for that. Also, have there been a recent study on the cost of rental units in the territory? If so, what is the average cost of a 2-bedroom home or an apartment currently, and how does that compare to prices prior to the storm?
Prior to the storm, we did a 2015 housing demand study that had the cost of rental. And of course, as you would imagine, before then, the territory was already overburdened with the rental prices. We have not done a rental study after the storm. So we're going to do another housing demand study, but we're waiting for the oncoming census data to assist us with that. But the prices have just gotten higher. You're supposed to pay just 30% or less of your income towards housing, and the majority of the individuals in the Virgin Islands are paying more than 50% towards their income towards housing. That was before the storm, and the storm has only made it worse.
1 minute.
So do you know what's the average cost of a 2-bedroom currently?
The average cost of a 2-bedroom home, I have it in the housing demand study. The number I have offhand in my head is the one for St. Thomas, just because it was so jarring. It was well over $2,000 for a 2-bedroom in St. Thomas. So that's the one I remember offhand. But I can pull up the housing demand study and give you the exact numbers that we had for 2015.
Hold on, Senator, time for 1 second, please. 2,000 per square feet, you're saying?
No, not per square feet, sir. No, he's asking about rental housing.
Oh, wow.
Rent?
Okay.
Rent.
Okay. You may proceed, Senator.
Director, and that's prior to the storm?
That's prior to the storm. That was in 2015.
Okay. Wow, that's really shocking. Ms. Pell. Yeah.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning. Good morning. Um, you have you noted in your testimony, you noted the appointment of Ms. Marcia Fudge as a new HUD. Do you know if there's any plan of her visiting the territory?
We do not know of any plans for her visiting the territory, but in the event that we are made aware by HUD, would you like to be notified?
No, I'm just curious because I know sometimes we're left out of the loop, so I want to make sure that there's some discussions going on to ensure that our territory is taken into account.
Well, typically, the secretaries do visits, especially to the field offices, and our field office is in Puerto Rico. So in the event that we do become aware, we would let the committee know.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some other questions, maybe the second round. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Senator Carrion, for your line of questioning. Senator DeGraff? Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Payne, he's back. Senator Payne, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Let me see. Yes, good afternoon. We just hit the 12 o'clock, so good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Before I begin today, Executive Director Griffin, I must give some props to Mr. Darren Richardson from your office, man. Mr. Richardson and his team accommodated my team last week as we toured properties and land, along with a team of investors from the mainland that we actually brought here to build up to 600 affordable homes, with most being in the territory, with most being built on the island of St. Croix. This is just an attempt to provide much-needed homes that our territory desperately needs. It was very fruitful, thanks to your team, Mr. Richardson. I can't thank you enough. You've been up at the crack of dawn, out at meetings, well into the late evening hours. I really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator.
There's another facet that's coming along that I've been working on with the chairman to ensure that when these properties are slated to come online, we have some affordable items that we can utilize to reduce the cost of building the homes by about 40 to 45%. That's going to be a serious win-win for the territory, and I'm sure at the appropriate time, the chair will have a hearing to discuss same. Edie Shillingford, good day, ma'am. How are you? Ms. Shillingford, you there?
Yes, I am. Good day, Senator.
Good day, good day, good day. In your testimony regarding homeless shelters, it says apartment units at the facility it's supposed to be comprised of a total of 40 beds and separate rooms for females with or without children. This is for St. Croix. What are your numbers looking like as far as St. Thomas shelter?
The St. Thomas shelter will also, the next St. Thomas facility will also be homeless shelter and transitional facility. It will also house 40 individuals, male, female, and it is our intention to have 2 rooms, 2 family rooms.
And what about the new facility that you're slated to build in Coral Bay for St. John?
Coral Bay for St. John, we are looking at applying to CDBG for funding for constructing a 20-bed facility.
Okay, and what's the estimated timeline for completion for St. Croix and St. John?
St. Thomas, St. Croix, we are looking at 2023, St. Thomas 2023, and St. John would be the same thing.
Okay, and lastly, you have any plans to do transitional housing, permanent supportive housing, or affordable housing assistance for the residents of St. John?
Not presently, but the St. John residents would have access to the transitional housing on St. Thomas.
So hopefully you'll be working on something for the residents of St. John who reside in St. John so they can remain in St. John, right?
Well, I guess later down the road we will look at that definitely.
Thank you so very much for putting that on the record. Miss
You're
Derima.
most welcome, Senator.
Miss Derima.
Yes, Senator.
Yes, good day. Did Methodist Training and Outreach Center receive any COVID-19 related federal funding or resources to assist renters or landlords?
Yes, we did receive funding through the Supportive Services for Veterans program, and we also received COVID dollars through the HOPWA program for persons living with HIV/AIDS.
Okay, and are there additional funds? Are there any additional funds remaining?
To assist, we just got an award letter where we will be getting in some more COVID dollars from the Veterans program.
Okay,
So
how much will that be?
That should be available.
About how much?
I don't have the dollar amount in front of me. I want to say it's 138,000. I can get that number to you.
Okay, and lastly, what kind of rental assistance programs exist within Methodist Training and Outreach Center?
Most of our programs are specified. The rental assistance that we do provide to the community is through Community Foundation, where they do give us small grants, anywhere from 5,000 to 50,000, and that's how we do the rental assistance for the clients within the community.
Okay, thank you. Acting Edie Pell, you online?
I am.
Good day, ma'am.
Good
How are you?
afternoon. I am well, and you?
Okay, good. Excellent, excellent. You stated in your testimony that HUD is providing $1.5 million for new affordable homes and increasing vouchers by 500,000 nationwide. How much funding for affordable homes and how many vouchers will be allocated for the territory?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry, Jared.
Okay, so you said in your testimony that HUD is providing $1.5 million for new affordable homes and increasing vouchers by 500,000 nationwide. How much funding for affordable homes and how many vouchers will be allocated for the territory?
1 minute.
Senator, I would like to defer the question so Ms. Anthony, who's the director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, she can give a more accurate number.
Okay, thank you.
If you don't mind.
Ms. Anthony, that's fine.
We still have the...
I'm sorry, I didn't realize. We did receive 75 new vouchers for the territory, specifically for persons, adult household members with disabilities. That's through the CARES Act money that the Department of HUD provided to the program. We have not gotten any other allocations.
Okay, thank you for that, Mrs. Anthony. Director Brady, if I can. Well, actually, I can hear the time being called. So, Executive Director Griffith, you online?
Yes, sir.
Good day, good day. What are your plans for affordable home projects slated for St. John? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
For St. John, we have one affordable housing project planned for St. John. Mr. Richardson, if you could go ahead and give the exact location for that.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator, on the island of St. John, we have one project that's being contemplated in Estate Bethany, right outside of Cruz Bay. That's the only one we had. We had some additional, we're looking for additional land in St. John, but the only project that we have scheduled on our table would be one in Estate Bethany.
And that project will house how many units?
Unfortunately, it'll only be anywhere from 12 to 16 townhomes. That's about it. It's a small parcel of land. Unfortunately, we don't own any land over on St. John. We are trying to find land.
as we speak.
Are you all in a position to, Siri, Mr. Chair, one more, please. Are you all in a position to purchase land from residents who are willing to sell land to the government?
Director Griffith?
We can if it is if it's based on appraised value.
Okay.
So the answer is yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'll make sure to set up a meeting for that as soon as possible. Thank you for the answers. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payne. I want to recognize the President of Senate President Fred Gregory. Thanks for joining us, Senator. Good afternoon. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, I just want to clarify a statement I made earlier in terms of that to Director Griffith in terms of residents under Section 8 and voucher program. I had a senior moment because, of course, residents on those programs, rent is based on their income. So if they do not work or they have lost their job, their rent is based on their income. So some of them do not pay any rent. So of course they will not qualify. So I had a senior moment. So I want to apologize for that, Director Griffith and Ms. Pell. Senator Graff, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. To the nonprofits, thank you. You're doing a great job. You have been doing a great job. Continue to do what you're doing. For the nonprofits, right off hand, do you owe any vendors in regards to providing services for the homeless?
Right now, this is Andrea Shillingford again. I don't think we are owing any vendors. It's just that maybe one or two, and it's just that the payments are late.
The payments are what you said?
Late.
Late, okay. Also for Methodist?
This is Director Derima from Methodist. All our vendors are current.
Okay, great. Also now, for how many outreach personnel do each of you have? Methodist, how many outreach personnel do you have and vehicles to assist with transporting of homeless or persons in need?
This is Director Derima, Methodist Training and Outreach Center. We have 3 outreach workers in St. Thomas. We have 2 in St. Croix. We are in need of a vehicle. We currently have 1 vehicle, and that's located in St. Thomas.
Catholic?
On St. Thomas, we have 8 outreach workers. On St. Croix, we have 3, and on St. John, 1. We have 1 vehicle on St. Croix as Ms. Derima. Just as Ms. Derima, we do need an additional vehicle on St. Croix. And our operations on St. Thomas have increased, and we are also in need of an additional vehicle for St. Thomas. So if there's anybody out there who has a vehicle that it could be parked in your yard and you're just not using it, we would be happy to have it. Because really and truly our services are sort of curtailed because of the lack of vehicles.
Okay, good. Again, those are things to submit to the chair we could see again how we could assist also, because the services you provide are actually priceless. Thank you for that. Ms. Brady, Director Brady, thank you again also. I think you mentioned about a banker's report. Is that a report that can be submitted to this committee? Ms. Brady? Director Brady?
Director, I think you are mute. Can you hold the senator's time, please?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Director Brady, I believe your mic is on mute.
Okay, I guess, Mr. Chair, I could just go on to another question. I could, Ms. Brady, a chance to come back.
Okay, very well.
In regards to housing finance and housing. I'm seeing construction posturing to be done and taking place. The old Ras Valley, they're working on, or Tutu High Rise, they're working on taking down. And the Duno area where I see now they have the big crane up and get ready to go. How many Virgin Islanders are hired for those projects?
So this is Lydia Pell, Acting Executive Director. On the Duno project, we expect roughly 120 persons will be employed on that project. On the Tutu demolition, it's a lower number because of the different expertise in regards to that project. Is a demolition project. So the number is roughly between 30 and 40 individuals.
VIFHA, Director, your projects? You have to go hold my time, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, I'm talking.
Yes.
My apologies. I was speaking on mute. With our current projects in St. Thomas, Fortuna, the contractor is a local contractor grade also 100% of the employees there are local employees by him, and also in Whispering Hills with the current home construction that we have going on too as well. They're all local employees.
Okay, good. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Brady, are you ready as yet? Before I go on?
Yes, sir. We did not mute. It must have been muted on the other end. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can.
Okay. In response to your question, kindly note that the State of the Bank reports contain some very confidential information, and they're submitted under the code to the banking board as regulator and to the federal oversight regulators of each bank, but they're not for further distribution because of the confidential nature and proprietary nature of the information shared.
Okay, good. I understand that. For Director Griffith and Ms. Pell for housing, in terms of your housing stock, can a certain percentage be put aside for our first responders who have been working on a constant basis through the hurricane time, through COVID? Can a certain percentage be put aside for the first responders, police, fire, EMS personnel?
1 minute.
This is Lydia Pell. A certain percentage of the housing stock. So remember, the way individuals qualify is based on income. There are exceptions to units under HUD where people such as police officers can occupy units, and certain exemptions are afforded under those categories, but they would still have to qualify. So as long as they qualify, we don't have to set aside a certain amount. As long as they qualify, they can occupy the units.
Okay, for VIF housing finance, same thing?
The only set aside we have, sir, is for veterans. We don't have a set aside for first responders.
Right. I know that.
Time.
And Mr. Chair, if I may conclude, in regards to the Methodist charities and Catholic charities, could you speak about your veteran services that you have? And you can answer on the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf, for your line of questioning. Edie Schilling-Ford and then Edie Derima.
We do not have, Catholic Charities doesn't have a veteran program. We do serve veterans lunch, but any veterans who need special services, we refer them to Methodist Outreach to the Veterans Program.
This is Derima from Methodist Training. We do have supportive services for veterans and families program where we provide services to veterans and families. We provide rapid rehousing. We provide rental assistance, utility assistance. In some cases, we provide food and emergency supplies.
Thank you so much for your response. Director Shillingford, let's go back to the island of St. John. And in respect to the homeless population in St. John, and there not being any service for those individuals at this time, have anything been done in order to assist those individuals in St. Thomas in terms of getting transportation to St. Thomas, and see if they are willing to temporarily have some type of assistance in this district unless home the resident St. John when it comes to the services?
Okay, on St. John, the Catholic Church has started a homeless shelter. That shelter houses 6 individuals. Unfortunately, the homeless population on St. John is not ready. They don't want to relocate to St. Thomas. We have tried, even when we have the medical clinic and we transport them over, most of them will not come because they do not want to leave St. John. The services are available to them. I think we've had 3, successful relocations, but apart from that, it's very, very difficult to get them to agree to relocate to St. Thomas.
Okay, thank you so much for your response. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I want to focus today on the middle class because the middle class is being wiped out. We know with the recovery and everything else, agencies come before us, they have all these vacancies, and the issue is capacity, but I don't know who you're going to attract to the territory if the cost of a 1-bedroom is your entire paycheck, your 1 month, your bi-weekly paycheck, and you can't afford to build. And we continue to talk about, just capacity issues, but once people aren't tied to the land, they have nothing for which to stay. So you will always have a brain drain in the United States Virgin Islands as long as we continue on this path. So, Mr. Griffith, was a feasibility study done before you embarked on these projects of the areas to which you have chosen to build these turnkey homes? Yes or no?
It depends on the project. For the rental projects, yes, and for the home ownership programs, it's where we have land.
So it's where you have land. So let me give an example. Nada is a project that was built a long time ago, and Nada stands within the natural water flow of the water running behind Old Tutu. And when hurricanes come, when we have floods, Nada is first hit because we haven't done a feasibility study because it's just on the land that we have available. So I suggest that feasibility studies be done for rental units and for home ownership. Now, let's go to mitigation. The mitigation, UVI has a grant, and their mitigation project indicates that the date and time and the age in homes that we have that were built like in the 1980s, 1985, and it shows that we continue to take the limited land that we have and we develop it for a hotel, for gas stations, or for home ownership. As we progress in the future, the solution to home ownership cannot possibly be to just clear land, because we don't clear land until we clear land into the water. What are the creative mechanisms outside of clearing new land to create or to allow or to facilitate an environment for home ownership?
Well, it's a good thing you mentioned UVI. We're actually are meeting with UVI on their mitigation study, and we're meeting in conjunction with UVI, FEMA, and VITEMA to do just that, doing that plan and study for that. And we're also doing infill development research too as well, and that simply means that we're looking at where homes are existing and to redevelop those areas.
Okay, good. So we're looking to, in essence, look at derelict homes, old homes, damaged homes, and flip them so we can have affordable home ownership, in a nutshell.
Correct, ma'am.
Perfect. Let's go to, I guess this will be between you and the Oh, well, I'm gonna need an extra 2 minutes. I'm asking this on behalf of somebody. I don't want to yield my time. So how are you doing that? What's the plan to address that?
So the plan to address that, what we did a long time, not a long time ago, before the storms, we went to every district and starting with the towns, St. Charlotte Amalie, Christian Shed, Frederickstead, and took a picture and got the address and ownership of every derelict building in the towns. And we found who the owners were and also saw which ones were owned by the government. And so to begin the process of doing that infill development. The storms came, so that sidetracked that for a moment, but we're finally back on footing where we can go back to the to doing that project.
Okay, now I need to shift my questions to the bank. Without a doubt, we don't really discuss this, but the banking issue remains an issue. For home ownership, banks are not giving construction loans. It's almost difficult to get cooperation with the bank. Director Brady, on the banking board, what are the discussions with the banks on their path to promote home ownership to provide some level of financial backing?
What the banks, good day, Senator, and thank you very much for the question. The banks are working very cooperatively with the community on financing for construction as well as for home ownership of existing properties. As I stated earlier, the banks, in concert with what's going on nationally, interest rates are down to about 3% or even less on a 15-year mortgage. So the cooperation is there. We encourage persons who are interested in construction loans or in buying existing properties to go to each of the banks to shop around to get the best deal on an interest rate as well as other terms.
Okay, Director Brady, okay. So the question would be, of the 5 banks in this territory, how many provide construction loans?
I'm almost certain all do, but I will certainly double check that for you.
Okay, I'll await the response to the chair because the response will be alarming. So I'll wait for the information from you. Now, while we are on the financial portion of home ownership, what's the going interest rate for mortgages in the Virgin Islands among the 5 banks for 15-year to a 30-year mortgage?
As stated just a few minutes ago, Senator, the rates are in average now with those nationally. Rates have come down during the pandemic as in part because of the CARES Act, but wanting to make sure that home ownership can exist coinciding with loan moratoriums. Interest rates in the Virgin Islands now are very competitive, and they're in places, many of the banks have like 2.875 for a 15-year. And so we have interest rates that are nearing 3% for mortgages in the Virgin Islands. And this is with local banks, not with banks outside of the territory.
Okay, so who's a 2.87? 15 years?
That's a 15-year, but we do not put out that information, but we ask persons to go to each bank because it's a 15-year, but it depends upon whether or not the person qualifies for the credit rating and all.
Okay, I'm a bit confused as to the response, because I was expecting the response to be some proprietary information response. But when you go on the federal government's website, they aren't afraid to tell you the average rate for a 15-year mortgage and a 30-year mortgage. But in the Virgin Islands, you can't tell me the average mortgage for 15 or 30 years. That is not proprietary information. I mean, I don't have a law degree, but how is that proprietary information? So you can't tell me the interest rate for a 30-year mortgage?
No, I didn't say, not to be controversial, but no, I didn't say it was proprietary for the interest rates.
So do you know what that average interest rate is for a 30-year mortgage?
It's about 3.3%. It's about 3% for a 30-year, Senator. And it's less if there is a 15-year.
Conclude with your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Director Brady, you could conclude. Go ahead. You were saying something.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator. Yes, the rates are very competitive. No, it's not proprietary. There's about a 3% interest rate in the Virgin Islands right now for a 30-year mortgage, and less for a 15-year, about 2.875.
Okay.
But it depends upon your credit score, and we aggressively gone out and educated the public on the importance of maintaining credit scores. We've educated the public too on the different levels. What is a good credit score? What you can demand of a lender if you have a good credit score. So we are educating consumers on that. We're also an active participant with the home ownership courses the classes that Mr. Griffith described. We provide that training. We go in and we provide training to persons who are seeking home ownership on what to expect, how to approach a bank, what questions to ask of, how to be prepared, the importance of escrow, the importance of paying your homeowner's insurance and your mortgage through escrow, because new home ownership requires that level of preparedness. But we work closely with him and his team on that measure.
If I may conclude, Mr. Chair, because
conclude.
The head of the institution took away 2 minutes, right? So I just want to reclaim my time. I just wanted to conclude basically that the testimony today and the reality of the situation is starkly different. If you enter a room with 10 young professionals, 8 of them live in their parents' home, and there are some people who aren't prepared to build and be homeowners, but they would like to rent in the meantime, and the cost of rent is through the roof. The rent, per the code, the rent control office exists within the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. It needs to be revised. And then homeownership is a problem. We could never have a qualified, skilled workforce when they have absolutely no place to live. And that is the reality of the situation. And there must be an aggressive approach to address homeownership for the middle class. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. So we'll
Senator,
call with you. Yes, Senator.
If I may just say one statement on that, what I think we really need to help with, I think in the territory that our banking partners can help us with as well, is that the down payment is the major struggle for people to become homeowners in the Virgin Islands. You need a minimum of 20% down by the banks, and we jump in and help a lot of people with down payment. But I keep telling Senator Blyden this story. When I was in the States, I never went to HFA to buy my first home. The bank, based on my credit score and my income level, allowed me to purchase a home with very minimal down payment. And I think we're going to need that type of assistance to be able to, for more individuals to purchase a home. It can't be a sole reliance on just the HFA. That's impossible. So we would need the banks if the banks can bring back some of those programs where included PMI, private mortgage insurance, and allowed people to get into homes with a lower down payment, that would definitely help the territory. Sorry for taking some of the time.
Senator Saru, you had a follow-up quickly?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chan. That's the point I was making, and Director Griffiths stated, he just solidified my point, because I'm in the process of trying to do that, and we do not, for the longest, I complain to you and the Senate President quite often. The owners can't solely be on via HFA. The banking board really has to buckle down, and the banks, they do not give construction loans, or they want a 40% down payment in a territory where WAPA taking half of your check. So we really need to look at the banks and what the banks are offering Virgin Islanders. They're running us out of territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. So when I do agree, I believe in the States it's 3%. That's all you need, 3%. Many of our family and children in the States have homes. They have bought their homes. It's so simple. And why is it so difficult in the territory for us to move forward? I mean, we have to have that in-depth discussion with the banks and the Lieutenant Governor's office and all other parties and stakeholders in order to assist our people here in the territory.
May I make a statement, please, Senator Blyden?
Proceed.
Yes, sir. With respect to what was stated, do know that the banks are working with persons. Many of the banks also have home ownership classes. Many of the banks work with, and that's why we work with consumers, rather. And that's why we are starting with the importance of good credit scores. The issue is not the base in full. There are always two sides to every story. What you've got to consider is that we have got to inform our young people of the importance of working toward that prize, keeping your eye on the prize of homeownership, and maintaining good credit. Because if you were to go out and get a new vehicle that is going to cost you $50,000, $60,000, and then you want to purchase that home and get other things, you've got to stay focused. And that's the importance of working toward that good credit, trying to make sure that score is in like the 700 range, and so that you can be a qualified consumer. And there are options. There are many instances where that requirement for that 20% is not there. And then it is higher, it's very competitive in the states as well. It all depends upon that credit score. That's where we are working on to try to make sure that our young persons, our middle income level, ready to become homeowners. Again, it's not so much just getting it too, encouraging them on how to maintain the ownership of the property. So we are working towards that goal with working with the community.
Director Brady, I hear you loud and clear, and I do appreciate your sentiments, but at the same time, I must say, I have a very good relationship with many people in the territory and many young people who have left. Try to get homes and try to get loans, same exact credentials, and gone to the state and get it next month. Right now, they have their own homes. So we have a problem. And when we have a problem, we have to admit it and see how we can do better. Everything you said, I agree with you, but we have a problem. We do. And it's a fact. Many people have left and gone to the state and get a house next month easily. So we do have a problem, and like I said, we need to really address it once and for all. Senator Fiele, I'm going to let you go next, and then I'm going to go back to Mr. Farmer in terms of my response and go to my line of questioning. Senator Fiele, and Senator Fred Gregory, before I go, I'll let you go. Senator Fiele, recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. It's afternoon, yes. Good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I want to begin by extending condolences to all the families on the island of St. Croix that have been affected by the violence over the last 4 to 5 days. It's been, we have lost quite a number of individuals, 7 individuals in a short period of time, and I want to encourage the people of St. Croix, the people of the Virgin Islands to put down these weapons, put down these guns, and let's stop destroying the Virgin Islands in the manner that we're presently doing. On April 6th, the Committee of Finance is going to have a meeting with all the banks. We're inviting Banco Popular, First Bank, Oriental, all of the banking institutions in the Virgin Islands to have a discussion in reference to mortgages and mortgage option so that we can be able to clearly know what options exist in the Virgin Islands. And I think it's important because a number of our millennials are trying to acquire home ownership, and there is not clear information that they know in terms of how to go about the process and how they're able to meet those required down payments. So we're going to have a meeting, and we're going to call in all the banks, and we're going to have a discussion with them where they'll be able to put on the public record what mortgage options exist in the Virgin Islands. We're also going to request of those banking institutions whether or not all of the options that are available in Puerto Rico, if all of those options are available in the Virgin Islands. And we believe that as our main banking institution, that we should have access that is available to the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. So we're going to do that. Mr. Graham, quickly, can you tell me the status? I'm going to just give you the name of some of our housing development, the status of those areas. Dishabert Housing Project, what's the status of the rebuild?
Housing community center. Hold Senator the other time. Mr. Graham is ill, so Ms. Pell is acting at this time, and it's housing communities.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator Bailey.
Status of Dishabert.
So Disha Bird currently is remaining vacant. We recently conducted a blast zone study. Based on the results of that study, we're unable to do new construction on that property.
You said based on the results of the study, you're unable to do construction on that property?
That is correct.
So what is going to be the use of the property?
For right now, we have not determined a use. I know the governor has some ideas about how it should be utilized, but we have not gone into any detailed discussions with him.
And what is the reason as to why we can't rebuild on the property?
HUD does not allow us to construct any residential housing within a certain parameter of a blast zone study, or a blast zone, rather.
Okay.
For a lot of reasons. John F. Kennedy, there's been delay on the design, but we are focusing on doing a partial new construction there. Again, part of the site is in the blast zone area, and part of it is not. It's the other part that we're planning to do construction is outside of the limits.
Harrigan?
Harrigan, we have contracted with Benton Construction. It is in the process of being demolished, or the start of demolition.
What is the start date for the demolition?
Notice to proceed, I have to look up that date, but we did issue a notice to proceed. I think it was last week.
Okay. In the testimony, I'm reading about moving to this public, this voucher program. I'm looking for it. Housing choice voucher. What is the difference between that? I see that you're saying that you're moving towards all 3,000 units towards a housing choice voucher. What's a housing choice voucher? What's the difference between that and what we have now?
Well, the housing choice voucher program is what was formerly referred to as Section 8.
Okay.
HUD changed the name to housing choice voucher. So one of the main program that allows the housing authority and other housing authorities to convert from public housing to the voucher program is called a RAD program.
We presently have some construction that is going on in there to replace the main water line.
That is correct.
Are we monitoring that construction? Do we have issues with that particular construction?
There are no issues with the construction. We pressure tested the lines as of yesterday.
So the construction is going according to schedule?
Yes, it is.
Okay, who's the contractor?
O'Reilly Construction.
What's the name of the company?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly Construction.
Correct.
Okay. Do we have any litigation by any contractors against the housing authority?
We do.
And that is in reference to what?
Previous contract.
Time.
Contract.
Previous contract that what? What happened as to why you're being sued by a contractor?
I don't know that I could actually go into details other than to see the contractor and the housing authority are in disagreement with some actions that the contractor feels that he's owed money, and the housing authority issued documentation in regards to how he was supposed to proceed with the contract. can say that much.
When I'm looking at the development of these housing community, I look at the development, Louis Brown Villas, and the way that those units are maintained, and then you look at those areas that are managed by the housing authority, and there's a stark difference in terms of administration of those particular housing units. Why, up to this point, we're still allowing dogs and horses and just cars, abandoned cars in the housing communities, but when we go to this private management, that is not happening. Is that just an indication of poor management of these housing communities?
Senator, I wouldn't say poor management, but I would say that it is a challenge for us.
What would you call it? If you have the other entities that don't have those same situations that are public housing but privately managed, they don't have the horses, the dogs, the abandoned cars, then what do you call it? Is that a mandate? Do you give a mandate to your managers to not allow that type of stuff to take place?
Well, we do have mandates, and we do have a lease that the residents, sign in regards to the things that are allowed on the property and the things that are not allowed on the property. The managers do their best to try and control it, but I would tell you this, the residents are very well aware of what they can and can't do, and they choose to do it. A lot of the illegal and the things that others see happen after our staff leaves the property. A lot of it does not go on while our staff is there.
Do we have sufficient workers in the housing communities to maintain them?
We do not. Part of the testimony, we discussed about the number of work orders and the need to hire additional staff, and we are in the process of doing that.
Okay, I'm not sure. I think my time has been called, but I have to ask one more question. St. Teresa of Calcutta House of Hope. How many residents do we have in that facility?
Presently, we have 7 residents in that facility.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope that somebody else drills down on the way that our public housing is being managed. When you look at some of the issues that we have in the community, it's just that lack of management that is creating additional issues. We have the abandoned apartments that have become kennels for dogs, and illegal activity. No rules are being enforced, but yet when we turn over these housing development to a private company to run, everybody's complying with the rules and regulations. So it got to be something that we're doing wrong. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Piali, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Fred Gregory, Mr. Farmer, you were supposed to give me some information in terms of the 708 in the St. Thomas St. John district that's on a waiting list, and how many vacancies you have at this time? What are the number of the vacancies?
Correct. Good afternoon again, Director Farmer. 122 vacant units for the territory of St. Thomas. For the territory of St. Croix, 194.
194, St. Croix, and 22 St. Thomas, 194.
122 for St. Thomas.
Okay. Okay, I'll drill down when it's my turn. Thank you so much, Mr. Farmer. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And I have to go back to the line of questioning that was just had by my colleague in St. Croix around the management of the housing community. And I know that Ms. Pell did try her best to respond. However, I think the better question or the better discussion that we need to have is do you have enforcement issues? Because the issues that we have in the housing communities are real. I mean, you drive through the housing communities here in the Virgin Islands, and you know, everything that my colleague said is true. So while they may know what their responsibilities are, the question is, how are we truly enforcing that? Because, you know, what gets monitored gets done, frankly. So if it's not being monitored and there are not expectations and regulations or enforcement is it, then, you know, people are going to do what they want. So tell me, how is it that, what is your challenge to in fact address these issues? Is it a challenge with the housing, working with VIPD? Does housing have enforcement officers? What is it outside of the housing managers? There must be something that can be done. We cannot continue on this trajectory that we are on with our housing communities. We've seen all the things that are happening here in the Virgin Islands as it relates to our young people. Our young people need to see that there's a right and a wrong way to do things, and it's just not okay to be lawless. So share with me, Ms. please.
Sure. So when I say our managers, we do our best from 8 to 5. And again, you know, a lot of the activities that happen legally happen after that time. The enforcement of it, we have built several relationships with VIPD because the cost to resume like the housing police it's an exorbitant cost that the agency under HUD cannot fund. So we have partnered with VIPD. We've went into memorandums of agreements. We have done several things. We've taken units offline so that VIPD can have a presence in communities. We've cooperated with them in any way possible.
I understand. I'm going to cut you off right there.
One of the things...
Can I just allow me to just cut you off right there, because I hear what your concerns are, and I know that we have, or your challenges rather, and I know that back in the day there was the housing police, and that was literally defunded. So I don't know that HUD can continue to say that this is not something they could fund here in the Virgin Islands. I think we need to put our heads together and figure out how to make that plea. I mean, it's in our face. The issues that we have here are literally in our face. So I don't know that we could continue to ignore them, and we could continue to lean on our Virgin Islands Police Department alone. So that's something that we really need to address. I understand that from an enforcement perspective, your housing managers really can't enforce the abandoned cars, etc. And I guess in instances, they don't even know who the cars belong to. But there's notice that can be provided to those residents who are participating in illicit activities. So that's part of the responsibility. But I'm going to leave that there because I have to move on, okay? But that's something that we really need to work on and give an earnest effort, not only from the housing entity, but as well as us as elected leaders here in the Virgin Islands, okay? But I want to go to Ms. Brady very quickly because of the conversation that was had earlier with my millennial colleague here in the St. Thomas, St. John district around the loan applications. Is there a requirement where, or a policy, et cetera, where the banks here in the territory are required to provide to the banking board or to the Division of Banking and Insurance information around the number of applications received compared to the number of applications closed for mortgages here in the territory or construction loans?
I know we get that. Good day, Senator. I'm sorry. Good day, Senator Fred Gregory, and thank you for the question. We get that information in the State of the Bank reports. I do want to add, however, that for first-time home buyers... No,
Ms. Brady, you got allow me to manage my time. So you do get the information, and the question is, so is there some comparative analysis that's going on with that information to determine whether or not the banks are in fact providing I don't know if there's a per capita whatever it is, are they meeting the expectations of the territory, or are they meeting the expectations of the banking board as it relates to applications versus closed loans?
The banking, is it okay to respond now?
Yes.
Go ahead. Okay, all right. The banking board, yes, does question the banks, and they do present a question to them about the number of loans, the loan applications number closed. But what it is trying to make sure also that they're in compliance with federal guidelines. The banks here do offer first-time home buyers. There's a 10% down payment. If it's for veterans, 0% down payment, 4% for FHA. So the guidelines that are set on those the federal guidelines are complied with by our local banks. Okay. And then what they take a look at, though, again, is the creditworthiness of the borrower. But those questions are presented.
Okay, but I still believe that I don't know that I'm hearing that in earnest there is a concerted effort to really look at what the issues are as it relates to our applicants.
Yes,
and us really trying to work with our applicants. Would it be something that we provide via legislation? I don't know what it is, but the issue that we have here is real. It's a real issue. I have a son. He's a pharmacist here in the Virgin Islands, and he's a millennial as well. And going back to what my good senator talked about, there's no opportunities as far as home ownership for them. But outside of home ownership, my colleague also, Mr. Chair, can I continue? My colleague also spoke about housing opportunities, because many times younger people are not necessarily interested in purchasing homes, but they're interested in living in a good environment, housing environment, right? And this question is really for Housing Finance Authority, Mr. Griffith. And we've had this discussion before. And I'm trying to figure out, does HUD have any programs where there can be some earnest mixed income housing opportunities here for young professionals, or for professionals, period? Because as to my colleague's point, we continue to talk about individuals or Virgin Islanders coming back home. But in earnest, how do they truly come back home based on the situation they have with the housing situation that we have here in the territory? So help me, Mr. Griffith, to understand what is it that we can do from a legislative perspective, and what is it that you can do from the HUD perspective, so we can get the mixed income housing opportunities? Because I know it happens in other states. My daughter lives in D.C., and it's happening in D.C.
It happens in the other states based on, a lot of times they do their own tax credit program, in which the state does a tax credit program that's not tied to the same restrictions as HUD's guidelines. So HUD guidelines are almost 100% all income based. What we've done in the territory is that we've asked HUD on the disaster recovery side to use the income levels of St. John, which is our highest income area across the territory. So, but that's still not a cure-all by any stretch of the imagination. So, for example, in St. John, for a four-family household, the AMI is $72,000. So we've asked that to be used in St. Croix and St. John. And in St. Croix, that's usually 40-something thousand. So that's increased by 30,000 doing that. But really what we need to do is to find a funding source that we can use local funds to help with the down payment assistance for buyers, because that's really what most of the people come to us for, is to be able to get down payment assistance. And we do that through the home program, and we get a small portion through the moderate income program, which is just $250,000 a year, and we provide that. But that's a big thing. It's the down payment assistance. We provide credit counseling. We also provide financial counseling so that their debt to income can qualify. But if we can find another funding source to help people to get into their homes for the down payment, that'll go a long way.
Thank you for your responses.
May I add something?
You're gonna have to answer in the chair's time. My time has been called, so I don't want to abuse my time. But I really think that at some point, and my good Senator, Millennium Senator, her and I have been really talking about this because it's a true issue. And in earnest, I think at some point as leaders here in the territory, we have to get together to figure out how we're going to address this issue if we are serious about rebuilding the territory and addressing our workforce development issues. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Frederick, for your line of questioning. Point of information, Senator Thoreau. And I want to recognize the presence of Senator Potter. Thank you for joining us, Senator. Go ahead, Senator Thoreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good discussion this morning, but I wanted to also put on the record that you will not find a millennial or those that come behind of me that are not in debt, because we are told to keep our eyes on the prize, and our eyes on the prize is to receive an education, and it comes at a cost. So we're the most indebted generation. So your credit score will not be 700 once you have that debt on your credit, and there must be a concerted conversation with VIHFA, with the banks, because the economic climate has changed for the group of people that we say should be educated. It comes at a cost. So I just wanted to add that perspective to the discussion this morning between Director Brady and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much.
If I may make a statement, please.
Yes,
I'd like to put on the record, please, that it depends upon the type of loan that the person is getting as well. In the Virgin Islands, first-time home buyers can qualify for rural development loans, for veterans loans. No down payment is required at all for rural development financing. No down payment is required at all for veterans financing. Only 4% is required for FHA financing. The reason that I stress good credit is because of the fact that we not only want young Virgin Islanders to get into a home, we want to make sure that they're able to keep that home, and that requires good credit. Now, the importance of it also is that making sure that when you go in, you ask for those types of loans. The rural development, again, no down payment required at all. The veterans, if you're a veteran or can qualify, no down payment. All 100% guaranteed loans at our local banks, and 4% for FHA loans. And then to make sure, too, that it's a conventional fixed rate and not an adjustable rate, not a balloon mortgage. These will make sure that the person can get in if qualified. But I wanted to put that on the record that those federal 100% guaranteed loans are available through our local banks. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Griffith, you want to say something? I thought you started.
Just to piggyback on what the senator said about student loans, we do a lot of credit counseling on student loans, and that's something that the HFA definitely can assist with, because that's a real issue out there. And simple things about putting our collective minds together. As you've mentioned before, Senator Blyden, public water. If we get public water to more areas, it allows us to reduce the size of the cistern we build, and that allows us to build a house for $25,000, $35,000 less if we have access to public water. So those type of simple things in coordination can help too as well.
Thank you, Director Griffith, for going where I needed to go before me, but thank you. Point of inquiry, Senator Whitaker, and then we're going to go to Senator Potter. Senator Whitaker's mic, please.
Testing. Thank you. A point of inquiry to Ms. Director Brady. You indicated that we all know that it's the credit score, but also one of the qualifications, is it not the debt to income ratio? So if you have high student debt, that would also be a factor in your inability to qualify. Am I correct?
You're very correct, Senator.
And what is the current percentage of the debt to income ratio? What is the current percentage?
That is not across the board, but it depends upon the amount of debt that the individual is maintaining.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Potter, you're recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Without question, the issue of affordable housing for moderate income Virgin Islanders is at crisis proportions here at the territory right now. I'm talking about that police officer and counselor couple who are trying to get into a home. It's almost impossible right now. So I think I agree with Director Griffith that we need to put our heads together, the banking community, as well as the legislature and others. We need to put our heads together to come up with some creative ways to find a way out. My first question is to Director Griffith. Director Griffith, I felt a little sorry for you when I heard in your testimony that you and your agency is actually the entity that's going to be responsible for managing the emergency rental assistance program.
Thank you, sir.
You mentioned that March 29th is the anticipated launch date. Now, with everything else that the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority has on its plate, is it fair, is it realistic for you to be saddled with that enormous project? Do you have the manpower, the capacity in place right now to successfully launch such an important program within the next 3 weeks or so? That's when the 29th is. It's around the corner.
Thank you so much for that. This was the first time like I told the previous session I was in, that I was sad when I received the money because no, we do not have adequate staff. We're using our consultants to assist, and we're looking to hire up for this as we're hiring up simultaneously for other programs. And that's why we've partnered though with our nonprofit agencies, the Continuum of Care. We have superheroes in MTOC and Catholic Charities that have raised their hands and said they're going to help us with the intake process, and the other nonprofits. So we're going to be leaning heavily on them to help us to get these funds out to the Virgin Islanders.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
My next question is to Ms. Pell of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Ms. Pell, I think you mentioned in your testimony on page 9, I believe, page 9, can you elaborate a little bit for me on the economic opportunities for residents through the FSS program? I think you mentioned that VIHA staff functions as a case manager to assist residents to identify their goals. Can you explain a little bit more about that program, how it actually works?
Sure, Senator. How the program works, the program is funded. We apply for what's called Family Self-Sufficiency Grants. The Family Self-Sufficiency Grant, HUD sends it out every year. We do the application. We've been awarded consistently for the last 5 years. Once we get the funding, with that funding right now, we hire a case manager. The case manager goes out and she basically tries to get residents or market residents to apply to the program. Once they're part of the program, she assists them with setting goals based on their income, things they may want to accomplish, whether it's buying a car, buying a home, attending school, whatever that goal may be, and she assists that family to meet that goal. So again, like the testimony says, currently there are 25 individuals who are head of households who participate in the program, and they do their goals based on a 5-year improvement plan, establish their goals based on a 5-year improvement plan, and it allows them, if they get an increase, whether they get a promotion or any increase in their salaries, that difference of the rent they would normally have paid, that difference goes in a separate account and is held for them to assist them with meeting their goals.
I think it's an excellent program. My only concern was when you said that existing staff functions as a case manager. I was just wondering if existing staff would just be given those additional duties. But you said that you had funding to actually hire a case manager to perform those duties.
That's correct. And when I say a case manager, individuals come, they have situations that may prevent them from meeting their goals, and that individual, she's very good at it. She assists, and I know she also works with the HFA at times, but she assists those families with trying to figure out what's the best way for them to make sure they keep on track.
Okay, thank you for that. On page 10, you mentioned also about the Section 3 program that allows the Housing Authority and its contractors to hire residents for construction and other jobs in our development offices. And I thought that was really a brilliant program also. Is that actually working? How many persons have actually been hired?
The Housing Authority itself, we've hired 43 people. We have 43 individuals, 30 on St. Croix that work throughout our various public housing communities and in our offices, 13 on St. Thomas that do the same. So some of them work, mostly they work in our maintenance department, but they do also work in our administrative offices. And then the contractors for the projects that we have currently active, we have roughly about, let me see, there is approximately over the next year about 20 additional individuals who reside in public housing communities or other assisted communities that would be hired under the Section 3 program.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pell. My next question really is for Ms.
1 minute.
Ms. Shillingford and Ms. DeRima, and it's regarding the homelessness in the territory. I wanted to specifically ask about teen homelessness in the Virgin Islands. Are you seeing that? I know we're seeing an uptick of teen homelessness on the mainland. Are we seeing that in the Virgin Islands?
No, not through Catholic Charities. We may have, I think our average would be 23 to 65 age. Just a few below 23, under 23 years of age.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Shillingford. Ms. DeRima, you
what we may have is mothers with children.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what we may have is mothers with children, and if the mothers come with the children are considered homeless.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shillingford. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. Let the clerk please clock 7 minutes for me. Let me do my line of questioning. I'm going to go back to the Housing Authority. And Ms. Pell, I know, as you know, I usually attend the board meetings, and in the last board meeting, they stated that the vacancy reduction plan will be available by today's date. Is that plan available?
We do have an update to the plan, yes.
Okay, very well. And why it's so important and critical, I would like to see that plan to see exactly how the agency plans to address the vacant units, because once those vacant units are completed, we would have assisted, well, the agency would have assisted 360 more individuals from the waiting list, which is a huge number, half, a little less than half, which is good. So I would like to see that plan and see how, what it looks like. Also, when it comes to the vacant units and contracts, is the agency still putting forth contractors to fix those units?
Yes, we are.
Along with staff and Section 3 workers?
Yes, we are. And that's part of the plan.
Okay, very well. Let me go back to Director Griffith quickly. And you mentioned a little bit about it, Director Griffith, in terms of meeting with and speaking to WAPA in terms of the mitigation funds that's going to deal with a water line distribution system to some of your developments. Are you having no discussions with your team in terms of when it comes to your development that you have online right now? Are those plans included in those areas that we're speaking of, in any of those areas, future or current?
The only one that we might get close to would be Whispering Hills. None for Tuna right now. As we discussed, it goes. We are having the discussions with WAPA, yes, for the overall planning of the water lines. The short answer is yes, so I won't take too much time. But it won't happen overnight, though, unfortunately. And I can give you the list of all of the developments that they plan to submit to us for water lines.
Okay, great. That's good news. Number one, for those individuals, and number two, for the agency in terms of WAPA. Let me ask the Housing Authority. Let me go back to housing. And my colleague spoke in reference to horses, dogs, abandoned vehicles, etc. And you stated in terms of stuff occurring after the managers leave. I've been a manager for 20 plus years, and in my community that I was responsible for as the manager, I think it's important for the managers to have, number one, good relationship with the residents, and number two, good communication in terms of the different agencies that have to assist them in order to run their AMPs, which is their community, in a better manner, because it's critical. For instance, if I come in the morning and I walk my grounds, and I see stray horses, dogs, what have you, first of all, I'm going to know by 10 o'clock who they belong to, if it belongs to anyone in the community. And if not, I would have called one of the agencies that deal with those type of issues and have them remove it, because I wouldn't have no issue removing it, because since no one claims it, no problem, we're going to remove it. So I think it's critical for the managers to basically have good relationship with the other agencies and communication with the residents in terms of walking the ground and basically getting familiarized with everyone. I think that will go a far way. Is that being done, Acting Director Pell, on a regular basis in terms of, I know back when I was there, we had to walk the grounds a certain amount of time every morning, etc.?
Yes, so the managers are still required to walk the grounds. A lot of the coordination that you talk about with other agencies is a major issue. A lot of things we have actually been trying to coordinate with different agencies to assist us: agriculture, waste management authority, VIP. I can name a whole list, and we always come up on the short end of the stick. So things like VIPD, we're paying to put in cameras. Things like the garbage bins with the bottoms eaten out, waste management can't replace them, so we're ending up paying for them. A lot of the things, we're not even fighting with agencies anymore. We're tired. The horses, the racetrack closed, nothing is being done. So the horses are in our communities, they're in vacant units. We spent millions of dollars sealing vacant units so that the horses would stay out. So again, all the senators are correct. We do need the assistance of other agencies, but frankly, we don't get it, and we're tired of asking. So we're just doing this stuff ourselves.
Well, I'm just putting on the record. Don't get tired of asking. Reach out to your senators. Reach out to the administrator. Reach out to whomever you have to reach out to in order to assist you, because I did not realize that you were not really getting the cooperation you surely deserve, because those residents are taxpayers. Those residents, they do vote. Exactly. Those residents are part of the community, and they should be treated as such. So in order for you to do your job and make sure that you have safe, sanitary, and decent housing, you must assure that they do their part, because we're all on the same team, basically. So moving forward, I ask that you do reach out
1 minute
for assistance. Okay?
We will continue to reach out, but we will continue to do what we have to do ourselves.
Agree. Let me ask in reference to COVID-19 and Also, let me ask in reference to the units, especially those that were damaged since the hurricanes. I know um, we have been advocating for some time in terms of them being fixed, and many of them have not been fixed, and that's how you came about with the plan. But my question is, for many of those units and those residents, in terms of their rent, etc., was that program ever implemented when it comes to the rent reduction program and abating some of those rent space and the damages that was done by the hurricane to those units in the interim?
Sure, I'll have Mr. Farmer respond to that particular question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon again. Jimmy Farmer, Director of Asset Management. As it relates to abatements, yes,
Continue.
you are correct. Abatements are still in process relative to deficiencies that are in the apartment. When they are addressed with the property manager, if it rises to the level of health and safety, there is an abatement process and program in play.
Okay, very well. And finally, since my time has been called, let me just wrap up by stating I want to thank the authority for basically hearing my cries in terms of many of those residents that's on a voucher program when it comes to the time limit on those vouchers because of the crisis we have here when it comes to housing, and there is no housing and everyone is repairing their homes. So I appreciate the authority basically using a common sense approach and realizing that we do have a problem and you need to extend the time for those individuals who are really and truly looking for a home but cannot find any other result to no fault of their own. So I just want to put it on the record. Colleagues, that completes the first round of questioning. We have Public Works coming in next. It's 1:20, so what we're going to do, we're going to do a second round of 3 minutes, a quick round, and I'm going to start that round of questioning with my co-chair, Senator Whitaker. You recognize for 3 minutes, and before I go there, though, let's take a 5-minute break. That way folks can go and relieve themselves and do what they got to do and come back. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break and go straight to, okay, we're going to continue. This committee stands in recess for 5 minutes. Be back on the record. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Give it 5 seconds.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Chairman. So in this final round, I want to let's go quickly to the Housing Authority and really just emphasizing what's going on with the state of many of our communities. Whim Gardens. Last year, I went out and just had to cut the grass. When me and my team cut the grass, I was told that there were only 4 maintenance staff for the entire island of St. Croix, and that there were vacancies. Is that still the case, Ms. Pell? Do we still have only 4 maintenance staff assigned to all the housing communities that you oversee? Are these still have vacancies, yes or no?
No.
So currently, how many maintenance staff do you have? Do you have more than the 4 now?
Well, number one, that information you have is incorrect. We have more than 4 persons that work in
What is the total?
maintenance.
What's the total you have for St. Croix?
For the island of St. Croix?
Yes.
I have to pull that number.
Okay, so once my time is short, we'll get that information. I do attend the board meeting,
Sure.
and I can drill down on that. But I just emphasize that we need to have a regular cutting schedule, because while the communities are being rebuilt, we look at a community like Whim Gardens with our elderly, and that we need to do the best we can for them, okay? Because in that case, it was over 2 months that their grass was not cut.
That is incorrect.
It's okay. I'm not going to do that. We're not going to do that today, because I have the documents and information. The other item concerns the tenant councils. Do we have any currently active tenant councils that are in operations?
No, we do not right now. Other than the Oswald Harris Court on St. Thomas, we were in the process of doing elections last year, but because of the COVID, we've had to postpone them.
So you've only had, so the last year, so you're making an effort to have elections this year. So how many communities will we have more than one after the?
Right, it depends on how the elections go.
And when is
people that are nominated?
What is your targeted date for the next election?
We do not have one right now.
When is the last time that you or anyone within the agency held in each community town hall before COVID, and what efforts are you being made to engage the residents, whether through email? How do you in fact inform the tenants of what's going on with their community?
We've been doing virtual meetings with residents. Williams Delight for the homeownership. That was about 2 months ago. We've been doing meetings at Walter and Hodge. All the redevelopment projects, we've been doing meetings virtually. We've been doing it in the community centers with social distancing over the last 3 months.
So to the chair, I would want to get a breakdown of all of those meetings. The only one I was aware of, which was made public, was the Williams Delight. Chair, just have one more question. So the breakdown of, as Ms. Pell has represented, that there have been a number of community meetings. One that was clearly published was the Williams Delight meeting, wherein residents could not actually participate. It was a phone, they actually called into a number and couldn't ask any questions. And so to the chair, specifically all of the meetings in the last year that the Housing Authority has held with the residents. And my final question goes to, and it was actually a point of inquiry earlier, goes to Mr. Director Griffith. Ms. Shillingford represented that she's unable to sub-grant monies to critical nonprofits. I give an example on St. Croix, for example. We have the 10,000 Helpers organization, which I've been part of, that is there's in need of funds to help the homelessness population on St. Croix. And what she indicated is that she's unable to sub-grant. Last week, as you represented during a committee hearing, we have a number of CDBG DR grants that are going to requisite government agencies who have been sub-granting funds in the tens of millions of dollars. So is her statement accurate that she's not able to, neither her nor any other nonprofits that you issue grants to, sub-grant to other critical organizations that are doing?
She's correct.
She's correct. So in the case of CDBG DR, agencies can sub-grant, am I correct?
No, they they act as a subgrantee. The grant comes to HFA, and those agencies are the subgrantees.
And so okay, just to close that up. So you have the workforce development. You have different boards. The workforce development board. You have the Department of Tourism, who's taken CDBG DR grants, and they've given it through contract to other companies. Is that not a form of subgranting?
No, ma'am. No, that's they're doing contracts with those agencies so that they can deliver the services. Michelle Infra does the same thing. When she builds a building, she'll do a contract with a contractor and build a building and provide different services.
So it's all about semantics. So we're going to get beyond that, and I'll look for the support of my colleagues if we have to legislate it to move beyond the semantics. I think I'm being very clear that we have critical needs of other nonprofits, and if we're going to help to solve the crisis, we need to all work together and be fair in how we give out funds so we can truly solve the crisis in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Joseph, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon again to our listening audience, colleagues, also central staff and senatorial staff members. I wanted to ask a question to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority relative to your funding sources for your FSS program. Are you meeting your requirements as far as the number of individuals you're required based on your grant agreement to enroll in those programs? And is it one program under the low income side, or is there another program also under the Housing Choice Voucher program side? And then I would like to follow up with another question to Housing Authority and ask you, when did you have or hold your last managers residence meeting? Those are two questions. Thank you.
Sure. Senator Joseph, the FSS program, again, is funded on an annual basis based on through the competitive process. The individuals and the mandate in regards to what we have put in the application, we have exceeded that. It covers both the public housing and the Section 8 or Housing Choice Voucher Program participants.
Congratulations.
Thank you. The issue in regards to when the last resident meeting, the last formal resident meeting was, as you know, on an annual basis, we have a public hearing in regards to our annual plan. That's the most individual. Additionally, asset management is scheduling individual resident meetings to review the new lease and ACOP. Those will be forthcoming. The last meeting we had was at Wilford Pedro, otherwise known as Wind Gardens, and that's the resident meetings associated with the plan for redevelopment.
And when was that? I'm sorry, Ms. Pell, you're running out of my time. When was that meeting held? That was the question.
That was yes, that was in November. I don't have the exact dates, but
November 2020, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
November. Mm-hmm.
I also wanted to ask Mr. Griffin, is there any effort on the way to increase the amount of LIHTC funding that the territory receives annually, to increase the amount?
Time.
We've the National Council of State Housing Agencies have always asked the IRS and is always asking IRS to increase that funding for the small state minimum. So yes, there's concerted effort by the nationwide agency to get that increased.
And do you have a time frame based on your communication with them to see a realization in that increase?
It's been attempted for over 10 years since the program started. So so there is no hard and fast time frame. It has to be something that would be enacted by either Congress and also the IRS, who funds this program through tax credits.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. Acting Director Pell, let me ask you quickly, for the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, how many employees do you have running that program? Because you spoke about how amazing she was, but is there only one individual? How many individual do we have in that program?
Yes, there's one individual. That's correct. And she has a supervisor, and we also have the assistance of Ms. Akela Anthony. She also assists.
Okay, very well. Senator Payne, you recognized for your 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your generosity today. I appreciate the 9 minutes. You know we live. Mr. Richardson, your line, sir.
Yes, Senator. Sorry about that.
Yes, that's okay. Good afternoon, sir. Question, do we have the workforce necessary to complete all of the building projects slated for completion of all of the developments that you all are working on?
When you say workforce, is that our capacity in-house or
yes, capacity
your
in-house.
actual opinion of workforce outside?
In-house.
In-house, we always could use more. That's why we actually make it a priority list of how we handle these projects, knowing that not only that we don't have all the in-house workforce, but also what's going to be required for the workforce to build these on the outside. So the workmen that actually going to do this project, you have to be cognizant of what is happening in the whole arena.
And has there been any conversations with the Department of Labor or CLS Center to possibly provide necessary job training to close this void in the VA?
I'll let Mr. Griffith speak to that because there was money earmarked specifically for the Department of Labor Workforce Development through the CDBG-DR program. Mr. Griffith, Director Griffith.
Yes, there's a $10 million grant to the Department of Labor for workforce development. So we're working hand in glove with them to develop that program.
So at what point do you anticipate the program actually starting?
So the Department of Labor, actually, they're in the procurement phase for that program right now. So they're very close to getting the program started.
1 minute. So within the next like 3 to 6 months, you anticipate?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And Ms. Pell, you online?
I am.
Yes, good afternoon again. One of my colleagues earlier alluded to in the housing communities, when they're being run locally, things appear to be somewhat helter-skelter. However, when a private company takes over, things tend to change, drastically change for the better. So let me ask you, is there a penalty for residents who store illegal firearms or ammunition at their apartments? And do you conduct random inspections for illegal contraband from time to time?
Oh, okay. So we do not. That is not in our purview. So we don't search units for illegal contraband.
Time.
That's the role of the police department. We would, if the police department needs access to units or information regarding particular individuals, we would assist them as much as we can.
Okay, and is there a penalty for someone if they're found with illegal firearms being stored at their apartment?
Any penalty, as far as our lease is concerned, there is eviction parameters in regards to the lease, but the penalties are based on VI law.
Okay.
That is not in our purview.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Payne. Before I go to Senator Carrion, I have a point of information by Senator Joseph, and I also have a question for Acting Director Pell. Inspections. How many housekeeping housekeeping inspection do you do annually, and UPCS inspection for the record?
Right. So we do inspections at least twice annually. We do the housekeeping and we do the UPCS.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Joseph, point of inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I wanted to ask Ms. Pell, in your statement you mentioned that the rent adjustment, and you have about over 80 households are currently vulnerable for evictions. Have you evicted any residents since the COVID?
We have not.
And what about evictions after the storms? Do you have any number and data on the amount of evictions that took place between the storms after the 2017 storms and before the inception of the pandemic?
We would have to gather that data. That's not something I have readily available right now.
Through the chair, may I request that information, that data? And if one final question, Mr. Chairman, are any of the 80 households that are currently vulnerable for eviction based on them being in arrears for payment and losing their jobs?
I don't understand the question. What is the question? Of the 80?
Basically what she's asking, Acting Director Pell, is for the 80 individuals that are up for eviction.
Slated for
after,
eviction.
The moratorium, are they all for rent payments? Specifically for those that's up for rent payment, were they before COVID-19, they had a large balance and it's just pending until such time?
Well, it's different things. It may have been before COVID. Some of it may be in addition to the COVID. So it varies.
But I will continue on that line because my question is, I think it all has to be before COVID, because based on my statement earlier and the program guidelines, once you're in public housing and you are not working, you get a rent adjustment, correct, based on your income. So it should not be during COVID, because for all those individuals that got affected because of COVID-19, their rent would have been adjusted accordingly, correct?
In some cases, in some not. Some of them, just because of COVID, it's brought them into arrearage. Remember how long COVID has been.
But wouldn't their rent be adjusted because they don't have an employment? That's the basis of receiving the subsidies, required that they have some level of adjustment because they have lost income in their households.
Right. So that adjustment of rent, but there are individuals, that's a different case, but there are individuals who just haven't paid their rent.
Understood.
Even with the reduction or the loss of income, they still had a balance and they just didn't pay it. That happens.
Director Pell, Acting Director Pell. Okay, let's be clear for the record so folks can understand what we're saying. So you are saying, right, that for those who have lost their job or had a decrease in rent, for instance, the rent was $400, they're paying $100 now. Since the rent became $100, they have stopped paying $100. That's what you're saying.
You have cases like that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, understood. I'm clear now.
Okay.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
That was one of the questions I had, and thank you, colleague, for asking that question. But my follow-up question to that is, what is the plan with those individuals that are facing evictions? Acting Director, Ms. Pell.
I was hearing another voice, somebody else talking, so your question.
Yeah, can you hear me? I was saying that what is the plan with those individuals that are facing eviction?
Well, we're hoping that HUD and Treasury, they're gonna see it our way as far as public housing authorities, and some of that emergency rental assistance would provide some relief to those families, and so that we would not have to go into eviction proceedings.
So have you been having those conversations with HUD, trying to find alternate funding to assist these individuals? And I'm asking because given the housing crisis we have currently, and we know the issues we heard even from Catholic Charity with the status of some of our shelters, we don't want more people on the streets being homeless. So I think it's important for us to have a plan and to find out, you know, if any wraparound services, what type of other assistance are you guys working with?
So we basically, the challenge is a national, the fight is a national fight. All housing authorities, we're part of those groups that are trying to make sure that the funding does come to the families that really need it. In the event that it falls apart, again, we would have to go to HUD for additional assistance.
Thank you for that. Let me ask Director Darrell, from his end, is there any assistance and support through the rental assistance program that these individuals can be assisted?
No, sir. That's what Ms. Pell was saying, that based on the current rules, we cannot assist those individuals. And that's why the National Housing Finance Authorities and the National Public Housing Authorities are making that request to the federal government.
Thank you for that. With regards to our housing community, I know we need more opportunities for community engagement, recreation, and exercise. What are some of the things residents can expect of the new renovated housing community? What can they look forward to? Quickly.
I'm sorry, is this for housing authority?
Yes, from both sides.
Oh, okay. The new developments that we're working on, again, like we said in the testimony, most of them are converting from public housing to project-based housing. So they'll be receiving vouchers. They can look forward to larger size rooms, more ventilation, more energy efficiency, those type of things in the new developments, better park areas, more abandoned vehicles, more site control, more site security. Those are the things that we're developing in the redevelopment projects.
Thank you. And one last to the chair, if I may. I know most of our community centers are closed, especially those in the housing communities. Do you have a timeline? When will they reopen? And if any, maybe virtual type of programs or activities are being done or have been done through them?
Yeah, so as part of the testimony, we talked about the collaboration with VINGN. So once the Wi-Fi systems are installed with VINGN, we are actually currently working on purchasing computers, setting up labs, being able to man the labs. That's the next phase of it, and therefore then starting programs again. We're hoping for the summer, but the summer is fast approaching, but it may be later in the summer, but we are going to start those programs back up this year.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Acting Director Pell. I have a point of information by Senator Joseph, but while we're on that topic, Ms. Pell, let me ask you, I do agree, and I'm happy that you're getting all of the centers up and running, as we have had a discussion a few days ago. But let me ask you in regards to what we spoke about, in addition to that, when it comes to all of the other residents and having devices go up in the archways, because I know you're using the COVID funds to work with VINGN and also to buy the computers. Have there been any additional conversation in that regards to assist the other residents and put devices in all of the hallways, the archways?
Again, this topic is a topic on a national level with other housing authorities. They're also having the same issues at their developments. There is no right answer because the installation of devices and stairwells so that the apartments, there's issues regarding how the utility allowance would be applied to those individuals. So there's a lot of discussion. There's several housing authorities who have also implemented certain ways of trying to deal with the situation. Some have failed. Some are being funded by states. So we are keeping abreast of what's going on a national level and trying to figure out what is best for us here in the territory in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Senator Joseph. You recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Really quickly, the previous speaker mentioned in your response to one of his questions, you mentioned as far as what residents could look forward to with some of the new sites that are coming on board, more site security. What does that look like? And tell us how we're looking to secure our current inventory in public housing. What methods are we using since the the police department has not been as responsive as we would like and as they should be?
Well, the main element that we're putting is the security cameras. The security camera system that we do have at Oswald Harris Court, Ario Diaz, on St. Croix, they have been a huge assistance to VIPD. So we do currently share footage of incidents that happen at those two sites. So the new communities definitely will have that kind of integration, just like the Lewis E. Brown all three phases have right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Director Pell, how many Crime Watch programs do you have in your housing communities, if you're aware of any?
I know that they're trying to implement one at Williams Delight, where we had taken a unit offline for VIPD to have the police athletic league program there.
Okay, if you could also put in for a request for Crime Watch programs throughout all your facilities. Now, lighting.
We have.
Your lighting in each of the communities, what percentage do you have operable in your communities? Street lights, lighting in buildings?
Overall, between the districts, I would say we probably have like 70%.
Okay, that in itself, again, if you could get up to 100, would be a great deterrence also.
It would. It would.
Okay, and how much loitering signs do you have up in your communities now since you had the loitering bill passed?
We've always had no loitering signs. They've been on the buildings for years. I'm not sure. We have not done any new signs.
Okay, and finally, are you aware of the senior registry bill that was passed, Act 8058, regarding seniors who live alone and persons with disabilities 60 years of age and older?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Okay, good. And do you try to get your residents to sign up through Human Services to, assist them if need be?
Yes, we have an individual on staff that coordinates that.
Good. Thank you very much for that. And Director Griffith, can I get a status update on the Savant Basketball Court project that has really been taking too long? My community is crippled because, and I know you have your issues, but could you give us a status to put it on the record, please?
Sure. We had to terminate the contract with the current contractor that we had, so we have to put it back out for bid. That's where we are in the process right now, Senator.
Okay. Where are you putting it out for bid? How are we advertising this?
Oh, it'll be advertised everywhere. It'll be advertised in our local newspapers and online. So individuals will be aware, and then we email it out to our list of contractors that we have as well.
Okay, and again, Mr. Richardson has been very receptive to us getting together to collaborate. But again, I'm also asking him in regards to, if I may, Mr. Chair, in regards to keeping the court clean. So at least if the work has stopped and, you know, with the bushes all overgrown, I'm willing to assist in any way we can. But again, let's don't have it as an eyesore, because the young boys and girls still like to run up and down and use it. Okay? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
We can work on that, sir.
Thank you, Senator Graff. Ms. Pell, in terms of security and safety, the light pole inspection that's done on a regular basis, are that still being done in the housing community, and are those areas that need more lighting, etc., based on the inspection being addressed, to include like contact nose?
Yes, the asset management department does updates on a monthly basis. So that information is current information on a monthly basis.
And also, is the elderly and disabled listing still posted on all of the bulletin boards in the different housing communities?
That I'm not aware of. I would have to verify that.
Please follow up and verify for me, and I'll appreciate that. Thank you so much, Senator Saru. You're recognized for your 3 minutes. I see you're anxious and ready to go. The floor is yours, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Griffith, how are we addressing rent control?
We're not. That's something I would ask to be moved from the HFA. We don't have the capacity to handle that.
So who do you want it to be moved to?
I would say maybe property and procurement.
Rent control for homes?
Or if Lydia would like to raise her hand, housing authority.
So if do you have a funded position right now for rent control?
No, ma'am.
So it's not funded. It needs to be funded.
Yeah, we'd have to start to get funding from the local government to do that. We do not have funding for it.
Okay, because in my first line of question, I spoke about affordable housing and owning homes and blah blah blah. But the reality right now is that we do not have rent control, and no agency. You don't want it. It's not being done, and it needs to be done. When you just go on Craigslist. You have some of the shabbiest one-bedroom homes, you know, being rented for $1,200, $2,000, and then we know, of course, after the hurricanes, the FEMA vouchers for the FEMA workers really threw the market totally off. So we definitely have to look, Mr. Chair. We definitely have to look at rent control, office regulations, because people cannot be allowed to just like how consumer controls the cost of prices. We need to kind of not dictate what a homeowner does with their apartment, but set the parameters to which whatever their mortgage is, a percentage. I mean, something has to give on the rent control piece, because I keep saying we want capacity, we want workers, but I don't know if they're going to live under a mango tree or coconut tree. They have no place to live, and that's just the reality of it. Let me not say mango tree. Let me use coconut tree, because I got in trouble last time. Ms. Pell, how many maintenance workers do we have in this district? I heard the number for St. Croix. Ms. Pell,
yes, I am. I don't think I gave a number for St. Croix.
You said it wasn't 4, sorry.
It wasn't 4,
okay,
right.
So we have a rough estimate for over here?
Mr. Farmer, do you have that information?
I don't have it handy, Ms. Pearl, to give a rough estimate.
You have like 15, 20, you have a rough?
No, it's more than that.
30?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get that to you.
Okay, so how many communities in this district are under your purview?
Right now we have 11. Sorry, 10. 10.
Huh? 10?
10.
Okay, so you have 10 in this district under your purview. How many, so tell me how many maintenance workers you have per district then? I mean I didn't mean to say per district, per community.
It averages per community probably between 4 to 6.
4 to 6, is that adequate?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Actually, we have increased our budget and increased our positions in our budget. We used to carry 195. We moved it up and increased asset management by roughly 30 positions that we are looking for individuals.
So you have new hires recently, or you're looking right now?
We are looking, but we had 50 new hires so far for 2021.
So the 50 new hires is in addition to the 4 to 6 per project, or that's what it is with the 15? It's in addition
No, that's
to?
in addition. That's correct.
I'm just asking a question, Mr. Chair, because we feel a lot of questions. I'm sure you on the emails I send when I relay a problem for a home. You seem to be backed up with work orders. So I'm excited to hear about the 15. And just one more question, Mr. Chair. Mr. Farmer, where are we on the lights?
Good afternoon. As previously stated, we're about 70% in operation with our lights between both territories. There was an attachment, not sure if you guys received it or not, relative to the recent update and the plan of action for those buildings that have inoperable lights.
That includes the courts and the rec areas?
That is correct.
So when is 100% going to come? What's your timeline?
We anticipate by mid-year.
So I'll talk to you in June?
That is subject to availability of the supplies coming in.
Mm-hmm. And the cooperation between the Water and Power Authority.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to talk to you again in June, Mr. Farmer, okay? And Ms. Pell. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your line of questioning, Senator Saru. Let me go back to you, Ms. Pell. In reference to the maintenance crew in each district and the different amps. Section 3 workers, how many Section 3 workers do you have assisting the maintenance crew in each amp? Do you know, roughly?
It's roughly between 2 to 3 individuals.
Okay. And in addition to that, I know you had the individuals from the program that assisted and was a great help. Is there any way you can try and see how you can get a program back online in the housing community? Is that made any thought? Because I know they have been a great assistance to driving the work out of numbers down.
Right. A lot of those individuals that were are now permanent housing authority employees.
I see that.
At least 5 of them, yes.
So
yes, we do plan to try to apply for the UPIL grant again.
Okay.
I think we need another year. We need to stabilize where we're at right now before we can do that again.
All right, okay. Happy to hear that. Thank you so much. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pell, I'm seeing that you spent 1.6 million of the 3.2 that was given to housing under the CARES Act. What was the 1.6 really spent on? Because I'm only seeing here that you distribute mass to residents on a weekly basis. What was it spent on?
We have a list. We can provide you a copy of it. We do monthly reporting to the Office of Disaster Recovery. So we can send you a copy.
You said monthly reporting?
Right, yes.
Okay, but give me an example. Monthly reporting doesn't cost any money. What was 1.6 million? What was the major item in that 1.6 million that was spent?
Oh, what I was saying is we have a spreadsheet that has the breakdown. I can share that with you, but again, face masks, gloves, coveralls, a lot of it went into assistance with our staff when the offices were closed and providing time to families of our employees, or sorry, to our employees.
Go ahead and supply that particular report, because I'm not hearing 1.6 million by masks and gloves and coverall, and I'm not seeing that. So if we had issues with that, how are we going to spend the next 1.6 million that you have available? What's the plan for the next 1.6 million that we presently have available?
All of that information is in the spreadsheet. We can share it with you.
These meetings are public meetings to inform the community as to what is going on, and I'd like to have those stuff on the public record, because I can't get it, but then I won't have that opportunity to share it like you would have now if you're able to disclose exactly what took place. In reference to the Community Technology Center, was it even open before COVID? Were they open?
Some of them were open, but they were designated sites.
Less than 50%?
Yes, less than 50%.
So how is this plan now to get them open during COVID when we couldn't even open them when we didn't have COVID? When those centers were locked via NGN, spent X amount of money to have these centers in various areas, and they have been locked for years. They have not been utilized. They have not been open. Well, what is the next phase to purchase hardware? Because you're getting internet connectivity, and then you say the next phase is for hardware. When is the next phase going to take place, and where is that funding coming from?
Again, that funding is going to come out of that $3.2 million. That's one of the higher costs that we're assessing right now to finalize what that number is. But remember, when BIMG...
It's going to come out to the remaining 1.6 million that is left?
That is correct. That is part of that funding.
We need to be more proactive and get this stuff. There are a number of individuals who are at home doing virtual learning. I know some residents are having issues. It would have been so nice if we had a learning center open where a parent could go down with the child and have access to a device and be able to go online. How many, you said that you have the camera system. I heard you call Aradias and the next housing community in St. Thomas. Is the camera system operable in Aradias? Is it working?
It is. It is working. Currently, we're just waiting for Papa.
Time.
I am sure.
You said it's working, but you're just waiting for WAPA?
For WAPA to straighten some of the poles. For a couple of, I think it was about 4 poles that they need to straighten in order to, for the cameras to have the right visual points.
Okay. How many individuals you have in the FSS program enrolled in that?
As per our report, is 25.
25? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Again, I want to reiterate the importance of having proper management in our housing communities. If we just allow all over this island to be wild and everybody to do whatever they want, that is why we have the issues that we have now, because there's just this lack of enforcement. If you lack enforcement in your living environment, it's going to spill out into the streets. So I would really request that the same way that those private companies are able to manage these housing areas, that we take a page out of the book and do what we're supposed to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viola. Senator Gregory, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Pell, I know that there were discussions around rebuilding the Lucinda Millen home for the elderly, because we didn't really talk about the elderly that much today. I think it's important that we do. What's the status of that? And I know that there were also discussions with building out in the back there by Oswald Harris Court for the elderly as well. So where are you with that?
Those two projects are not slated to start until 2022.
2022. So what is the proposal for that project? How do you? Let me be clear. I know that, of course, if the plan is to demolish the Lucinda Millen home, then in fact you will have to find locations for the elderly to be housed. So how are you looking at that?
What we had initially planned is to utilize a vacant area in the Oswald Harris Court community, construct there, and then be able to relocate those families from Lucinda while that is being constructed. Reconstructed.
Thank you. And then also earlier there was a discussion around, I think the chair asked about the number of vacant housing units in the both districts. And I think in St. Croix was some 194, and in the St. Thomas St. John district, some 122. Is that because the units are not livable, or we don't have a need to fill those units?
No, it's solely because the units need to be rehabilitated.
Rehabilitated. So I know that at the current terrace in particular, there was some issues there, and the residents in that particular neighborhood were very concerned about their units being repaired. What's the status of their units, of the repair of their units, as well as the Bavoni housing community?
So those two particular sites, along with the other sites that have what we call non-routine maintenance, we have a contract, what we call indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity vacant unit repairs, and our contract is just starting this month.
Wow, that's very discouraging because, we've been at this since the 33rd legislature, and of course, we don't really know all of your challenges, and a lot of time we make assumptions and judgments. But we've been at this discussion for quite some time. I think we have similar issues. I didn't ask about the Pearson Garden community, but similarly so, they have those types of issues. So you're saying that, Mr. Chair, may I continue? You're saying that you have a contract now in place, and the expectation is that we will see that those units will be repaired in short order?
That is correct. It's 3 contractors that we have on St. Croix that will be working, and 3 contractors on St. Thomas.
Okay, well,
so
that's good news. Good news. Yeah. I'm hoping that I hope that you are able to communicate that with the individuals who are impacted, because there's a serious level of frustration. It's been a number of years, 3.5, almost 4 years to be exact, with regards to the hurricanes passing here. So I'm very happy to hear that, and we look forward to the next time that you come before the committee that we hear that there are some true results. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Schillenford and the Catholic Charities in total, in whole, for the work that they're doing here in the community. The government of the Virgin Islands, we do our best, but it is very important that our nonprofit organizations are in fact supporting our community. I did have some questions, but my time has been called, and I know that Catholic Charities is in fact doing their part. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and thank you to the testifiers.
Thank you so much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Prado, you recognize for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have 2 questions, one for Ms. Brady and one for Ms. Pell. Ms. Brady, just to compound the issues of challenges with lending in our territory for mortgages, I was just told that banks aren't funding, they aren't lending monies to purchase and repair hurricane damaged homes. If it is significantly damaged, you will not get a mortgage for that. They may lend money for the most minor repairs, but not for, like, let's say, roof repair, etc. Are you aware of that? I mean, and as the Director of Banking and Insurance, what are your thoughts on that?
Yes, sir. Can you restate that? We're a little confused about the question, please.
The question is that I was just informed that banks are not offering mortgages for hurricane damaged homes, to purchase hurricane damaged homes. They may lend money for a mortgage if it is just minor superficial repairs. My question was, what are your thoughts on the bank's reluctance to lend money to offer a mortgage to repair hurricane damaged homes?
Thank you for the question, Senator. If this is a particular consumer, if you can have them to please call me, because everything is handled on an individual basis. We need to know all the circumstances surrounding the property and the banks that they have approached so that we can deal with this and address this particular complaint, because it is not an across-the-board situation at all. As you know, the majority of our properties, and roughly $8 billion was paid out in insurance proceeds following the storms, and so that the majority of the properties were insured. They were reconstructed following the storms based upon those insurance proceeds. So we need to know whether or not there was any situation. Apparently, in this instance, we understand there was no insurance because they're seeking a reconstruction loan, but we need to know all of the factors involved in this, because it's not an across the board that no bank is offering reconstruction loans following the storms.
Okay, and that was really, Ms. Bailey, for purchasing. Like if I'm driving home and I see a property that was damaged from the hurricane that someone may have sold or may have abandoned, that's up for sale, the reluctance is for them to lend money for individuals to purchase that home. But I'll talk to you a little bit more about that offline.
Please do so. Please call me, because that could be a construction loan. It could be the type of loan that they are seeking. So we need to know, and if you can please provide me all the information on the consumer so that we can help them directly as quickly as possible. We'd be glad to work with you on that.
Thank you, Ms. Brady. I'll call you for sure on that. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, sir.
My final question is really to Ms. Pell of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and it's regarding the community technology centers. And the question was, it's great that there's a partnership between the Housing Authority and VINGN to provide a wireless technology for persons, access to wireless Wi-Fi, I should say, for residents of the housing communities. But my question really was regarding phase 2 of the operations, where you are going to purchase the hardware, the computers, etc. Now, when you actually purchase the computers to outfit these centers, is there a plan in place for, managing, maintaining, upgrading these computers? Do you have personnel available, once these computers are purchased? Do you have personnel available to deal with the upgrading, installation of software, and the like?
Hi, Senator. That is our plan. We are going to put those things in place as part of our phase 2. As I think Senator Villalay was speaking about the previous PCC sites that were manned by VINGN, and those were created. So we're taking it back. We're going to do it our way to make sure it's done correctly, and we are going to man it so that we have proper staff. Our IT department is going to be lead, and they're setting up the sites.
Has any thought been given to maybe a leasing option where, including in the leasing, there'll be the maintenance and the upgrade and replacement of hardware included? That's my final question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sure my IT person would respond better to that, but I'm sure she has looked into all those options as she's putting the plan together.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Before I go to the line of point of increase, Senator Fred Gregory, Acting Director Pell, I know that you have in Harris Court, you have the Boys and Girls Club. I know you had this CIFA program and other programs in different centers. Are you still working with those individuals? Number one, and number two, will it be part of monitoring some of those centers like my colleague just mentioned?
We only have the Boys and Girls Club in the centers, and again, because of COVID, their hours are limited. But we will be coordinating once the centers are up with different programs and other nonprofit entities to assist us with manning the centers and the after-school programs starting back up.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, this question is for Ms. Brady. I neglected to ask it earlier. What's the status of the payout to the individuals who were impacted by the ReLegacy bankruptcy issue?
Thank you very much for the question, Senator. To date, $8 million has been paid out from the Insurance Guarantee Fund to the legacy claimants. We are nearing the completion of the payment of claims to the legacy. That process, as you know, is handled through a joint effort of our office. We don't cut the checks. They're cut by the Department of Finance and the Virgin Islands Insurance Guarantee Association. But those claims, we had a deadline for filing. Persons have gotten those claims in. And right now, what we're waiting on is some checks have to be recut in instances where there was a change in the mortgage lender, or there was a construction company's name, the owner of the company on the check. Instances like that, but they have to be recut. So we are nearing completion.
Okay, thank you for that. But the reason why I asked, I did just ask the question because I felt like asking. There are a number of individuals that's calling our offices with regards to the fact that, you know, whenever they call your office to find out what's the status, they're getting that you're working on it. I think it's time that we, you know, have some different level of communication, a ramped up level of communication to these individuals, because it's very frustrating when they don't know what's going on. If the funding is available, we've made sure that the funding is available, then I would want to say by now we should have paid all of those outstanding amounts out. If you haven't, please, I would like to wrap up. Please make sure that we make an earnest effort to ensure that we're getting that done. These individuals are they're angst up. There's a lot of anxiety around this, and they need to really know what's going on. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Chair, if I could respond briefly. If there are instances, please let us know the individual's name, because of the fact, again, we follow up vigorously with everyone, and when they call, what we're doing is, again, we don't cut the checks. The submitter is done to the Department of Finance. We have to wait until Finance cuts the check, but we keep all claimants regularly informed. So please let us know. Many persons, again, had to get reissued checks. So it may be an instance where that took place. And what we have to do then is to make sure all the evidence is provided to us.
Ms. Brady, I will send you the name of the individual. This is someone that I know personally, and I will send you the name of the individual. They are not getting the responses as indicated. So folks are not going to just call and say that. You have to allow us to finish. All of us can't speak at the same time, right? So it's important that we just follow up. And you know, you said that you work with the Department of Finance is responsible for cutting the checks. But I wish to remind you, because when we come and we hear these types of discussions, the Department of Finance is part of the central government. And the Division of Banking and Insurance is likewise a part of the central government. So it's one government. So if there's an issue, work with finance, because the people need to get their checks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Gregory. And in the essence of time, colleagues, we're going to wrap up now. I'm going to give each of the testifiers a 30 seconds closing statement. Ms. Pell, Ms. Shillingford, Ms. DeRima, and Mr. Griffith. Okay, 30 seconds each, starting with you, Mr. Griffith. Director? 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. Just a big thank you to you and for the committee for allowing us to testify today on housing. It is an important discussion, and I just want to thank the rest of my testifiers too as well. Banking plays a critical role, and we are partners in this, and we meet on a regular basis. Methodist Outreach, Catholic Charities. They do so much good for the community in terms of the homeless prevention and the homeless support. Just want to say thank you to them, and Housing Authority, where we're joined at the hip as we fund and they build great looking communities. So the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, we're going to do our part. Our staff is committed to helping the people of the territory obtain home ownership and obtain safe, decent, and affordable housing across the spectrum, from homelessness to rentals all the way to home ownership. Thank you again, Senator, and have a good day.
Thank you, Director Griffith. Acting Director Pell.
Hi, good afternoon. Again, thank you, Senator Blyden, for allowing us to testify today. I just want to reach out to our residents. We're going to do our best to make sure that no one faces eviction. We're asking our residents to please participate in our Helping Hands program. Please enter repayment agreements. Do your best to make sure that your wage, if you do have one, that you try to make sure that that is minimal. Again, we're looking for good men and women. We have a lot of positions to fill. Anybody knows anybody out there that needs a job, that haven't found the right job, look at the VI Housing Authority. And we will continue to do what we need to do to change the face of public housing, whether it's through redevelopment or just cutting the grass. Look forward to VHA changing as the year continues.
Thank you, Ms. Pell. Ms. Brady?
Good day, and thank you very much, Senator Blyden, and the members of your committee, as well as other senators, and to the listening and viewing audience. We work closely with the majority of the testifiers today, and trying to make sure, too, that consumers are educated on housing issues. I want to address small businesses again, but please asking you to submit your Paycheck Protection Program applications to any of the local banks before March 31st. I also want to reach out to consumers seeking home loans. If you've had any problems in the denial of a home loan, please contact us at 774-2991 or 773-6459, and we will be glad to assist you. To those who are waiting on real legacy checks, even if it's a reissuance of a check you received previously, please contact the division. We work very cooperatively with the Department of Finance and want to make sure that you get your check. So thank you so very much to everyone. We stand ready to assist the Virgin Islands community with any housing issue, and we ask for your cooperation, those within the Senate. We'll stand ready to work with you. Please bring to us, to my attention and to the staff of the division, any consumer who files a complaint with your office so that we can work on it very timely to get the matter resolved. On behalf of the Banking Board and the staff of the division, thank you again very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brady. Edie Derima.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden, and the rest of the senators that are present. We thank you for this opportunity to come before you and just have discussions about the challenges and issues that we face within the community. It is the heart of Methodist Training and Outreach Center to be able to continue meeting the needs of our community through service and commitment. And once again, we thank you for allowing us to be here.
Thank you. Edie Shillingford. Ms. Shillingford? I think you're muted. You're on mute.
Thank you, Senator Blyden, and the rest of the other members of the 34th legislature for giving us this opportunity to come before you to testify on some of our findings and our experiences with dealing with homelessness in the territory. I have definitely gathered a lot of information that is going to assist us in our continued endeavors to meet the needs of the homeless population and to continue to provide the most essential services to that most vulnerable population. Today I would just like to ask the senators to continue to advocate for us the nonprofits, I will not only say Catholic Charities, but all the nonprofits for timely payments from the local governments, that we may be able to continue to provide these services efficiently and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you, and we hear you loud and clear. I must say that the hearing today was pretty informative. There were a lot of suggestions and recommendations, and I look forward to continually working with all of the stakeholders when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to affordable housing, transitional housing, and all aspects of housing. Our focus this term will be to actually bring solutions and legislation in order to address the many ills that our people face in the territory. I see Public Works is in the lobby waiting to come in, so we're going to take a quick 5-minute recess before we begin with Public Works and get an update from them. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication stands in recess for 5 minutes. We are back on the record. Mr. Clerk, can you please read Block 2 agenda onto the record, please?
(1 p.m. to 4 p.m.) An update from the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works on roads and public transportation. Testifiers, Commissioner nominee, Mr. Derek Gabriel, VI Department of Public Works.
Thank you so much, Mr. Clerk. Let's do a mic check. Commissioner nominee Gabriel, can you please introduce yourself and then identify your staff members and let them introduce themselves?
Sure. Good morning. Check 1, 2, just making sure you can hear me.
Good afternoon.
Fantastic. All right, good afternoon. So again, my name is Derek Gabriel. I am the Commissioner nominee for the Department of Public Works. Today I have my Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Dennis Brow, Deputy Commissioner Carol Overson McGregor of the Division of Transportation. I've got Patrick Williams from the Community Improvement Program.
Nominee Gabriel.
Yes.
Slow down a little for me, please. Number 1 and number 2. When you introduce them, let them do the mic check one time and done, okay?
Okay. So let's start over.
Let's start over.
Okay, so I think you have my introduction again. My name is Derek Gabriel. I am the Commissioner nominee for the Department of Public Works. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Dennis Brow, who's the Assistant Commissioner.
Good day. Thank you, Commissioner.
Good day, Mr. Brown.
All right. We'll go next to Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Carol Overson McGregor.
Good afternoon, Senator Blyden and all other senators present and staff and everyone listening to us today. I am Carol Overson McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation.
Good day, Deputy Commissioner McGregor.
Next up, we have Patrick Williams from our Capital Improvement Program. Patrick?
Yes, hello, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Patrick Williams. I am the CIP District Engineer on St. Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
All right, next up, we've got Mr. Aaron Fleming from our Division of Engineering on St. Croix. Mr. Fleming?
Good afternoon, Senators. I'm Aaron Fleming, St. Croix District Engineer for the Local Engineering Division. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fleming.
Good afternoon.
And last but certainly not least is Mr. Jomo McLean of our Office of Highway Engineering. Jomo?
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager, Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, Mr. McLean, and we are clear. Everyone is sounding good. So we may proceed, Commissioner nominee Gabriel, with your testimony this afternoon.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, committee members, all other senators in attendance today, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. Again, I am Derek Gabriel, Commissioner nominee of the Department of Public Works. With me today is Dennis Brown, Assistant Commissioner, Carol McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Patrick Williams from our Capital Improvement Projects Division, Aaron Fleming, our District Engineer on St. Croix, and Mr. Jomo McLean, Highway Program Manager. We are here today to provide this committee with an update on roads and public transportation. Before I begin, I would like to thank you, Senator Blyden, for inviting me to my first appearance before this body as a Commissioner nominee for the Department of Public Works. Transportation. The Division of Transportation includes the Office of Public Transportation, the Virgin Islands Transit System, VITRAN, and public parking lots. OPT is a designated grant recipient for the Territory's Federal Transit Administration Urbanized Area Formula Grant Program. The OPT is responsible for the planning and oversight, as well as providing sufficient equipment to sustain a level of service required to operate an efficient public transit system. The department essentially relies on funding from the Federal Transit Administration, as well as special federal grant allocations to finance buses and capital projects. Federal Grants Program. The Office of Public Transportation manages 9 federal grants. To date, there is a balance of $11,452,385 in accumulated grant funds. In fiscal year 2020, the OPT expended a total of $3,951,052 from the Federal Transit Administration grant program allotments. The disbursements were used for Phase 3 of the St. Thomas Vitran Operations and Maintenance Facility, construction of the St. Croix Vitran Operations and Maintenance Facility, security equipment, preventative maintenance, training, travel, professional services, personnel and fringe benefits, as well as the drug and alcohol program. In FY 2020, the OPT was awarded an Emergency Response and Recovery and Rebuilding Grant. The application for Part 1 was submitted in the amount of $856,111. The second part of the application will be submitted in the amount of $697,889 this fiscal year. The OPT also received an appropriation in the amount of $4,100,960 under the CARES Act. The grant application was submitted and currently is in the review process. The first part of the application was submitted in the amount of $3,868,318. Thus far in fiscal year 2021, the Office of Public Transportation was appropriated the Urbanized Area Formula and Discretionary Grant in the amount of $2,749,898, and the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act of 2021 in the amount of $27,055. Vitran. Vitran provides fixed route and demand response, or ADA paratransit services on the islands of St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John. Over the last year, Vitran has implemented a sanitation and disinfecting schedule that includes multiple cleanings of buses between shifts and runs. Buses are sanitized 3 to 4 times daily, and all passengers are required to wear masks before entering and while traversing on buses. Vitran's transit modernization will continue with the purchase of 5 new ADA paratransit buses, the hiring of additional mass transit operators, reinstating suspended bus routes, and continued implementation of the Intelligent Transportation System route match. Other modernization projects include the St. Croix Vitran Operations and Maintenance Facility, the Lloyd Sunny Farms Bus Terminal on St. Croix, the St. John Vitran Operations and Maintenance Facility, bus route expansion, generators for all Vitran operations and maintenance facilities, and bus shelter upgrades. The ferry boat transportation program. The department recently submitted language to implement a ferry transportation program in the territory to the Federal Transit Administration for review and approval. Once approved, DPW will be eligible to apply for ferry boat discretionary program grants, namely to fund the acquisition of ferry boats for the St. Thomas St. Croix route. To address personnel needs, DPW recently transferred an employee to fill one of the vacancies necessary to implement this program. Still, additional personnel are required to fulfill technical needs. Parking lot operations. In fiscal year 2021, the department has several improvement projects planned for parking lots throughout the territory. At both the Christensen and Fort Christian parking lots, we are slated to begin renovating our offices and facilities, including resurfacing, installation of security cameras, and repairs to or replacement of perimeter fencing. A pre-construction meeting was held for the St. Thomas renovations on February 24th, 2021. The St. Croix renovations will be put out to bid once a new engineer's estimate is provided. Parking lot revenues were drastically impacted due to the Parking lot revenues were drastically impacted due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Revenues are now slowly increasing as a community begins to readjust to our new normal. For fiscal year 2021, we made the following amounts thus far. At the Fort Christian parking lot, we've collected $163,748, and at the Strand Street parking lot on St. Croix, we've collected $55,334. Federal Highway Engineering Office. The Office of Highway Engineering, OHE, is responsible for the design, management, and implementation of all projects funded by the Federal Highway Administration. Presently, DPW receives annual funding in the amount of $16.8 million at an obligation authority of 92%, or $15,409,228 under the Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act, or the FAST Act. Of this designated funding, approximately $7.5 million is used for debt service of the Garvey bonds floated at the end of 2015. As a result of these authorized funds, DPW has several projects in various phases of construction and or still in procurement. On St. Croix, Scenic Route Phase 2, Route 78, at a cost of $3,194,612.69. This project was authorized for construction by the FHWA. The Department of Property and Procurement executed a contract with Virgin Islands Asphalt Products, Inc., and construction began in January of 2018. This project is now complete. Number 2, Clifton Hill Connector Road, the Melvin Evans Highway Container Port Intersection Phase 1, Route 75 and Route 66. This project was authorized for construction by the FHWA. The Department of Property and Procurement executed a contract with Virgin Islands Paving, and construction started in 2018. Construction was halted due to several issues, including dust mitigation. The Department of Property and Procurement has terminated this contract at the department's request, and the project will be rebid. We anticipate this project restarting this summer. Carlton Road Pavement Rehabilitation, Route 667, at a cost of $2,879,939.25. This project is in the construction phase by the contractor, Marco St. Croix. Work on this project is ongoing and is approximately 25% complete. And finally, the Mount Welcome Road Pavement Reconstruction, or Gallows Bay Road, Route 753. This project was authorized for construction by the FHWA. The Department of Property and Procurement is currently executing a contract for this project. We anticipate construction starting in April of 2021. St. Thomas, the Main Street Enhancement, or Route 308, at a cost of $15,322,553.11. This project is well into the construction phase by the contractor, Island Roads Corporation. Work on the project is ongoing and is approximately 99% complete. Yesterday, we sent out a press release letting the public know that the Post Office Square portion is complete, and now the western portion of that road is open to the public. Clearview Retaining Wall Project, ERVI-337, Crown Mountain Road. Work on this project is approximately 72% complete. The contractor is Rumina Construction. The contract amount for this project is $1,098,805. The contractor is on hold until VIA can complete the fiber optic transition project. After this portion of the project is completed, it will allow the contractor to continue construction activities, starting with the excavation of the retaining wall. Crown Bay Roadway Pedestrian Improvements, VI 9999, at a cost of $2,816,949. This project is well into the construction phase by the contractor, Island Roads Corporation. Work on this project is ongoing and is approximately 90% complete. The contractor began placing the final layer of asphalt on February 24th, 2021. St. John, Emergency Repair Project ER-VI-9999. This project entails the reconstruction and repair of two areas, one on Route 1041, Fish Bay, and the other on Route 20, Kings Hill Road. The work on Route 1041 has since been incorporated into the design-build project being managed by Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, awarded to Island Roads in December of 2020. The work on this route includes damages caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria. The original contractor, Rumina Construction, will finalize completion of the work on Route 20, Kings Hill Road. Estate Adrian Road Repairs. Grace Civil LLC was contracted for this project along the intersection of Route 10 and Route 206. It included roadway excavation, new reinforced concrete pavement, guardrail removal and replacement, and pavement restoration. This project was completed on December 21st, 2020. Garvey Projects. Veterans Drive Project Phase 1 at a cost of $45 million on St. Thomas. In conjunction with Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, this project was awarded to American Bridge. Construction is underway and work is approximately 75% complete. The Melvin Evans Highway Project, Route 66 on St. Croix, at a cost of $15 million. This project was divided into 6 segments, with 4 of the 6 segments now completed. 1 segment is in construction, and the remaining segment is in design finalization. Mahogany Road, Route 76 on St. Croix, at a cost of $8 million. The project design firm has submitted all plans to the department. The department has started the right-of-way acquisition process. 24 letters to property owners were mailed out the week of February 22nd, 2021. We anticipate being able to advertise for this project in the fall. Hams Bluff Road, Route 63 on St. Croix, at a cost of $7 million. The department recently submitted to FHWA a request for proposal template. Once approved, it will be utilized to solicit for the completion of this project. DPW is also incorporating storm damages into the proposed bid package. Spring Gut Road, Phase 1, Route 85 on St. Croix, at a cost of $5 million. The construction documents for this project are approaching the completion stage. The project design firm has submitted right-of-way plans, and the department has initiated the acquisition process. Cyan Valley Road, Route 81 on St. Croix, at a cost of $7 million. Construction started in January of 2019. This project is well into the construction phase by the contractor VI Paving. The project is approximately 90% complete. Bratan Road, Route 74 in St. Croix, at a cost of $3 million. Construction documents for this project are being prepared in-house. Services are complete at this time. Frederickstead Roads, Route 702, 7025, 7027, 7029, and 7023 on St. Croix, at a cost of $3 million. The project design firm has submitted construction plans to the department for review. The department will be meeting with the project consultant in March to review DPW's comments. We anticipate this project being sent to FHWA for approval in the fall. Finally, Christensen Roads, Route 754, 75 East, and 75 West on St. Croix. Eastern Federal Lands was assigned the project development of this project. FHWA Emergency Relief Projects. The Office of Highway Engineering also manages FHWA emergency relief projects that resulted from the hurricanes of 2017. To date, the department has received approximately $68 million of FHWA ER funds and expended over $21 million of those funds. The remaining balance of the funds are for projects that have commenced throughout the territory, beginning on St. Croix. VI, ST, ER, STX, at a cost of $10,660,446.43. This project, managed by the Eastern Federal Lands Highway Division, received proposals on June 11, 2020. This is a design-build project, which includes 16 damaged sites throughout the island. Included on that list is the Midland Road Bridge, the East Airport Road Bridge, Route 7532 in the vicinity of the Lagoon, and North Shore Road. Eastern Federal Lands awarded the contract to VI Paving. The design notice to proceed was issued in November of 2020. The first construction notice to proceed is anticipated to be issued on March 31st of 2021. Permanent traffic signs on St. Croix at a cost of $943,415. This project, which covers the entire island, will entail the installation of new traffic signs throughout the island. The contract was issued to Celestine Construction with a notice to proceed date of December 4th, 2020. St. Thomas, VI ST ER STT 004 at a cost of $20,650,000.71. This project, managed by EFL HD, received proposals on June 11th, 2020. This is a design-build project, which includes 13 damaged sites throughout the island. Included in the list of sites is Route 333 in the vicinity of the Dorothea Fire Station, Route 335, Route 72, Mondale Road, and Route 30, Black Point Hill. Eastern Federal Lands awarded the contract to Island Roads. The design notice to proceed was issued in December of 2020. The first construction notice to proceed is anticipated to be issued in March of 2021. Permanent traffic signs on St. Thomas and St. John at a cost of $747,500. This project, which covers the entire district, entails the installation of new traffic signs throughout the district of St. Thomas and St. John. The contract was issued to custom builders, and the contractor's notice to proceed commenced on June 8th of 2020. And finally, for St. Thomas, the Moffley retaining wall on Route 35 at a cost of $909,136.07. The focus of this project is to construct a retaining wall along a segment of Moffley Hill Road. The contract was issued to Four Star Construction. The contractor's notice to proceed commenced on September 14 of 2020, and substantial completion was achieved on February 25th, 2021. St. John, VISTERSTJ 002. This project, managed by EFLHD, received proposals on June 11, 2020. This is a design-build project, which includes 5 damaged sites throughout the island. Some included sites are Route 104, Route 107, 108, and 1041 Fish Bay Road. Eastern Federal Lands awarded the contract to Island Roads. The design notice to proceed was issued in December of 2020, and the first construction notice to proceed is anticipated to be issued this month, March of 2021. Engineering on St. Croix. The department has executed contracts to repair the roads in the historic towns of Frederiksted and Christiansted. Through the grants provided by the Department of the Interior and Insular Affairs, the department will repair the following roadways in Christiansted: Queen, Strand, Hill, East, West, Smith, Prince, and Market Streets, as well as the following roads in Frederiksted: Queen, Cross, Hill, Hospital, New, King, Customs, Lagoon, and Market Streets. Both projects are currently delayed due to utility line installations beneath the roadways. In Christiansted, WAPA has completed 98% of the water and sewer line installations, allowing for the anticipated project commencement in April. In Frederiksted, 90% of the water lines are installed. A start date will be selected upon completion of the utility installations. Through Act 8382, monies from the St. Croix Capital Improvement Funds made it possible to commence road repairs at the Estate Lorraine, Bugby Hole, Estate St. George's, and Herman Hill. Road construction is expected to begin in May. St. Thomas St. John Water Island Road updates. The St. Thomas St. John Water Island District currently has several projects that were recently completed, under construction, under design, or in the procurement process. Number 1, the Bavoni Low Water Crossing Project was recently completed and closed out. This project installed a new curb grate, cleaned and placed riprap at the culvert out of the low water crossing area, which will ensure the future functionality of the roadway drainage. Specific areas of asphalt roadway were milled, and new asphalt was placed along with new pavement striping from the Purple Shop Road heading west towards Lima Gas Station in Bavoni. Funding was allocated through the 2009 matching fund bond, Act number 7081, and a local purchase order in the amount of $145,047. The Eastern Cemetery Roadway Phase 2 project is substantially complete and is in the final inspection process. The road work entailed extending the asphalt roadway approximately 500 feet with the addition of parking spaces and a sidewalk. This improvement will allow for easier and safer access for the visiting public. Funding was allocated through the 2009 Matching Fund Bond, Act 7081, and a local purchase order in the amount of $429,712. The Benner Hill Guardrail project is located above the National Guard Armory in the Estate Nazareth area. Approximately 1,000 feet of guardrail is scheduled to be installed to ensure the safety of the public while traveling on the inclined and curvaceous roadway. This project is currently underway and is expected to be completed by June 13th, 2021, and at a cost of $139,000. The Bolongo Bay Drainage Project is in the contract preparation process at the Department of Property and Procurement and is expected to be executed within the following weeks. This project will enhance the natural drainage flow in the area by channeling stormwater to the bay via bioretention ponds, vegetative swales, and culverts. This project is an EPA, Environmental Protection Agency funded project at a cost of $1,261,365. And finally, the Estate Thomas Infrastructure Phase 1 project is currently in the bid package preparation phase. The scope of work entails reconstruction of approximately 3,200 linear feet of roadway, new sidewalk construction, drainage, and guardrail installation. Capital improvement projects, the Polly Joseph Stadium. Since its inception, the Polly Joseph Stadium project has gone through several design iterations that have now spanned 7 years and multiple change orders. The original contract was signed in 2014 as a guaranteed maximum design build contract for $20 million with GEC LLC, with no drawings or detailed specifications to define the deliverable. The deliverable consisted of keeping the original footprint, original lighting, and walls. After the contract was signed, the scope required more front-end engineering or FEED that was conducted by VI Coastal Systems, Inc. They provided conceptual sketches, held a public meeting, and later started the contract supervision to fine-tune the stadium location with former Governor Mapp. Later, the site required archaeological studies and soil investigations. Also, the expanded scope added an electronic scoreboard with instant replay, a PA system, LED lighting, a 3-story structure with party areas, locker rooms for umpires, coaches, and teams, as well as concession areas. These and other associated front-end billings amounted to $1,621,768.89. Between July of 2015 and now, the department has processed a total of 13 change orders for this project. Additionally, 410 piles had to be driven to provide structural support for the foundation of the building. The current concept facility will feature a 2-story viewing structure, a concession area, 1,100 bench seats, as well as player locker rooms and showers. The venue will be capable of hosting AA baseball games and will house a Little League field and the festival village. Present status. Pile driving was completed in September of 2019. The installation of reinforcing steel and concrete fill of the pilings was completed in February of 2020. Slab utilities, as well as the installation of utilities, a 3-foot thick concrete slab is currently underway. However, due to the pending conditional letter of map revision, or the CLOMAR review, the project has been on hold awaiting FEMA response. It is anticipated that the FEMA review will be completed on or before summer of 2021. Government House St. Thomas. The project scope entails mold remediation, roof repairs, water damage repairs, ADA compliance, as well as updating the electrical, plumbing, and internet to the 2018 code standards. This project is funded by FEMA at a cost of $4,515,872.39, and the contract is slated to end on March 14, 2021. Government House St. John. The project scope entails mold remediation, roof repairs, water damage repairs, ADA compliance, as well as updating the electrical, plumbing, and internet to 2000 code standards. This project is funded by insurance proceeds at a cost of $1,274,553.94, and the contract is slated to end on May 30th, 2021. The following list outlines other projects currently managed by the CIP division. The St. Thomas Forensic Laboratory for the VIPD, Golden Grove Detention Facility roof repairs for the Bureau of Corrections, DPNR St. John office repairs and upgrades, the DPW St. John office repairs, Department of Finance building rehabilitation, Athley McFarland Peterson Library for DPNR, the Florence Williams Library for DPNR, Enid M. Baugh Library for DPNR, and the Elaine Sproul Library on St. John for DPNR. The Lieutenant Governor's Passport Office, the Dorothea Fire Station retrofit, the St. Thomas DPNR Lab, the Emil Henderson Fire Station retrofit, the Canagata Fire Station retrofit, Canagata Ball Field and Complex reconstruction for sports parks and recreation, the Vitran bus facility on St. Croix for the Department of Public Works, the St. John Community Center construction, the Department of Agriculture Administrative Building, and the St. Thomas National Guard security fencing. Operations. The Division of Operations is the backbone of the Department of Public Works. On a weekly basis, the department receives an average of 50 requests for the community and government agencies. These requests are recorded as a work order and scheduled accordingly to be assessed and executed. They include, but are not limited to, road patching, roadside clearance, temporary repairs of damaged and unpaved roadways, tree pruning, as well as gut, culvert, drainage, and swale maintenance. Two of the most critical tasks are asphalt road patching and roadside maintenance, which mainly focuses on maintaining the brush within the 10-foot setback of the road and removing debris. Roadside clearance. The territory has a combined total of approximately 1,200 miles of roads. While we have roadside contractors, which on average cost the department about $5 million a year, we still find ourselves challenged due to seasonal growth spurts and limited crews, especially on St. Croix. To address this, the department is collaborating with the Bureau of Corrections to use inmates to supplement our existing crews. We are currently in the process of finalizing the memorandum of understanding with the Bureau of Corrections. Road patching. Road patching is one of DPW's most costly tasks. As a solution, DPW has purchased the necessary patching equipment to move the service in-house and has requested task orders for asphalt supply. Our goal is to shorten our response time when addressing potholes, as the safety of our community is our #1 goal. For the District of St. Croix, we average about 1,500 tons a year for asphalt purchases at an average cost per year of $300,000. In the St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District, we're averaging about 1,000 tons of asphalt a year at an average cost of about $200,000. Cemeteries. Cemetery personnel maintain public cemetery grounds and provide oversight of all burials. In an effort to improve cemetery operations, the department, for the first time in over 30 years, increased burial permit fees in September of 2020. As shown in the table below, since the inception, the increase has more than tripled the amount of revenue brought in to assist with the maintenance of our cemeteries. The department currently has several improvement projects in progress. The Eastern Cemetery roadway improvement, renovations to the chapel, the Western Cemetery fence project, and most recently, repairs to the Eastern Cemetery gate. Below, there's a chart detailing what we've been able to collect so far in our burial collections, and I'll just give an overall total. So far on the island, so far in the St. Thomas, St. John district, we've been able to collect $36,696 for 158 burials we ended 2020 with collections of $36,696, and on St. Croix, we ended 2020 with collections of $33,568. Emergency operations. The Division of Operations plays a critical role in emergency preparedness and response. In preparation for the upcoming 2021 hurricane season, the Department of Public Works is working diligently to ensure our mandates and functions are met. Every year, in preparation for the hurricane season, DPW performs a gut assessment and develops a gut cleaning schedule to have all guts cleared and ready before June 1st. Upon VITEMA's authorization, all government agencies are responsible for sending their staff by appointment to fill sandbags. In addition to sand and bags, DPW provides necessary tools for filling. Pre-filled sandbags are reserved for elderly and physically challenged individuals. Strategic pre-positioning. In preparation for the 2021 hurricane season, DPW has established the following protocol and preparation measures. 1. All DPW operations personnel, along with all roadside contractors, are assigned to specific locations throughout the territory with a mandate to address all emergency agencies and locations first, such as hospitals and fire stations. We meet 72 hours before the impending storm to review all assignments and protocol. 2. Once a presidential declaration has been made, emergency contractors joined the process of roadside clearing and debris removal. They addressed all high priority locations first, which includes all hospitals, fire departments, and police stations throughout the territory. 3. Emergency contractors. DPW has contractors for the following emergency issues: emergency roadside clearance, emergency debris removal, emergency debris monitors, emergency roof repairs, and DPW emergency generator service and maintenance. DPW, in conjunction with the Department of Property and Procurement, is already advertising the Hurricane Emergency Task Order contracts for the upcoming hurricane season. All contracts will be in place before the start of this hurricane season. Strategic Development Office. The Strategic Development Office, which was formed to meet strategic goals, has been in existence for a little over a year now. Within that time, the office has mobilized on the St. Thomas Landscaping pilot project, completely rebranded the department, has grown its staff to include a project administrator and manage the Western Cemetery Fence project, which is now soliciting bids. Landscaping pilot project. This project was slated to beautify along the public right-of-way on Route 30 in St. Thomas, from the airport entrance up to Haven site. However, budget cuts drastically altered the area of coverage. The project limits currently span from the airport entrance to the Niski Center intersection. The selected contractor, Fabian's Trucking, has completed work on one median and will continue to the second median in the coming month. We have identified a location on St. Croix to implement this pilot project as well. We are, however, awaiting a funding source. Western Cemetery Fence Project. Hurricanes Irma and Maria destroyed the chain link fence that previously surrounded Western Cemetery number 3. The department has since removed the damaged fence, sanctioned the topographic survey, prepared an engineer estimate, and are now seeking bids. The vision is to enclose the graveyard and make the general area aesthetically pleasing to passersby. The deadline to submit a bid for this project is March 25th, and more information can be found on the department's website. Cemetery Records Project. The Cemetery Records Project is a long time in the making. The department currently houses thousands of cemetery records dating back to the 1930s in paper format. This project will digitize all existing records and input the information on a searchable database that will be available on the department's website. The database will also include a geocode for every plot in the territory, allowing relatives and friends to pinpoint the location of their loved ones. We are currently tackling phase 1 of this project and are applying for federal grants to help fund this endeavor. Roadside advertisement. This office now spearheads roadside advertisement in the territory. Since taking on this endeavor, we have found the current laws regarding such hampers the department's abilities to regulate effectively. In the coming weeks, my team is prepared to speak to members of this body about changes to the law pertaining to setback requirements, temporary versus permanent installations, lumens, cost, enforcement, etc. We look forward to those discussions excitedly. Vitran Marketing. This office, in conjunction with the Office of Public Transportation, has worked for the last several months to develop Vitran's advertising program. We have researched federal guidelines pertaining to such endeavors and built an all-encompassing advertising guide that houses necessary information for potential clients. We are currently determining dimensions for ad locations throughout the Vitran system and setting rates for said locations. Capacity remains an issue, so we will have to hire an employee to finalize the preparations and handle day-to-day operations. We are looking forward to instituting this program in the coming months. In closing, I want to thank the men and women who serve in this department. As you can see, the department is seeking innovative and creative ways to meet our mandates, especially given the challenges presented by insufficient funds and COVID-19. Every day, the men and women at DPW do their best to meet and often exceed expectations. If there's one thing that has been made clear to me in my short time as commissioner nominee, it is, given adequate resources, especially funding, the sky is the limit for this team. The projects mentioned in today's testimony would be impossible without their hard work and dedication, and words cannot adequately express my appreciation. My team and I will remain available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner nominee Gabriel. We are going to, well, first of all, I want to recognize Senator Johnson and Senator James. Thank you, Senators, for being here. I see also the Vice President, Senator Novel Francis, is back. Thank you, Senator. We're going to start our first round of questioning, 7 minutes. I know Senator Johnson requested to go first because you had a prayer meeting at 4 o'clock, so I'll let you go first. You're recognized for your 7 minutes. And the order is going to be Senator Johnson, then Senator Whitaker, Carrion, Francis Halliger Payne, Joseph, Francis Jr., DeGraff, Saru, Fiale, Fred Weary. Then gliding. You may proceed, Senator.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your indulgence. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience. Also, good afternoon and congratulations to nominee on his nomination, Mr. Derek Gabriel. You had some of your other staff there with you, right? Okay, good. They might be able to help us a bit.
I have the leadership team.
Bill number 25-0025, the 25th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, United States, April 11, 2003. Mr. Sonny Barnes. Bus Terminal. If I'm correct, and we're talking from 2003, can anybody help us and give us a little leadway as to what's the status on this bus terminal? And I've been public walk one time and I saw a beautiful mahogany sign with Sonny Barnes' name on it. And this sign probably is still in public walk or either destroyed. And I don't know why some of our projects take so long. But if any one of your team members could help me, I really would appreciate it.
Sure. I'm going to ask Deputy Commissioner Carol McGregor, Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, if she can address that question.
Good afternoon, Senator Johnson. Yes, even though the bill was done in 2003, we did not have funding for this project. We now have $1.6 million in grant funds. The project design is completed. We should be going out to bid once the engineer's estimate is completed. And yes, we still have the sign.
I really sure hope that, we could complete this project in a real timely manner. Sonny Barnes is not doing as good as he can today, but he's still moving around and doing all that he could, and he's been a very strong advocate. Everyone knows him. He's a very good friend of mine. And I sure hope that we can complete this project and have him come there and see this project in fruition. The next question I would like to ask is about West Airport Road, West Airport Way going west on Melvin Evans Highway. This project has been going on for nearly 3 years. What's the status on this project?
I'm gonna ask Mr. Fleming, I believe, if you could address that one. No, I'm sorry, Mr. McLean. My bad, Mr. McLean, that's yours. Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator. The Melvin Evans project, that's 6614 is the project number that's been awarded by APCO. The work has been ongoing. The company had some challenges with equipment failures, etc. Some sabotage of the equipment, sabotage of the plant. They've had material delays in getting supplies into the territory due to COVID. But we are working with them to complete the project. We are holding their feet to the fire in terms of some corrective work that they had to perform. The eastbound lanes, they've already addressed a lot of the issues at their own cost, and now they're making some corrective action on the westbound lanes. So we anticipate that they should be completing this project in the next few months.
I'm sorry to hear the vandalism of their equipment. Are you aware if they're back to speed with the equipments and stuff like that?
Yes, they are.
So what kind of scheduled time we're looking at now with that project?
In the next few months, that project will be completed, and then we will be going on to completing the last segment on the Melvin Evans Highway later this summer.
Another project that I saw on this Queen Mary Highway, the WIM intersection, there used to be a crosswalk there. The seniors from that WIM Garden Home comes up every day and they go to the store. People have lost their life on that intersection already because of not having a crosswalk and sometimes not being lighted properly. Is there any time frame as to when that crosswalk is going to be put back in place there?
So, I don't think that we have a time frame for that. What I can promise you, Senator Johnson, is I'll look into it, discuss it with the team, and figure out how quickly we can get it addressed. But I think I know as long as needed, and need some proper lighting as well.
And in your statement, we spoke about permanent traffic signs, and I see you have some timeline as to when this project was awarded. On St. Croix, it's December 4th, 2020, and on St. Thomas, it's June 8th, 2020. What's the status on these signs?
So on the roadside signage, I'm gonna ask, I think that's a local project, if I'm not mistaken. So for St. Croix, I'll ask Mr. That's a federal highway project again, sorry. So I'll ask you, Mr. McLean, if you could address that one, if you don't mind, for both districts.
1 minute.
Yes. Thanks again, Senator, for the question. On the St. Croix project was awarded to Celestine Construction, which is a new company that has not done federal jobs in the territory. So we were working with them to make all the necessary submittals that go along with federal projects. They've ordered the first batch of signs, and they're awaiting delivery from the mainland for those signs. Now, those signage projects are to replace regulatory signs, etc. So stop sign, road signs on the federal roads. The contract is awarded for about $900,000, but we anticipate that we'll be easily adding more signs to that project as we go along. For example, the St. Thomas project started out at $500,000, and in June of last year, and late last year, we executed a change order to add another $400,000 worth of signs between St. Thomas and St. John. So we anticipate, likewise, the same thing will be happening on St. Croix, because we as we go along, we know that there will be more signs that we identify that need to be replaced, and will be likewise adding to the contract.
Mr. Chair, if I may wrap up, I have two more questions. One question, Mr. Chair.
I'll give you one more question. Sir, I have 12, 30 people here, and we really need to keep it moving.
Well, I'll use that time to address a statement in this presentation. And the statement goes on the Polly Joseph Stadium. And it's important that this statement be read out to the public, which the commissioner did. And it starts where we talk about Polly Joseph Stadium project having gone through several designs that have now spanned 7 years and multiple change orders. The original contract was signed in for 2014 as a guaranteed no drawings or detailed specification to define the deliverable. And I say that to say there was so many discussion about Polly Joseph Stadium, and everyone talk about how this project was already signed off. But in this statement right here, it tells you that we gave somebody $20 million without a drawing, without a design, without nothing. And now we're asking to give an additional $3 million, and I'm 100% behind the Polly Joseph Stadium being built and built back in a timely manner. But someone needs to come and answer as to where all the money has been spent thus far before this senator sign on board to give any money. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. And I know that Senator Francis Jr. have been here from this morning. He had to leave to deal with the situation. He has to leave again. So I will give him that due diligence and let him go next. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your indulgence in advancing me. Earlier this morning, I really wanted to participate in the earlier hearing because I had a number of questions for the housing, but nonetheless, I was able to monitor some of it, and I believe that we have a good handle in respect to the information that was put on record. I wanted to start off with complimenting the Department of Public Works because, while there is much work to be done and our roads continue to be in a deplorable state, I truly believe that there is some plan afoot to address this particular concern. I must say that my conversation with the St. Croix crew, most recently on my calls for different areas, have gotten the assistance. I've spoken with the Mr. Dotson James, Jamail Ali, and the whole crew over there, and I believe that they're doing tremendous work in terms of the, cleaning up the gutters and being able to get our roads at least graded. We're still having some difficulties in getting them paved, but at least they're making them a little bit more possible, and I know that the community appreciate that. I wanted to ask in regards to the funding that was made available, and I know that in your project status report, you did enumerate the Lorraine Road repairs, the Bugsby Hole, Herman Hill, and the St. George's, those projects that we recently moved on. And I just kind of wanted to know the time frame in which you intend to get that project going. I know that you mentioned in your package here that they're up for solicitation, but do you have a timeline to move these projects on, so that we could get on to some of the other road projects that's pending?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. I'm going to ask Mr. Aaron Fleming from our local engineering office on St. Croix to address that question.
Yes. Good afternoon again. In terms, there was basically 4 road projects: Lorraine, Bugsby Hole, Estates St. George's, and Herman Hill. Thus far, we have submitted 3 of them to property and procurement for big solicitation. We are expected to have full construction starting in May. Okay, the only one we haven't submitted to property and procurement is Herman Hill. Thank you.
Very well. In regards to the road projects, I know that we have only 2 paving companies and perhaps the movement of a third one. What is being done to attract additionals, or how are we assisting in being able to get a number of these road projects completed? Is there any discussion in terms of expediting these road projects and getting additional crews to complete this work?
So I think that's a great question, and I'll try to be as quick as possible. So if you notice, we mentioned 2 projects that we have on the books. One in St. Thomas, that was with a new with a construction company, which this was their first paving project, and that was for SAR Construction on the Moffley Hill. In St. Croix, as you know, we've also gotten Marco St. Croix, who's addressing his first project on the Carlton Road. So we're hoping that these projects, it's been a little bit difficult as this is their first project, but we're hoping that we can see them building that capacity, and moving forward, they'll be one of the paving companies that we can depend on in both districts. Similarly, now to talk about expediting road projects, one of the things that we've been discussing, and one of the things that I was just discussing with Mr. McLean this morning, is going a route of task order contracts. I think that'll give us a lot of leeway. It'll give us a lot of flexibility, but it'll also help to expedite to get these projects that have some design and are moving and have been approved through the process. So as soon as one of our paving companies is finished with a smaller project, we can issue them a task order, of course, based on quality and schedule, and they can move on to the next one. So we're hoping that through that procurement process, that'll help us to expedite some of these road projects that we have coming online.
Very well. And in regards to the Vitran maintenance building, I know that we did a ribbon cutting on that several months ago, but I've not seen much work or movement in that particular project since the ribbon cutting? What's the status of the Vitran maintenance building? What's the delay?
Again, I'll ask our Deputy Commissioner of Transportation, Ms. Carol McGregor, to address that one.
That project is under CIP office.
Proceed. Proceed.
Okay, maybe I can help you with this one, Commissioner. My name is Patrick Williams, CIP Engineer, St. Thomas. Currently, that project has had a little delay in terms of with its sub concerning the issue of the subcontractor having been dual purpose in the sense that there was a conflict of interest concern in this particular project, and we try to resolve that particular issue.
All right, I'm hearing a diplomatic response there, so I know that there's some problems occurring there, but whatever we need to do, I think that we need to go ahead and try to expedite and get that project back on schedule. And in regards to the cemeteries, Mr. Commissioner, Acting Commissioner, what is the plan to really address the cemetery situation? Over in Kings Hill, we have been attending quite a few funerals in that particular location, and I see that we're maximizing the space there and looking for additional space.
1 minute.
But what is being done to really make that that whole Kings Hill environment more pleasable to family and as the final resting place, for some of our loved ones?
Yeah, I thank you so much, Senator, for that one. I actually think that's a great question. One of the things since I've come on board that I've done is I've been meeting with Mr. Bell consistently, and we've been coming up with ways not only to make our cemeteries more inviting in the cases where we have, our population is a very sentimental one, and we try to oftentimes go to these places to see our loved ones in their final resting place. So we're trying to make them a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. As you know, on St. Croix, I would say in all of them, we've got capacity issues, so we're looking at ways to expand, maybe acquire some plots in the area. But one of the things that both Mr. Brown and I have been doing, or have scheduled to do, is to go to each cemetery across the territory, find ways, figure out that low-hanging fruit where we can clean up things, maybe get, like I said, again, make some improvements that we have the budget for, and then we're going to look at a more comprehensive approach to really get our cemeteries up to par and where they should be, and again, looking for future expansion.
Very well. Thank you for your response. I heard my time had been called. I just want to leave this conversation by saying I truly want to admonish our public that, I believe that there's a tremendous amount of road work going on to clean up the side of our roadway. But immediately after that, we've seen that the trash continue to be piled back there, and to really admonish our individuals in our community to be mindful and practice our beautification, that you wait until you meet a reasonable location to dispose of your trash, but we can continue to litter as we go about. I think that the aesthetics of our island is very critical, and we need to do our part as a community to make sure that we continue to beautify our island by not littering. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr., for your line of questioning. Commissioner nominee Gabriel, can you give me my mic a little volume, please? I'm good. Am I good? Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner nominee Gabriel, talking about burial space, especially in this district. We are almost out of space again in Smith Bay, as you know how it is in the town area. I know as of the 33rd legislature, I was trying to acquire 2 acres of property right adjacent to the property that's in Smith Bay right now. I guess we'll have to have a further discussion in regards to basically requiring us that property for the purpose of burial here in this district. Senator Whitaker, you recognize for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to the testifiers. the testifier and his supportive staff members. Commissioner nominee, I want to first start off by just really addressing, first off, I want to commend the Chairman Blyden. As ahead of this hearing, we did hold a meeting with yourself and the members of your leadership team, because I think that will be critical in moving forward so that we get information ahead of hearings and we work on a comprehensive approach to the road construction efforts. Commissioner nominee, when it comes to the quality of our roads, I mean, the law is silent on this. But what, as if nominated, if successful in terms of serving as a commissioner, what will you do to address the quality specifically as it pertains to our roads, that especially the ones where there's a lot of water and where there's consistent disrepair, so that we build strong roads and roads that meet standards, not by the basic Virgin Islands Code that is silent on that, but how you would really address rebuilding our roads in critical areas?
Thank you for that question, Senator Whitaker. So I think there's a few things that I can immediately speak to that are what I consider low-hanging fruit. But I'd like to give kudos to former Commissioner Petty. Before he left, as we're going through the FEMA process, one of the things that he did was to get I would call it it would be almost like an executive order, so that all of our local roads are now once they're rebuilt, they're being rebuilt to federal standards, which I think you're going to see, which is going to help us tremendously, and it's really going to have a impact almost immediately as soon as we start getting our road projects online. But it also helps us to get additional funding so that we can really have a complete rehabilitation of the roads as we're redoing them in the aftermath of the 2017 storms and moving forward.
But I'll stop because just for time. So through the chair, I would actually get more comprehensive information. We're going to get into engineering, and because I'm aware that there's a lot of roads that do not meet engineering standards, and that's why they keep breaking down. And so that's more of a systemic issue, and I'll drill down in another area. When it comes now to procurement, we have pretty much the same vendors receive, consistently with the road rebuilds. What efforts is the department making to not just only select the couple vendors that are here, but what efforts are being made to engage other vendors? Because we have basically legacy vendors. What are we doing to address the rebuilding our roads and opening up the market to others?
So as far as reopening the market up to others, so again, I mentioned that in both districts, we've done a good job of giving new road contractors projects. So on St. Thomas, we had 4-Star Construction that did the Mofley Road project. We're hoping that they can build capacity through doing this project, and then hopefully moving forward, that'll be a mainstay in our paving community. On St. Croix, we've seen that we have Marco St. Croix that's addressing one of our projects right now. And again, this is also his first road project. So we're hoping that continuing to build that capacity, include more local contractors so that everybody's touching it. But Senator Whitaker, again, we only have so much paving contractors in the territory. I think currently we have 3 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. So I mean, the pool is a pool. I would love to have more, just to your point, to keep the prices competitive as possible. But the pool is the pool. So if anybody's listening, it's a great entrepreneurial opportunity to start a paving company.
On the specific reconstruction efforts, so as you enter into contracts with these various companies, how do you hold them accountable to ensure that especially our young people are hired through the process of rebuilding? Any provisions to ensure that the workforce development is included as an element of road construction?
So right now, and I mean, I may be wrong, but I don't think that we have anything in our contracts that speaks to workforce development. What I was hoping to do, what we've been talking about, is finding ways to meet with our contractors and discuss maybe possible internships, or even, Senator, working with some of the larger companies that are here in the territory so that they can build that capacity and learn. Because what we're finding is it's just as important to have the back office functions taken care of, just as the work that they're doing in the field. Because again, we depend on them to submit invoices, complete invoices, compliance, to do certified payrolls, so that we can ensure compliance that we're getting reimbursed for these projects.
A lot of residents, thank you. And a lot of residents, of course, complain that, of course, they have a private road and how, it's a road that's well traveled, and so what would be your effort to address some of our private roads? By way of law, you have the right to designate private roads for pavement. Do you have any private roads do you have any private roads that are part of the plan to be paved with your authority?
So as far as private roads that are slated to be paved, I don't think so. But what I would say is, what I would recommend, and I've spoken to a few members of this body about it, is as I know a lot of communities will petition the Senate and ask to get roads included into the public roadway system so that the department is responsible for the paving and or maintenance. What I would encourage is that whenever we're doing these transfers, we always try to find a funding source, because that has been the main problem over the years. Is the roads will be passed over to the government of the Virgin Islands and the department, but there's no funding source to maintain those roads. Again, like I said in my testimony, we've got over 1,200 miles of roads in the territory. So on average, we should be spending about anywhere from, let's say, $80 to $100 million on maintaining those roads. Our budget is far, far, far less than that. Right now, I think for the last 2 years, we're looking at $18.6, $18.8 million. So that just begins to tell you the issue that we're having with roadside maintenance. But I would just encourage that as you're adding roads, private roads to our inventory, you're finding a funding source as well.
And Commissioner Anami Gabriel, as we engage the department, what I would like is a much more detailed breakdown of information by roads. Because, for example, you have some groupings, you have some names. But, for example, in the town areas, both on St. Croix and both Christensen and Frederickstown, there are severe issues. There are severe issues throughout the whole Virgin Islands. But I want to get specific about the town areas, right? We have Christensen Town with roads that haven't been paid in decades. What are the plans for those roads in the town areas that are again considered private but are traversed pretty consistently, and it's pretty much one that should be ones that should be paved.
I'll ask Mr. Aaron Fleming, our district engineer from St. Croix, to address that, especially as you mentioned Christensen and Frederickstead.
I'll be more specific. I'm speaking about, for example, in the Richmond, as an example, you have roads designated as Richmond East and the like. So some of those roads behind in the Christensen town area.
Yeah, what I could speak about is basically the specific roads in the various towns. Basically, we have executed contracts in place, of course, and we are dripping ready to pave those roads. However, all of us are actually aware of the fact that those utility lines from the various companies are actually being installed at this point in time. So we just cannot just go in and repair the roads at this point in time. But yes, we have contracts in place for both Christiansted and Frederickstead. And I want to just emphasize the fact that every road in Frederickstead will be paved, each and every one of them. Thank you.
And this, my Chairman, final point I want to. Thank you, Chairman. And the final point to Commissioner nominee Gabriel, there's always a lot of issues with interagency collaboration. Good example, as I'm helping constituents within, for example, Gallows Bay, and the communities sometimes don't know who's working on what. What I would really encourage is that you hold town hall meetings specifically in those areas so that the constituents are aware of who's in charge. Because good example, I was met with some confusion, interagency confusion with who's responsible, DPNR, your department, and I would really encourage that you meet with the commissioners so that and also the residents, so they're aware of who's working on the project, and to give them timelines and to work with us in giving that information to the public. So for the trepidation, in most cases, Gallows Bay Dock, that's again another area of decades of years and years of breakdown and claims now to support it. The public needs information, and we need to be transparent in that delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Payne. Senator carry on. You're recognized for 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and congratulations on your nomination, Mr. Gabriel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, I have a few questions. With regards to the road patching, I'm glad to hear that equipment has been purchased and that now this project will be once again done in-house. We know we have a big issue on the roads on St. Croix and also in St. Thomas. Everyone is complaining about the potholes, how the potholes are messing up the cars, the rims. It's a big problem. I get calls on my office constantly. Now, how much was a budget for purchasing these equipments?
I'm going to ask, thank you for that question. I'm going to ask my Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Brown, if he could address that one.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
So, as far as the budget, we've spent over 1.5 million. Some of those purchases include patching trucks, saw cutting machine, compactors. Those are still to come. And just including the task order for asphalt, those are some of the things that we are doing. I think that, however, the guys are doing a wonderful job with what they have. If you look, you'll see an aggressive movement, especially in St. Croix, where most of the potholes are being addressed on a daily basis. As long as there's asphalt available, we are there patching, and the guys are doing a much better job. Yeah. However, moving forward, we want to make sure that we're doing it on a professional level. So instead of just patching holes, we want to, saw cut the holes, put in the right type of, right. And I know you know the
Yeah. That's what I was going to mention to you. I've seen lately they've been patching some of the holes, but yeah, it needs to be done in a more professional manner. And kudos to the crew that's been going out and doing it. And I'm looking forward to seeing some improvement in that area and doing it more professionally. So sometimes you don't have those bumps instead of having a pothole, now you have a bump on the road. So I appreciate that. Now let me ask you, do you have the staff then to be able to do this work in-house, or are you currently seeking more individuals?
Well, we absolutely need to have a proper staffing. So yes, we're soliciting.
Do you have a number of how many people you would need to be able to perform this effectively?
Well, in St. Thomas, St. John, we have appropriate staff. In St. Croix, we need an additional 6 to 7 people because as I mentioned before, we just purchased a brand new state-of-the-art patching truck. We have some other equipment, and so we want to bring St. Croix in-house. Okay. Presently, we're using contractors to do some of our patching and, the proper staffing. Yeah. I think we should be, much better.
And I'm a strong advocate that we need to move out of contract and employ more within our government system, and that's one of the reasons also, GRS has been affected. So we need to make sure we employ staff and try to move away as much as we can from contracting. But thank you for sharing that information. Now that we're talking about staffing, I know not too long ago they were assigned individuals to each of our towns, Charlotte, Frederiksted, and Christiansted, to maintain those areas and clean those areas. What's the status on those individuals? I haven't seen them lately in the towns.
Well, Senator, they are in the town, but the town extends beyond just downtown area. We still could use some additional employees. We have approximately 4 people in the Christiansted area. The Frederiksted area is limited, so we're trying to get a couple more employees to add to that limited, team there.
Can you?
Well, it's limited because, yes, we are supposed to have 4 people there, but because Frederiksted is extended so far beyond just the town area, you wouldn't see everyone in downtown. You'll see them in different locations in the Frederiksted area. So to be focused more on the downtown Frederiksted location, I think we could add a couple more individuals so we can be more consistent and you'll see a better product.
Thank you. But you currently have 4 for Frederiksted also?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Well, I guess I didn't understand. My understanding was it was more for the downtown area, but you're saying it's for the district.
Well, not just downtown. Remember, you have to consider just the whole Frederiksted area. When I say Frederiksted, I'm talking about the entrance to Frederiksted from the neighboring Sunbus Station, LaGrange. We're talking about the 2 Williams area down in the beach side, Rainbow Beach. So they're throughout the town, and you're not going to see them because the town is so large, and there's so much.
But we need to ensure that our towns, like Frederiksted and also Christiansted, are not abandoned and they have the support for maintenance and cleaning that is necessary. Let me ask you, regards to landscaping contracts. I see in the testimony, Acting Commissioner, you spoke about the pilot project in landscaping, and you said you have identified an area on St. Croix. What's the status of that? What's the area that you have identified in St. Croix? What's the budget cost for this project? And have you identified who will carry out, who the contract will go out to?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. No, I would need to get back to you that information. I'll definitely make a note and we'll get back to you. I know you did, if I'm not mistaken, someone in your office did send a letter yesterday offering your assistance. So that is something that we did speak about, and we'll likely be reaching out to you soon to coordinate with you. But I'll get that information relative to our testimony and who we've identified and what areas.
Just so I could be clear, so no area has been identified on St. Croix yet for this pilot project?
No, what I said is I would need to get back to you. Let me coordinate. Let me get with my staff, and I would need to get back to you.
Okay.
I don't have that information readily available right now.
With regards also to the roadside clearance, how many contracts do you have out in each district for roadside clearance?
I'm going to ask Mr. Rao if he has that information available right now.
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. I know the time is running, but the roadside clearance contracts that we have for hurricane activity, they are for a year. It's a year-long contract. Presently, on St. Croix, we have 10 contractors. On St. Thomas, we have 11 contractors. And that's just for emergency roadside clearance.
And that includes St. John, right? Sorry to interrupt you, because...
Yes, we have 3 for St. John. Sorry, Senator. So we think that's sufficient. The contract, the RFP goes out again shortly. So anyone out there who has an interest can put in a bid. We would love to have a lot more than that, but that's what we have for now. The contract expires on June 1st.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, just to follow up. So it goes out on bid then?
Yes, it's out right now as a matter of fact.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Curran. Senator Payne, you recognize for 7 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Mr. Gabriel.
Good afternoon, Senator Payne.
How are you, sir? You good?
Yeah, doing well.
Okay, good. Let me start out. In reference to your ferry boat transportation program, will the local ferry companies that actually operate between Cruise Bay and St. John, Cruise Bay and Red Hook, be afforded opportunity to be the companies that provide services between St. Thomas and St. Croix, as these companies have an impeccable record of providing safe and reliable services between St. Thomas and St. John. And also keep in mind that these companies are locally owned and they hire and provide opportunities for young men who started as mates and rise to the position of captains.
Thank you for that question. I'm going to defer to Deputy Commissioner Carol McGregor on that one.
Good afternoon, Senator Payne. Any projects we have for the ferry boat program to include the route between St. Thomas and St. Croix will have to go up to bid. So those operators would definitely have the opportunity to bid on that project, or that service rather.
Right. I don't understand that process. However, since they have a reliable record, as opposed to someone who's never owned a ferry company or operated between the waters of the Virgin Islands, would they be given some type of preference in that regard?
When we use federal funds, we don't give preference to particular companies. I think what would work in the favor of the local operators is their experience. They may have an extremely great proposal, and their experience is what is going to count.
Okay, thank you. Definitely make sure to reach out to them and let them know. The Veterans Drive project. Is that project supposed to actually go around the legislature? As the current design actually it creates a serious bottleneck in front of the legislature, as on both sides, it goes from 4 lanes into 2 lanes.
Yes, so the plan is for it to go around the legislature. I can, if you would like some more detail about the project, I'd ask Mr. McLean if he can give you that, if he can provide that to you.
Yes, please.
But right now it's slated to go around. Yeah, okay, Mr. McLean.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. Yes, the plan is to go around the legislature in the next phase, in phase 2, which is in design right now. It will be going from the completion of phase 1, which is to the east side of the legislature, traversing around the outside of the legislature and reconnecting near the Vendors Plaza area with the 4 lanes, existing 4 lanes.
And do you have a timeline?
Timeline for when the project will go out to bid?
Yes.
It should go out to bid in 2022.
2022. Okay. All right, thank you for that. Mr. Gabriel, how many engineers does DPW employ, and is there a need for more at this time?
I don't know the exact number. I know I can get that to you, but I know to answer the second part of your question, yes, yes, and yes. We always need more engineers. It's one of the things that, as I've been talking to the engineering staff, that is the most glaring need, especially as we're getting, not only we have our infrastructure and capital projects, but also now we have all of these disaster recovery projects coming online. So we definitely, that's a huge need, huge need.
And would you see does your department have a partnership with Department of Education? I know UVI to execute an apprenticeship pipeline for engineering careers here in the territory. You know anything about that?
I don't, right now I don't think we have one. I know just this morning we were talking about it. I've been preaching to my engineers. I've actually asked them, we're going to form sort of an ad hoc committee in-house to come up with ways that we can be more creative with attracting engineering talent, especially, as you said, some of those that are maybe juniors, seniors in college that are looking to come out, because while we may not be able to be competitive salary-wise, this is a great place for them to get an extraordinary amount of experience just in the plethora of projects that the department has coming online.
Okay, thank you for that. And in relative to one of my colleagues alluded to this earlier, in relative to cemeteries in the territory, the cemetery in St. John, it's just about completely maxed out. What's your plan for a new location where residents can actually bury their loved ones on the island of St. John?
So like I said earlier, it is something I am aware of. Unfortunately, right now, I don't necessarily have a plan to share with you. One of the things that we're doing next week is we're going over there to take a look at it. And again, we're looking to comprehensively address all of our cemeteries. But St. John is a priority just because of where it is, the location. I mean, as you said, it's almost completely maxed out. And last time I checked, there was a moratorium on deaths. So we're really trying to address that as soon as possible. Because again, it is a significant community need in St. John.
Definitely. So please make that a priority, okay? Moving forward.
Definitely.
Okay. And over the years, we've had different companies on St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix doing asphalt work. However, even though we utilize different companies, all our roadways in the territory are in a deplorable state. Is this indicative of asphalt in the territory, or do we need a different asphalt mix specific for the territory? Because it appears that the mix on the mainland has more gravel than actually here in the territory.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, so I would give both Mr. Fleming and Mr. McLean a chance to answer that one. But I can tell you, I know even to just on a superficial basis, if you will, one of the things that we're looking to do is to hire a QA/QC person to actually start going to these plants and testing getting samples and making sure that we're getting quality asphalt. Mr. McLean, Mr. Fleming, which one of you wants to go first?
Yeah, I don't think it's a problem with the mix necessarily, or the gravel that we use in the territory. I think one of the issues that we've had over the years is drainage and making sure we do the adequate drainage infrastructure, building the adequate drainage infrastructure So what happens in the territory a lot is we have a lot of surface runoff. Water just flows on the roads, and water can be detrimental to anything, especially if you have it just repetitively running on the roads after every major rain event, or it doesn't even have to be a major rain event. Eventually, it will deteriorate your roadway. So I think going forward, the department's goal is to improve our drainage infrastructures territory-wide, and then that would give us a lot more life on especially our asphalt roadways.
Okay, thank you all very much for your answers, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Payne, for your line of questioning. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Testing. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Commissioner nominee, in some of these local projects that we have around that's coming on board that you have going, how many local persons do we have hired for these projects? The road project you have.
You mean in-house, Senator?
No, I mean for the projects that you are dealing with around the Island Arleys Road project that we have. How many locals do we have hired for those projects?
Well, right now, if I'm not mistaken, all of our paving companies are local companies. So I would assume that they all have they're close to, if not at 100% local employment.
Okay, good. And the AT&T road project that they have for putting the lines into the roadways, that comes through Public Works. How many local employees or persons are supposed to be hired with that contract?
So Senator, it doesn't necessarily come through the department. What we've been doing is just a coordination effort. But as far as a contract, we don't have a contract with that paving company. We don't have a contract with AT&T, so we're not privy to their employment.
Okay, so based on what they're doing to the roads, when we launch at least a temporary road striping project, because again, how they have cut the road, a lot of people believe at some points that's where their lane is, and sometimes it takes them over in the other lane, or it takes them off to the other side. Are you aware of that?
So what we've been trying to do is we've been having coordination meetings, and we're making sure that there are some areas that we're not satisfied with, and we're discussing with the contractor where they may go back and make a wider overlay so that we're covering some of the errors that were there, so that people aren't as confused as we're hearing. But we're also just trying to have overall coordination efforts with them. One of the things I've encouraged them to do is to get out there and have a more active communication campaign with the public. And even as we get out there at the department, we'll start mentioning some of the updates relative to that project.
Okay, I've seen a major jump in your burial revenues. What is the average cost for the burial plot right now and the services that Public Works provides?
I think, Mr. Bell, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we went up to $250 now, right? That's where we're at. Is it $250 is the burial plot? No, right?
Senator, it's $500 if it's on a weekend or a holiday, and it's $250 on a weekday.
Okay, so that funding that's an extreme amount of funding now that Public Works is getting, and what is that money going to be earmarked for?
So that's why we're encouraged, and I mean, Assistant Commissioner Brown and I were talking. That's why we're so encouraged about the opportunities to improve our cemeteries, because now we actually have a reliable funding source that can help us with improvements in those areas.
Okay, we could follow up on that some more. I just have 100 questions, so try to get in what I could get in. I don't know if you're familiar with Savan.
Oh.
I know Savan. We talk code for a little bit. General Gada has been changed to Irvin Brown Street, and from the previous commissioner, it was slated to be paved. Is that still in the loop for that road to be paved?
You got it.
Do you have a timeline as to when?
Mr. McLean, you have a timeline?
Summer.
This summer or any summer? This summer. Okay, good. Thank you. Also, the Bovoni roads. There's a road project of 4 roads in Bovoni that we're currently putting in. WAPA is currently putting in a water system, and they're supposed to be paving after that. Is that projected? When is that projected to start? They are presently on a third of the 4 roads. When is that projected to start?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. McLean, please.
Yes, Senator. Those 4 roads, we have FEMA funded slated to repair those roadways. Those FEMA funds have not been obligated as yet to the department. So once we get the obligations, we will do the repairs on those roadways.
Okay, will that cover the drawings needed for the roads and everything?
Yes, it will.
Okay, now, Commissioner, in terms of the Francis Armory, the National Guard Armory on St. Thomas, there is a project that you say is for $139,000, and that was supposed to be started, but I was told there was a bonding issue or some issue. Has that been straightened out, and when will that project begin?
I wasn't aware of an issue with the contractor. Mr. McLean, you aware of something there? Yeah, let me, Senator DeGraff, let me circle back to our to the project manager on that one, and let me get back to you.
Okay, so that's in regards to the guardrail and fencing on the outside, okay?
Right, correct.
Okay. I recently traveled to St. John and with the fire director to check the fire stations, and he made mention in regards to guardrails needed for St. John because they respond to several vehicles going over the edge of the road. Have you been, has that been brought to your attention?
Yes.
And what timeline do you have for the project? You have a timeline for to start any of those projects?
I don't. As we talked about, we're doing the Armory Road now. We're doing the Estate Nazareth area now. We're looking at ways on any new road project to include guardrails if we can. But we're also discussing. We discussed today going back to some areas to get some guardrails installed where they've been knocked out or removed due to accident or hurt or weather event. So we are trying to identify the funding. I know Mr. Brown was working with the administration to get some additional funding to do that here, hoping to come up in the summertime as well.
Okay, I recently sponsored and had passed the advertising on Vitron buses to generate revenue for Vitron. If I may, Mr. Chair. Okay, are you aware of that? And I know there was a advertising project in place before. You have any timelines for that to kick off?
So we're looking, yes, Senator, thank you for that question, and thank you for the legislation. We are aware of it. We're looking at getting that done, hopefully as soon as possible. I know our head of our strategic development office is aggressively pursuing that and trying to get that done ASAP. So we're hoping that, if I had to say, hopefully by late summer, early fall, we should start to see our roll out.
Okay, and in closing, I think you have a great staff and they have been doing great work, but you know when you drive around the territory, you're seeing the ills of the hurricanes past and the bad roads and everything, so they probably don't get recognized for that. But, you know, let's buckle down and get done what we could get done because, you know, it's very much needed and the people would like the relief. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questioning. Senator Seru, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quickly, Mr. Commissioner nominee Gabriel, the waterways between the islands, is it considered a federal highway?
I believe it's yes. I think it's yes.
Where's your assistant?
Yeah.
Send for a lifeline for me.
Mr. McLean, you want to address it?
Yes, they are.
They are. So the federal highway, what is the subsidy that we receive from? Do we receive a subsidy? How does that go? What's the benefit of the water between the islands being a federal highway?
So if once they get designated, and we have marine routes that are designated for both between St. Thomas and St. John, as well as St. Croix and St. Thomas, you're eligible for ferry boat funding through the Federal Highway Administration, which right now is a formula-based funding. It's approximately like only 300.
Okay, Mr. McLean, you're telling me about the ferries. I need to talk about the plane and the cost. So how does that translate to benefiting the territory between travel between St. Croix and St. Thomas? Mr. Chair, any little assistance here with the feedback? I don't understand it, the testifier.
We have some feedback. Hold on, Senator Stein, please. Proceed, Mr. McLean. Let's see if he's better.
Okay. So the federal highway funding would provide ferry boat funding for marine-related activities on the water, not on the air.
Here's a question.
However,
okay, go ahead. Sorry. However, go ahead.
However, to be eligible for those funding, we have to have an approved ferry boat program plan, which is what we are in the process of doing between Federal Highway and FTA.
Tell me about the air, because who's at the table with the Department of Transportation to advocate that it's impossible for government employees, and we have 2 districts, to catch a ferry boat between St. Thomas and St. Croix to go to and from work? Who's at the table to advocate for any level of subsidy for the seaplane or Cape Air or Sea Flight or the rest of them?
So I would refer back to the commissioner, but I think that would be FAA related, and so that would be the Port Authority.
Okay, so
that's correct.
So this. Okay, so who's talking to FAA? And I'm saying this because we have to be a bit creative. Now, if all the federal government could just tell us no, but where has there been any attempt to discuss the cost between St. Thomas and St. Croix costs more than a flight from here to Miami? It is unconscionable. And the greatest consumer of those tickets remain a government of the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yeah, I agree. I guess I would put as a deputy, as a commissioner of public works, I'm also on the Port Authority board. So I would say that I can have a discussion with Executive Director Carlton Dow and see if there's room there. But to my knowledge, I don't think that's a part of the discussions with the FAA. But I will definitely follow up with and circle back to you.
We have a very unique system in the Virgin Islands. We have islands you have bodies of water that separate us. A 15-minute boat ride to St. John, patience. Who must go on a ferry for an hour and a half, and by the time you come off, you're vomiting if you're seasick, and then you expect to report to work and be functionable. So let's be creative. Add that to the agenda, the priority listing for the Port Authority. Probably half of my time got eat up. I have so much to ask. The Avenue, what's the deal on the Avenue? One of the worst roads. St. Thomas. St. Thomas.
I'll ask Mr. McLean to address that one. I don't think that we have anything coming for that, but I'll ask you to address that one, Mr. McLean.
Yeah, I know that the late last year there were some discussions about trying to identify some funding to give the department to do some work on the Avenue.
Okay,
but I don't think that.
Well, okay, so what would be the cost? Because we have the capital improvement fund that comes from the rum. We just the rum cover over.
Yeah, I think it was over $1 million. I wanted to believe the estimate was to do the repairs on the Avenue.
Okay, so you just need an appropriation for $1.5 million. Tell me about the road to Bodo. 4,000 people live on the way to Bodo. And if you took a bath on one night, like how you highlight the edge, the cliff, it's in orange. I guess that's for your marking. But for people like me that wear glasses and it's nighttime, there's no highlighter to indicate don't drive as close to the guardrail as I should. So what's the deal on the fixing of the road to Bordeaux? Because we have one road, and they like a better marking system so no one goes over the cliff.
Yeah, I could speak to that one. I guess I am sensitive to that issue, and it actually did come up when I was talking to a constituent this weekend. So we are looking at that. It is one area that I just, and me and Mr. McLean and I were talking about, because we do want to address it, recognizing especially that there's only one thoroughfare to get in and out of Bordeaux. So my commitment to you will be, let me get back with the team again. We'll make an assessment and see how quickly we can get this done and get back to you with some sort of schedule so that you can eat.
And the replacement of the guardrail by the dump, because the car went over and anybody could just go over next. So the guardrail.
Yes, ma'am.
You on that one?
So just so you know, Senator, your administrator on St. Thomas did send me this today. So we are aggressively looking at that to make sure that we can address it, because I know guardrails are very important as far as safety.
Perfect. Last two questions. Street lights. I tell COSWAP about street lights, and they indicate that the neighborhoods are theirs, but the federal highways that you receive funding from are yours. But every time I talk to Public Works, they continue to pass the buck to WAPA, and WAPA passes the buck to Public Works. The roads that belong to you, why are they not lit?
You're absolutely correct, and I think your synopsis was right. What I will tell you is I have made the personal commitment to addressing this issue head on. I'm going to plan to reach out to my colleague, Mr. Kupfer. We're going to get together. There is a bit of a distinction between the federal highways and the local rules that you talked about, but it's just for us to look at it and get it figured out. We did also ask for a legal opinion just in case that helps with the delineation. But again, that's something where hopefully the next time we talk, I'll be able to report back some information to you so when you can see some changes in that regard.
With all due respect to the nominee, Mr. Gabriel, you have people on this line that have been there. I need a response. I can't take another, I will get back to you, I'll get back to you. This is a status update hearing, and you have a team there for a reason. So I don't expect you to know all the answers, but I expect somebody to tell me what is the status of the street lights for the roads that belong to Public Works that you receive federal funding for. Are you in process of, do I look forward for the roads to be lit in 6 months, in a year? Are you waiting for a drawdown? I need a status update. Mr. McLean, Mr. Brow, the other assistant commissioner, I keep forgetting. Ms. McGregor? Ms. McGregor, yes. One of you guys.
I know. Mr. McLean, you want to, I guess, the federal highways?
Yeah, I could speak to that. Basically, I think when we look at the street lighting law, it doesn't distinguish. It just says WAPA is responsible for all street lighting. It doesn't say anything about residential roads versus federal aid roads, etc. So that's been sort of our position. Now, after the storms, WAPA tried to get some funding for some of the lights, like particularly like on the highway, and FEMA rejected the funding, rejected their request for PW. So essentially, we went to Federal Highway and asked if we can get funding to provide to WAPA to light all the federal aid roads.
Okay, so here's the question. Time. With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, the question will be, Mr. McLean, federal law trumps local law. What is the scope of work when you have to fix a federal highway? Does the scope of work say pave the road and leave the lampposts dark? Or does the scope of work tell you to pave the road and to correct the lighting? And what does that look like for a federal highway under your purview?
There are many. The lighting is something that's sort of project specific, because there are many roadways, there are many highways throughout the United States that do not have lighting. You can get by with appropriate pavement markings, raised pavement markers, and striping. So that's not necessarily a full requirement to have street lighting on every roadway.
Okay, so Mr. Chair.
So
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
We have approved funding, approved damage inspection report. We don't have the funding that we have not received yet from Federal Highway. So we were in discussions on a mechanism, maybe an MOU to provide that funding as a pass-through us to give to WAPA, because we're not lighting experts by no stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so back to Mr. Gabriel. a little task force or a little meeting to come up with a collaboration, like you said, is imperative. And my last question would be, we gave funding for street sweepers for equipment in the budget. Street sweepers, I think it was some dump trucks, a backhoe. Have you procured that equipment? And we also funded positions for the cleaners for the towns. Have you hired anybody for the cleaners for the towns, and have you purchased your equipment?
Sure. So for that one, I'll lean to my Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Dennis Poe, to answer that.
Senator, thank you for the question. Yes, we've purchased several backhoes. We've purchased a street sweeper for St. Thomas. We've hired the guys for the town areas. And so, yes, we've reasonably fulfilled the obligations of the monies that we've had. So we've done what we needed to do.
So where are these cleaners? I don't see anybody downtown. Are they hired? Are they working? Where are they?
Yes, Senator, they are in the downtown areas. I mean, I can't speak clearly for St. Thomas. I know that they're there because I speak to my guys every day. We have 4 guys in the Christiansted town, and we have 4 guys in the Frederiksted district. So I can clearly say that these guys are there.
If the chair could ask how many is in the Charlotte Amalia district and how many would be in Cruz Bay and Coral Bay are town as well. Can someone tell me? Because downtown, they just had a cleanup at downtown Charlotte Amalia.
Yeah.
It was a lot of trash, and then the trash came back like in 2 days. Our historic, if we fix in Main Street and we have overnight guests, downtown does not look good. So I just need to know how many, through the chair, before this hearing has ended or ends, I'd like to know how many cleaners we have in St. Thomas and in St. John. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the latitude.
Thank you so much, Senator. So, for your line of question, before I go to Senator VLA, while you were speaking about roads, I guess Commissioner nominee Gabriel, the road that goes from, it basically goes from, first of all, Pauper Shop Road. When can we see some relief for those individuals in that area?
Mr. McLean, I'll ask you to address that.
Yes, Senator. I think I just told Senator DeGraff that those roads, so the one east of the Pauper Shop, I think there are 2 roads, and there are 2 roads west of the Pauper Shop.
Yes.
That those 4 roads, we anticipate receiving FEMA funds to repair those roads. Those FEMA PW's project worksheets are still going through the FEMA process. So we were fortunate that because they were still going through the FEMA process, WAPA was able to come in and do their waterline work. So as soon as we receive an approved project worksheet from FEMA, then we will begin the reconstruction of those roadways. But right now, we don't have an anticipated time that we will be getting those approved PWs from FEMA.
What about Donkey Hill going west toward Havenside?
Donkey Hill going west towards Havenside is on our radar. It's actually one of the projects that we have slated for a request for funding that should be coming to the legislature shortly.
And finally, North Star Village, I know there have been many efforts in terms of making a road a public road, and all of the documents were submitted, but I believe the funding was not there. But have anything been done since then with all the funds that you have acquired?
Mr. McLean, you want to address that one? I think I might get a little emotional if I speak to that one.
Yeah, that one is really bad.
Yeah, so I think over the years there's been some attempts to turn that over to become a public road. So we've done some preliminary estimating on the funding that would be required to make the necessary repairs that we can provide to to this body for funding to do the repairs and turn it over to the government so that it can become a public roadway.
Okay, we're looking forward to that. Okay, thank you so much. Senator Bailey, you recognized for 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope my time wasn't running. I want to go back to a question that was vaguely answered in reference to the Vitran operation and maintenance facility that is being built at Anna's Hope. What was that answer? Because I didn't get an understanding as to what is taking place, as to why the contract or why the construction isn't taking place. What was the answer?
Thank you, Senator. Patrick, I'll ask you to respond to Senator Bailey, just I guess to offer some clarity to your last answer.
Sure. Again, this is Patrick Williams, St. Thomas, CIP engineer. There is an issue, and I mentioned there's an issue of conflict of interest concern that we're trying to resolve, and so that's one of the.
Okay, be more specific. Conflict of interest with who? The contract was given to a company. Conflict of interest with who?
Well, there is a subcontractor that they were concerned about, and one of the DBE that's doing the work on the job. So we're trying to resolve that particular issue before moving forward.
So the company that was awarded the contract have an illegal subcontractor working on the project?
I wouldn't phrase it that way, but there is a issue that
hold up, they want because I just wanted to bring that out. This is the same company that is doing Parley Joseph Stadium. The same company. We selected them to do that particular facility. Now the project is stalled. They're working on Parley Joseph Stadium with maybe 4 individuals on a $20+ million project. So we always are held up by contracts that this government enter into. It baffles me. How can we issue a contract? Are we issuing this contract with timelines embedded in it?
Yes.
So when they violate these timelines, what is the penalty? What are the penalties?
So Senator, just from an overall perspective, typically contracts have a liquidated damages clause, where for each day that you're delayed on the contractor side, there's a penalty assessed per day, whether it's $500, $1,500. There's typically an assessment of liquidated damages for each day you're delayed. And then, of course, we have the recourse to terminate for cause.
Hence, I will flip from that now to Melvin Evans Highway, the last portion that is being done in the western part, from the West Airport Road. What is the liquidated damage for that? It's been trees under construction. What's the damage for that particular? It's not being completed. There's no work going on. It's like individuals get a contract with the government, and then there's no responsibility to finish the project. They could come and tell you that, a machine went down. We have problem with something. What does it take to get a project completed? What's the damage to that? Because there's no work taking place on the part of the highway.
Mr. McLean, I'm going to ask you to respond, please.
Yeah. Yes, Senator. Actually, I was in St. Croix last week, and work was ongoing. They were working on both the westbound lanes. They're doing concrete swale work and striping on the eastbound lanes. Now, their segment of roadway work is just from West Airport Road to, I believe, to Williams Good Hope intersection. Williams,
what is the completion date?
So the completion date is actually next month. And if they don't complete,
you were given an extension.
Yes, they were given an extension. They had some extensions because of recently last year because of COVID and getting guardrails shipped into the territory. It took some delays.
And Mr. McLean, the road should have been finished before COVID. When are we giving them these extensions? Are we nullifying the liquidated damages portion? Are we saying that they don't have to pay for the delay in the project because we're giving them an extension?
We only give extensions on federal aid projects for justifiable reasons, and all of our extensions have to be submitted to Federal Highway for their approval, for their review, consent, and approval. If we don't feel that it's a justifiable cause, we assess liquidated damages, and that's deducted from the.
Okay, thank you so much for that, but I don't see how 3 years could be justifiable. I don't see how Polly Joseph for so many years justifiable. I don't see how the building that is being built by Public Works now is going to be justifiable when nothing is taking place. The final segment for Melvin Evans Highway from Home Depot. It's been in design stage for the last 4 or 5 meetings that we have had where Public Works has been before us. When is the design stage going to finish? When is design finalization is going to be final?
Mr. Martina, I'll ask you to address again, please.
You say from Home Depot, which?
Yeah, going up by Hovenza Training School. After you pass that satellite, it's so many potholes in the road. When is that going to begin?
So that's actually not a part of the
1 minute.
Melvin Evans project. That's a part of the Clifton Hill project. So that project was started.
I'm talking about the highway from Home Depot to Diageo. Yeah. When is that going to be paved?
Right. So that's what I'm telling you, Senator. That's part of the Clifton Hill project because we're doing the Clifton Hill project is widening the Melvin Evans that intersection by the training school. So that's part of the Clifton Hill project that's going up to bid in this summer.
They're putting in turning lanes, and we're back to the drawing board of that because I see that in your testimony you said that you're putting that back out to bid. You have taken a contract from that one particular company?
Yes. So we're not back to the drawing board. We're just back to procurement.
Which is back to the drawing board. AT&T. I heard a discussion in reference to them patching, and I know that they're not coming through Public Work. However, you do have your inspectors making sure that the work that they're doing is sufficient or meet the guidelines for road paving in the Virgin Islands. Correct?
That's correct.
In AT&T contract, are they not responsible to restripe the road where they are now patching?
Yeah, I can speak to that, Senator. So we gave a series of conditions for the excavation permit, and so where they are patching and they impact either the white lines or the center strips, they are responsible for restriping.
Okay, great. And we have somebody designated to make sure that the work is done and the work is done right, and that person is telling them as to whether or not they're satisfied with the work, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Christian said and Frederick said Tong roads. Back of Christian said Tong is a real bad condition. Frederick said Main Street, etc. I see that you have 98% of the water and sewer line have been completed, and Christian said, and 90% of Frederick said. You're saying that the project is going to commence in April in the tongue of Christian said. What is the completion date?
Mr. Fleming, can you address that, please? You're on mute, Mr. Fleming.
While he's on mute, before we continue, Senator Fiore attended a call like 2 minutes ago, but I'll let you wrap up because it's important what you're trying to get the information from. Continue, please.
Yes, Senator. Remember, we still have to put in the sewer lines in the town of Christiansted. So I'll be upfront with you. That project is going to take a while. It appears that project was actually awarded to Marcus St. Croix. And so the sewer line is going to impact almost all of the roads in the town of Christiansted. And so I must be upfront with you. I cannot tell exactly when the roads, but the road is going to have the comments in the town of Christiansted. I'll be upfront with you.
I'm trying to understand your answer. You're saying that you don't know when the paving will be completed. You say it's going to commence.
Commence.
You're saying that you don't know when the pavement is going to be completed.
No, not completed. Commence. When it's going to start? Because, like I said, the sewer lines have to be installed in the roadbed for Christiansted, and that will be done by St. Croix. And we cannot move forward until we have those sewer lines actually installed. So I don't exactly
testimony. 1 minute, Mr. Fleming, and I know that you work hard and you do a good job, but the testimony says WAPA has completed 98% of the water and sewer line installation. That's what the testimony says. Commissioner has 98% of the water and sewer line installation in Christiansted and 90% of the water lines in Frederickson. Is those numbers real? Are those numbers real?
I think it should say 98% of water line.
Yeah, I think that's what it should say, because in Christiansted we haven't started.
I just read it.
There's an error.
In the testimony. So hence you're saying that the sewer lines, what is the completion rate for the sewer lines in Christiansted?
In terms of completion, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know exactly when they'll actually be installing, when that job would actually be completed.
So we dig up, let me think. We dig up the entire Christiansted, all the back roads, and we don't have a clue as to when the sewer lines are going to be installed, and we're going to be able to repave those roads that are now in deplorable condition. And I've heard the waste management argument over and over. We're waiting. So who has called waste management to point out whether or not they have the funding for the sewer lines and when this project is going to start?
Thank you, Senator. I could take that one. So I did speak to the individuals from Waste Management Authority last week, and I know that they just received the sub-grantee award. That's finally been signed, so we're hoping to expeditiously get moving on that. It is a EPA funded project, so they are a sub-grantee to DPNR. So they just got that award again signed toward the end of last week, so we're hoping that they'll be expeditiously trying to get that done. And I did express to them, again, roads are our jurisdiction, so we really need to get them going so we can get our roads paved and get them back in full useful condition.
Thank
you. I think my time has been called. I just want to go by saying we can't destroy the roads in our tongues unless we have a timetable as to when we're going to be able to fix it back. Those should be priority projects. You don't just dig up your entire tongue and then you don't have any coordination with waste management, lane lines, and waste management is going to go back and redig again. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, your time was called 6 minutes ago, but it's okay. Great line of questioning. I'm going to dive in a little deeper.
Please, sir.
I said your time was called 6 minutes ago, but it's okay. Your line of questioning was on point. I just want to dive in a little deeper. The question is, and should be, honestly, what are the issues with that contractor in particular in regards to those sewage line?
So, Senator, I can't speak to the issues with the contractor specifically. Then I think we would have to discuss all the waste management. Again, I do know, I was told last week that they were waiting, funding was the issue. They were waiting for the sub-grantee award. I did reach out to make sure that got done, which had gotten signed. So I'm hoping that I am cautiously optimistic that we'll be expeditiously moving to get that project going with that contractor so that we can start paving.
Well, thank you for that. Senator Saru, point of information. Point of inquiry.
Point of something. Did I understand you correctly when you said that, well, you infer that we have to dig up the roads again for the sewage lines? Yes, right?
Senator, I'm sorry, I missed that part of your question.
Did I understand you correctly, or whatever your inference was, that we have to dig up the road again for the sewage lines, correct?
No, I think what we were saying is that we haven't commenced paving because we're waiting for the installation of the sewage lines.
So, Mr. Chair, every time I bring a dig once bill, it dies. But under the law, presently, Public Works has a notification center where all utility agencies are required to meet before undergrounding so they can have, and I think the secretary always talks about interagency and all of this transparency and communication. So I would implore the nominee to really utilize and look at the code as it pertains to the notification center. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sow. Senator Joseph, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good afternoon to you, colleagues, listening audience, nominee, Mr. Derek Gabriel, as well as your staff. Mr. Chairman, there's a slight feedback.
Yes, please mute your mics until you're asked before in order to respond. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask you, nominee Gabriel, kindly indicate to us how many paving companies do you utilize in the territory and who does business with the government?
So right now there's 5. There's 3 in St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas.
Is there any, based on the workload and the projected projects that you have, is there any considerations being made to expand and outsource some of these work that needs to be done here?
So I know there's a new paving company that's kind of getting anchored in the territory. I assume that probably the next 6 to 8 months we'll see them start to bid on projects across the territory. What we've been trying to do, like I said earlier, is we're exploring the task order procurement method, so that we can try to get some of these projects all going, because again, it's only 3 on St. Croix and 2 on St. Thomas. So right now we have to do less, but we have to get the projects going. So that's what we're trying to do to get them to expedite.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you now some questions relative to our roadside projects. I know we have a number of roadside projects, and I'm specifically looking at those in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And when we look at the roadside cutting of our roads, are your roadside crew familiar with some of the sediment control mechanisms that should be in place when they're cutting the grass? And do you monitor that?
So I would ask Commissioner Bro, Assistant Commissioner Bro to answer that question.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, we have individuals, our directors, they monitor the process and ensure that the job is done properly and that they meet all the requirements that's in the contract. So the answer is yes.
Okay, because my concern is, nominee Gabriel, and your able-bodied and efficient team, is that many a times when we cut the grass, we cut it so low that it produces and it hampers rather our ability to naturally control the sediment, and so we have a lot of erosion that takes place. And you would see it really with some of the roadside issues that we're having, that many of our roadsides in the Virgin Islands are being compromised, actually. Let's take a look at the Maffali Road. That, of course, was compromised, and I really want to congratulate you and the team for making some strong headway in repairing that road. But we have some other issues with the roadside, and I didn't see it in any of your ongoing projects or projected projects. I may have missed it. But this is heading up further north. Have you taken a look at some of the roads up in the north side that have been compromised again, or newly compromised because of the amount of rain that we've had, and so some of them have been eroded? And what are our plans to mitigate those roads?
So to answer your question, I haven't, as in my new role, I haven't traversed the north side roads, but as a resident, I'm always in that area, so I'm very familiar with what you're talking about. What I would say is we've identified, as Mr. McLean stated earlier, there are a few north side roads that are slated for improvement here over the next 12 to 14 months. You should start to see them, again, you know, we're going to be petitioning this body for some funding to get them addressed. but a lot of them are in various stages of design, so we're hoping to try to get those off the shelf and fixed here within the next 12 to 14 months.
Okay, thank you. And I know you touched on some federal grants that you have. Could you please delineate for us the type of funding that you have for the federal grant? And is there any preferences for small business to receive some of these grants based on the funding source?
So thanks again, Senator. So we in our testimony, we delineated several different federal funding sources within the different divisions. So I guess what I'll do is I can have Mr. McLean speak to the federal funding sources in his division, and then I can ask Ms. McGregor to address, because I think, Ms. McGregor, you get 9 federal grants. So maybe you can speak to those that we received in transportation as well. But I'll start with Mr. McLean.
Okay. So on the federal highway side, thank you, Senator. Question. We, for federal aid dollars allocations, we receive the only small business concerns that program that we have is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. Those projects.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Could you please be so kind to have the testifier repeat and start from the top? You were coming in a bit choppy.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly now?
Roger that.
All right. Thank you. In the federal aid program, we have the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, where we have an annual DBE goal that we allocate a certain percentage of work that we recommend goes to small business concerns, or mainly disadvantaged business parties. And so each one of our projects has a DBE goal that the contractor has to meet. And so that's it for the federal highway program.
And you don't know the percentage of businesses that would be required, that the contractor would have to be required to meet for the disadvantaged businesses, minority business, veteran-owned business, women-owned businesses, correct? Those would be the disadvantaged small businesses that you're referring to.
Yes, Senator, that's correct. On average, it's around 20%. I think this year our DB goal is going to be about 22%. 22% of the project has to go to any project has to go towards a disadvantaged business enterprise concerns.
Exactly what I was trying to get, the percentage. Okay, thank you. And now, Ms. McGregor. Mr. Chairman, may I be
Senator.
So kind? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Ms. McGregor.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Afternoon.
Similar to the Federal Highway Administration, the Federal Transit Administration also requires that we have the DBE program on all of our projects. So the funding is available for the disadvantaged business enterprise participants.
In your graded, Mr. Chairman, may I be so kind? Thank you. You're very kind to me since you skipped me many a times. I wanted to just, I believe it's Senator Payne asked this question about the preferences. So in your grading system, when you're looking at the bids that come in, you don't look at giving any type of priority preferences to businesses that are disadvantaged based on your federal funding?
On the federal highway side, one of the things that we cannot do is local preferences are not allowed. So any states, as a part of your contract documents, bid documents, can have any local preferences.
Okay, thank you. My time has been called. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence, and thank you, testifiers, for your answers.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. Senator James, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and happy Virgin Islands History Month. It is unfortunate that we are experiencing so many cases of violence on St. Croix, and I would like to express my sincere condolences to the family and friends who have lost a loved one. And as we speak about Virgin Islands History Month, I would like to reference the Caspar Holstein Drive, which is right down there at Trailer Park, which is connected to our military base. Can anyone speak to the plans for the paving of that road right down there at Trailer Park, the Caspar Holstein Drive? My time is ticking.
So, no, it doesn't seem like we have any information for you on this one, Senator James. But let me circle back with the staff, and I'll try to get an update for you as to when we'll be addressing that area.
Thank you so much. It's in very bad condition, and nowhere on the U.S. mainland where the entrance for military base, leading to a military base, looks like that. Nowhere in the world. And then we have roads named after prominent Virgin Islanders, like Caspar Holstein played a major role in the Virgin Islands as a civic leader and a humanitarian, and instrumental in the U.S. Congress passing the Organic Act of 1936, and we have these things named after them. And then we also have the Melvin Evans Highway. Melvin Evans, the last appointed and first elected governor of the Virgin Islands, and look at the condition of the roads. And we're in Virgin Islands History Month. That's what I want to highlight these things. And also we want to speak of Sierra Lee King. There's a mausoleum of Sierra Lee King at the Kings Hill Cemetery. Who is responsible for the maintenance of that structure?
Going to ask my Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Brown, to address that question.
Yeah, well, the Department of Public Works, we have maintained it. We keep it locked. The families have also contributed in keeping it clean. Also, former Senator Positive Nelson have contributed also. He has some connection to that. So it's
Assistant Commissioner Bro.
Yes.
And you are aware of the current condition of that structure that I speak of, right? Of Sierra Lee King?
Yes, Senator.
All right, because right now, anyone can just walk into that gravesite or the mausoleum and basically terrorize or vandalize the place, and that is a form of governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I just want to remind the public that we must take pride in these structures. So, as we speak about Virgin Islands History Month, I am not too happy of how the month is starting off and how we are treating individuals who paved the way for people like myself and those who sit in this institution. Now, when it comes to the cost to pave 1 mile of road, can someone speak to the cost of what it is to pave 1 mile of road and what it consists of in that cost? Please.
Mr. McLean, by chance you have that price?
On average, we've been saying it's a little bit over $1 million to repave a roadway, and that would be to reconstruct the roadway asphalt base. If we're doing major reconstruction, which would include drainage, swales, or curbs and gutters and concrete pipes, obviously that cost is going to go up to maybe 1.5 or close to $2 million, depending on the type of work that you plan on doing.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to request documentation that speaks to the cost to pave 1 mile of road in the U.S. Virgin Islands. And you made mention of 2 different scenarios. I would like to have those 2 different breakdowns, because I really want this body to really look at the documents that speak to the overall cost of paving 1 mile of road. And when we're prioritizing the selection of these roads, I want to make sure that we're getting a bang for our buck. And my question is, once we're completed with these paving of the road, who is responsible in the Department of Public Works for final inspection? Who signs off on these documents? Who?
It's whoever the assigned project engineer is, the project manager for that project is the person that does the final inspection and does the final sign-offs.
And after the individual signs off, what happens thereafter?
After they sign off, the documentation comes to me for review. I sign off on it, and then we issue final payment, and we start processing final payment on retention return.
All right, so I can't beat up on you much because you just came, you were just selected. But moving forward, I really want you to do your due diligence to make sure that we're getting the bang for our buck when we pave these roads. Because if it's almost an average of $1 million to pave 1 mile of road, we need to make sure that whoever is paving the road, that there's a clause in there in a contract that speaks to some accountability if it's done incorrectly, and after a certain period of time, they're obligated to go back and do it over. Do we have those things in place?
I would ask Mr. McLean to address that. Do we have a warranty period in our contracts?
And it's a simple yes or no.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Because Title 20, Part 1, Chapter 1, Section 1 says, all public highways, streets, bridges, and guardrails shall, to the maximum extent possible, be constructed and maintained in accordance with the standards, specifications, and safety requirements promulgated by the Bureau of Public Roads of the United States Department of Transportation. However, the Commissioner shall establish the standards, specifications, and safety requirements for public highways, streets, bridges, and guardrails that are a part of the public road system of the territorial government and not maintained by federal funds. Can you submit to this body, through the chair, those standards and specifications and safety requirements that the Commissioner shall establish to this body so we can review it? Because I don't see how individuals who went to school to study engineering and all that good stuff are signing off on these projects and saying that we're okay with the condition of these roads, especially if we are paying up to $1 million average for a mile of road. So through the chair, can we get that documentation, please?
Time.
Sure.
And last but not least, the Commissioner of Public Works shall undertake and be responsible for a public information and sign erection program upon the public streets and highways of the Virgin Islands. Can someone speak to how that project is coming along, that program?
So just from an overall perspective, we did talk about, we are undertaking to do signage in both districts. Right now we've already selected the contractor, so that contract is underway. But as Mr. McLean stated, we'll likely be petitioning whether this body or the administration for additional funding as our signage, that's something that needs to be ongoing and continuously replaced.
So I'm assuming an assessment was done and you have the overall cost of the additional funding that is needed to complete this project?
So what we're doing right now is, again, the companies have done, we did do an assessment. Yes.
All right, so an assessment was done?
Yes.
So what's the overall cost to complete this project if you need additional funds?
I don't have it in front of me. I know we're looking at additional funds. I think we just got, Mr. Brown, we just got $90,000 is what we're looking at to address it, right? Some additional funding. Yes, you requested it. I think we requested it. We haven't gotten it yet. Right. You're right.
Thank you, because I'm tired of us saying take the left, go up the road, past the church, take the right. That era needs to be finished and done with in the Virgin Islands. We need to make sure that we have a proper public information and sign erection program. So not just when tourists come here, but people who left the Virgin Islands donkey years ago and they want to finally come back. I know we have the GPS system in place, thanks to Google Maps for coming down here several years ago, that when we do have these things in place, that we can actually identify the names of these streets and roads, because a lot of these streets and roads are named after Virgin Islanders, and we need to have pride in that. So I would be looking forward to that documentation. So through the chair, if you can just request that documentation that speaks to the public information and sign erection program that Public Works is responsible for regarding the additional funding, so this body can make sure that we assist them with the appropriate funds to help with the naming of these streets. Mr. Chair, was my time called?
5 minutes ago, sir.
Well, I just want to say thank you. I know recently the Public Works increased the burial fees in the year 2020. Mr. Chair, if you can just follow up for me regarding what is being done with the extra fees in which they have recently increased for the burial fees in the territory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James, and I'm sure you heard you. I guess Assistant Commissioner Brown, can you respond to that question by Senator James? in terms of the difference when it comes to burial fees? What are being done with those revenues?
Well, Senator, it's for additional maintenance, for upkeep. I was privy to listen to a hearing on the cemetery, and I was a little disappointed in that everyone expected the cemetery to be to the highest standard, but there was no funding for that. And so Commissioner Petty took the initiative to increase the fees. I was a little concerned how the public would react to that, but it's obvious now that he made the right decision. We have funding now. We can enhance our cemetery. We could increase tons of services in the cemetery, like provide better restroom services and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do with that money's collected for that is to enhance, increase, beautify, and uplift the cemeteries. It's a great opportunity. I'm happy, and all of us should be happy that our cemeteries will meet the standards that we all can appreciate and respect.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Brown. Before I go to your point of inquiry, Senator Joseph, while I have you, Assistant Commissioner Brown, I know that last year the department bought pothole patching trucks at the tune of $100,000 each. Those trucks being utilized, number one, and what is the extent of potholes, for instance, that the department are using those trucks for?
Well, Senator, the trucks recently got an island. The trucks were assessed. They are not in use as yet. They have done some test run, and I want to tell you that better days are ahead. We're going to step up our game, not just to patch holes, but to create amazing work. We have saw cut apparatus that are coming. We have compactors that are coming. We're going to provide the necessary training so that the guys can now step up the game and do efficient work. You know, right now, Senator, and I like to say this, you know, I think we're meeting the standard somewhat. But the idea is to be aggressive, to get out there and to patch as many potholes as we possibly can, because everyone is complaining. People are losing the front end, tires are being blown out. So we want to create the safest environment that we can. So we were aggressive. We move fast. As asphalt is available, the guys are out there patching. Now, Senators, we're going to slow it down and do it right. We're going to be efficient because we have the tools now and we have the manpower that we are requesting for St. Croix, but I think better days ahead and you're going to see the difference.
I see how excited you guys want to ask you that question. And you say better days ahead for St. Croix. What about St. Thomas, St. John District?
No. We're talking about the Virgin Islands. If I say something, I apologize.
That's what
I apologize because no, it's the Virgin Islands, Senator. You're going to see it. You're going to see enhancement. Trust me, the guys in St. Thomas, the guys in St. John, they're all excited and they're all happy and they're ready to go. And I'm telling you, you're going to see better times ahead, Senator.
But we are excited.
No more will you be dodging. No more will you be dodging all over the place. Just give us a couple of years and you'll see the change.
Okay, thank you for that, Senator Joseph. You had a point of information because I need to finish my line of questioning.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the recognition. I wanted to ask, because this is a question I got from a constituent who called into my office. They got in an accident right in front of the legislature here. And he called, he's Crucian, and I know you touched Commissioner nominee on issues regarding you and the disconnect between you and WAPA regarding the street lights. But one of the things that came out of a recent meeting that we had for the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure is the use of reflective striping for our highways. Is there any way that you could include that in your scope of work for the paving companies, or who does the striping? Is it DPW does the striping, or is it the private entity who does the striping of the roads? That's my inquiry. Who does the striping of the roads so that they could use reflector paint in striping the roads?
Mr. McLean, you want to address that question, please?
Yeah, it's private contractors, whether we contract with them directly or if they are subcontracted from the paving contractors. But they actually use thermoplastic pavement markings, paint, and that includes glass piece that gives you the reflectivity once it's laid down. In addition to that, what we're adding is raised pavement markers.
Okay, thank you so much.
Senator Viola, point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I do the point of inquiry, I just want to remind us that we have already paid a private company $26 million out of a $28 million contract to provide lighting for the Virgin Islands, and we still can't get light. And I guess it's just okay. There's no litigation, nothing, but there's no real attempt to make them do what they were supposed to do. Mr. Brown, do we now have a patch truck? Did you purchase a patch truck for both islands?
Senator, yes, we did.
The answer is yes?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't. Yes, we purchased 2 patch trucks, one for the District of St. Thomas, St. John, and one for St. Croix.
Okay, excellent. So we're no longer paying a contractor to use the patch truck that we sold from Public Works, and then they came back and rented to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Bailey. Let me ask Ms. McIntosh, because based on the information that you sent us, the Department of Public Works have basically thousands of dollars in overtime, right? And with those overtime, some of them are like $20,000, but between like 6 individuals over and over again. Let me ask you a question. First of all, were those overtime because of the COVID situation and the CARES fund?
Senator, I believe you're asking for Ms. McGregor. Ms. McGregor, I'm asking you if you could respond to that. You're on mute, Ms. McGregor.
Senator, can you say that again? We have individuals with
$20,000 in overtime, and my question was, first of all, do you have a issue when it comes to staffing? Second of all, how long back have these individuals been making overtime? And thirdly, are the CARES funds assisting you with paying those overtime? And what the cause of it?
First, let me answer. CARE funds are not used for overtime. Most of the overtime is done by operators because we do provide additional paratransit services on Saturdays. There are many times where those drivers have to work a 6-day during the week.
So it's all.
We do that to provide because of the need in our community.
Very well. So basically, are you short-staffed when it comes to drivers? And what is being done?
We are short-staffed.
So what is being done to attract and bring on board drivers to assist?
We've been using our grant monies to employ additional staff members for the public transportation system.
You're using grant money to bring individuals on. So where are we at in that process? How are you going about doing that in terms of actually bringing them on board? Since the grant money is there.
This year we gradually bring them on. So this year we have plans to employ an additional 5 bus operators, including additional mechanics as well.
By when?
Fiscal year.
So you don't have a timeline. I know this year is 12 months, but you don't have a timeline because you say you're going to bring them on gradually. So when are you going to start bringing them on to assist?
Last year before September, we were able to bring on 5 that I can think of. And this year we plan to do the same. Before the end of the fiscal year, we should have an additional 5 bus operators on duty.
Okay, thank you for that. And how has COVID-19 affected your operation in terms of hours, etc.? And
COVID-19 severely impact our operations. In some cases, or initially at the start of the pandemic, we had to suspend services on our fixed route in order to install the separators for the bus operators. We had to implement a sanitization and disinfectant program, which we currently do 3 to 4 times a day. We had to clean all the facilities, all the HVAC system, and we do that on a quarterly basis now, in addition to our regular daily cleaning. We've also had to provide additional paratransit buses to maintain social distancing for the elderly and persons with disabilities.
So have you utilized all of your COVID funds thus far?
We have not utilized all of it, but we've budgeted for all of it.
Okay, very well. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. It's going to be the second and last round. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. So my final 3 minutes, what I really want to drill down on the department, going back even to the discussion over lights and over those kind of situations, I continue to encourage even, just meeting with the requisite departments and really establishing a clear line of communication. That should be the first goal. Getting specifically to the issue surrounding the transport between the islands, it's particularly a question for Vitran. So we clearly know there's clearly a boat that goes between St. Thomas and St. John. Where are we with really establishing the ferry system between the island of St. Croix and St. Thomas, as the effort is being made to address the costs that was brought up by my colleague earlier? And how do we go forward with that effort? I'm quite aware that every year there's an opportunity through a competitive process to obtain funds for the ferry services. Where are we with that effort, if one is even on its way, or underway, I should say, rather?
Senator, the department was required to develop a ferry transportation program. We've done that. The Federal Transit Administration has required that we bring on the staff to support that program, as well as obtain additional reporting from our current ferry operators that participate in the program. Each year we submit the grant applications for the ferry discretionary program, and this year we plan to do so as well.
So through the chair, I would specifically ask for that plan, and because we need timelines. It's going to be quite, let's not go into the years in terms of having a consistent transit ferry system between St. Croix and St. Thomas. I would actually want to see the information, and as we move forward, even get that information out to the public so they're aware of the process. Also on the federal side, have you sought any other funds, federal funds, to achieve the goal of the purchasing of boats and a boat or two? How is that process going? So in other words, with the funds you're currently, are the funds sufficient? The funds that you're currently getting access to would be sufficient for purchase of at least one boat? And if not, what, or even the inventory, if not, what process are you engaged with or other forms of federal assistance?
In addition to FDA program funds, we also apply for or discuss with Federal Highway Administration funding for ferry boats as well. From time to time, we also have the opportunity to get funds appropriated through other programs from the federal government.
And
as of right now, we do not have any ferry boat funding, but we will definitely apply when the opportunity comes for any grants.
Okay, so again, to the chair, I'm gonna really be on top of you with this one because it's an age-old issue. We're talking about, it's been quite a number of years where we had, and we have, thank you to the operators that do exist now, that's great, but we really need to move forward a plan as it pertains to travel between St. Croix and St. Thomas and be very more concrete and consistent with the effort. Thank you, Chairman. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Saru, I know you have to leave, so I'll let you go and do your 3 minutes. You recognize.
Thank you kindly for allowing me. Mr. Commissioner Amani Gabriel, the intersection by Niski Center, are we planning to come back to that?
The main intersection, the intersection on the main highway?
The one that you just repaved that has no striping?
Yeah, yes. They're out there. This morning, they were actually out there trying to finish up the striping. So we're hoping to have that done, I would say, within the next week. Okay,
so do you intend to move anywhere further, or does the paving stop at the intersection?
I'm not sure if Mr. McLean is still on. He could speak to that. I'm not 100% sure of that project. I think that project ends at the intersection, but I would ask Mr. McLean to speak to that, please.
Just a yes or no. I only have 3 minutes. Does it continue?
Yes, Senator.
It
stops at the intersection. It stops at the intersection.
Okay. Now the people that you hired to cut the to clean the side of the road, why are we cutting the national flower?
Why are we cutting the national flower?
Yes.
I would expect that's a situation of just innocent ignorance.
So do we?
I know in our.
Go ahead.
I don't know if we do. I know the RFP, the bid calls for them to know it. What I will tell you is we will make sure to educate them as to what our national flower is so that we're not cutting it down on the side of the road.
Okay, we cut the entire way in the west, and we cut every single national flower that was on the side of the road down, and no other country could that take place.
And that's the yellow cedar you're referencing, right?
Yes, yes. Olivia, it's their history month, so I have to protect the flower. Now, now the last thing is AT&T. So I remember sitting in Public Works at the time the commissioner was Petty, and the others on the call could tell you, and Commissioner Blyden not Commissioner Blyden, the chair was there along with another senator, the female senator from this district, and we begged and pleaded, and Public Works gave us cease and desist order, and in a month they came back. The first issue is every single contractor non-speak English. Obviously, we imported every single AT&T contractor. The second thing is that the VA-NGN and VIA testified that we have enough fiber in the ground to sustain the FirstNet system. The third point was that when the federal government gave the contract to FirstNet, one of the clauses said that if you are going to a jurisdiction and that jurisdiction has existing infrastructure, you must use it. So we're digging the roads up about 2 or 3 feet next to the VI-NGN or via conduits or tunnels. It's the exact same blueprint everywhere. We have traffic that's impeded, and then we're paving the road back in a substandard manner, and then we're going to cause accidents because right now, with the initial VI-NGN, I have a feedback, media. With the initial VI-NGN, I guess the conduits or however they dug up the road, people in the Virgin Islands tend to drive to the center of the road to avoid the edge of the road. And then now we're dodging another one, and then when you put the asphalt in, it's sinking. And who is to ensure that AT&T is doing a proper job? And first of all, why did it even happen?
Thank you for that question. I'll ask Mr. McLean if you can speak to that project.
Right. So I think that I was a participant in a meeting that you referenced, Senator Seru. I believe that the AT&T representatives, I know that FirstNet is a part of it, but I don't think it's an entirely FirstNet project. I think it's a 5G rollout project, from my understanding. But any deficiencies in terms of restoration of the roadway, we are definitely holding AT&T responsible and accountable. So they won't be just leaving any deficiencies in our roadway without us making sure that it's corrected. We've had several meetings with them, and there are several more phases to go. So we're even adding additional conditions once we issue additional permits, as we've all experienced some of the shortfalls in this first phase. And so we're adding a bunch of additional conditions that we plan to make sure that going forward, any deficiencies are addressed.
I cringe at this entire project, Mr. Chair, because we had the experts before us. We didn't have just a spokesperson. You had the experts from both of the telecommunication companies telling you that we have the fiber. We spent out close to $500 million under the DeYoung era to do that, and we have to pay back. We have to create revenue to pay that back. And then I remember at the meeting, VIA NGN is saying, okay, let's work something out. There are areas of this island where our fiber does not go to the tower. So where we left off, you pick up. Not you go, and when they presented their information, they had the exact same blueprints as VIA NGN. I have a real problem with the project because as a territory, we just pave a road and we dig up the bypass. We just and it's just so substandard, and we're not using what we have already. And I just don't think the project is fair. And I think we need to revisit the entire AT&T project. And I'm hoping that you have a separate hearing because I have some diplomatic choice words for what's taking place in this territory. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Saran. We will be addressing that situation. We do have a hearing, as a matter of fact, April 19, with all of the stakeholders and all of the experts, and we will drill down and do what must be done. Senator Carrion, you recognize for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon once again. Just echoing on something that the good Senator, Millennial Senator from St. Thomas mentioned earlier with regards to our transportation, the travel between St. Croix and St. Thomas. Doesn't the federal government subsidize air travel in remote places like Alaska and Hawaii? Because the issue sometimes I'm having is that, we just sometimes drop the ball or don't go the extra mile or think outside the box of try to find other creative ways. This will be tremendous for us here in the territory, socially, economically. It will be a tremendous benefit, uniting, our territory.
I am, Senator, I'm not 100% sure if those other jurisdictions receive federal funds for transportation in the air.
Well, can you look into it? Because it's my understanding that Alaska does, and so maybe the other jurisdictions.
Definitely, and what I can tell you is that we're encouraged, and I know I've spoken to the director at Port about this, we're encouraged by some of the comments from the recent Secretary of the Department of Transportation, in that he recognizes some of the disenfranchisement that's happened with communities such as ours when you don't have your transportation infrastructure corrected.
Correct.
So we're hoping to be able to capitalize on some of his own comments in that area.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing in our next committee hearing some good news from you. With regards to the cemetery, I know it was your testimony that there was an increase in the burial permit fee. What is that increase?
So, as Mr. Bell said, and he can speak to it, but we went from $30 or $35 to $250 during the week, and then we're at $500 on the weekends.
Okay, and let me ask you, so hopefully we'll see some improvement in our cemeteries, but how many individuals do you have working in each site?
Mr. Bell, can you speak to that, please?
Okay, so in St. Croix, we have 2 individuals that manage cemetery, the 3 cemeteries. In St. Thomas, we have approximately 3, and then in St. John, we have the team in St. John's, and St. John is full to capacity right now. So I would say about 6 people overall.
6 overall. How many sites do you have on St. Croix?
3.
3, and you have 3 individuals for St. Croix.
Yes.
Are you looking to increase the number of staff now that the fee, the permit fee, burial permit fee has been increased?
No, Senator, because we have roadside contractors that are designated to maintain the cemeteries. So when I said 3, we have 3 public work employees. What they do is they manage the burial process, they dig holes and prepare for the burial, and so on and so forth.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, so apart from the employees, how many contractors do you have then assigned to the cemetery?
We actually have 3 contractors designated to the cemetery. We have one that is designated to Kingshill, and he's there 100% of the time. We have one for the Christiansted Cemetery, but he's also responsible for all of downtown Christiansted. And then we have one for the Fredericksted Cemetery, but he's also responsible for the Queen Mary Highway and Fredericksted area as well.
So lastly, based on your experience, and do you think then that's enough? Because my issue is, and we continue to hear complaints from members of our committee about the deplorable condition the cemeteries is, how disgraceful it is that we're not honoring the dead, we're not keeping the place in a tidy manner, the grass, the condition of the cemeteries. It's really sad, the conditions. And so, is it staffed adequately? And I'll finish with this. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you so much for your line of questioning, Senator. Carry on. Go ahead and respond.
Senator, the staff is not adequate, but with the additional resources, as the commissioner nominee says, we are doing an assessment of all the cemeteries, and we're putting budgets together so that we could properly maintain and upgrade and enhance the cemeteries. So no, it's not sufficient, but yes, we have a plan of action moving forward.
Okay, thank you. And I know you're speaking about cemetery, and my colleagues also spoke in reference to cleaning of the side of the street, etc. I know in the past, embedded in those contracts were that the contractors had to put in ground cover. Is that still part of the contract or not?
Thanks, Mr. Brown will actually respond. Sorry.
Yeah, when you say ground cover, Senator, clarify that for me, please.
Ground cover, whereas once you cut an area, they will install like that ground cover, man, to keep it from growing so fast. When I used to manage Dulu, etc., and other areas, they had to do that as part of the contract because I inquired at that time. Are they still doing it?
No, it's as far as I know, Senator, it's not part of the contract, but the discussion need to be had, because if there's a better way, we are always open to any improvement, any enhancement that can, facilitate the process better for us. So I'd like to have a discussion with you offline, Senator.
Okay, definitely we'll do that. We'll do that. And
strategy for that.
Also, Ms. McGregor, in terms of the GPS tracking of buses and rider app, etc., that's on the way. Where are we at in that process? And what the timeline to completion?
Senator, the route match system is already installed on the buses. We use it 100% on our paratransit service, and we are in the process of working out some technicalities on the fixed route buses. We have a couple of dead spots where we're losing connectivity with the buses on all the islands, whether it's a hilly area or valley area, we lose that cloud connection with the buses. So we're trying to work out some of those technical areas.
Okay, I'm very happy to hear that, and I look forward to that service coming online to assist in basically that whole process here and the system here in the territory. Senator Redica, you have a point of information or inquiry? You recognize a point of inquiry?
Thank you, Chairman. To Ms. McGregor, the question I have for Vitran specifically, as it pertains to just a line of question that the Chairman was entering into, are we ensuring that persons with disabilities are contemplated in the purchase of that software? going forward with the GPS? Are we make sure that it's ADA compliant?
Senator, this is a system. It's a intelligent transportation system that Vitron uses to track the buses and to collect data. What we plan to do is to implement the program where you will be able to use your cell phone to determine or to see exactly where the buses are at if you're utilizing the fixed route service.
Correct. I just want to ensure that we're making sure that in any purchase of any new systems or systems in place that we're contemplating, making sure that even the application, most are typically ADA compliant, but just making sure that we're aware of that in that process. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Senator Whitaker. Colleagues, we're going to wrap up now, and I want to thank the Department of Public Work, and I want to say congratulations, Commissioner nominee Gabrielle, for accepting the role. And I want to thank the team for continuing to do the work and to work with this body on behalf of the people. Commissioner nominee Gabrielle, I'm going to give you 1 minute to give a closing statement before we wrap up.
Yeah, Senator Biden, thank you so much for this opportunity to testify before the body. Again, as I stated earlier, this is my first time testifying in this new role, so I do appreciate it. I want to take this moment really to publicly thank and show my appreciation, especially for the leadership team at the Department of Public Works. Not just the individuals you see on this call, but there are so many others that are behind the scenes supporting, and I really could not have been prepared for this hearing today without them. I thank you guys so much. Thank you not only for your support and your encouragement, but more so for everything that you do on a daily basis for the people of the territory. I want to also take a moment to thank everyone in the department, because I know though we are short-staffed, though we are underfunded, and though we are in the midst of a pandemic, the department has done everything that we could to still continue to offer the necessary services to the people of the territory, especially on the Vitron side, on the operations side. So I thank you. I thank everyone. I thank the people of the territory for your well wishes. I'm really looking forward to working with everyone and doing the best I can for the people of the Virgin Islands.
And Commissioner, thank you for that. And Commissioner nominee, there were many requests that was held by my colleagues, and we will send it to you in email and copy all of the members that were here today, along with non-members, so you can respond accordingly. Okay. I want to also thank my colleagues for being here all day. I think we had a robust discussion, both with the Housing Authority, the Housing Finance Authority, the different non-for-profit organizations, the Lieutenant Governor's Office, the Bar Association, and with Public Works here today. And I'm pleased. I'm very pleased with the line of questioning. I look forward to our hearing on the 19th with the telecommunication aspect of things. I want to again thank security, media, public affairs, everyone for being here. I want to thank my staff for being here all day with us. And before I leave, before I forget, I want to introduce my two new staff members, Mr. Clerk, who's doing the time right now, Mr. Angel Boquist. Thank you so much. Raise your hand. Please, camera, can you put a camera on Mr. Angel Boquist for me, please? Media. And also my Chief of Staff, Ms. Chinnery, sitting behind me. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.